Are down here to my left, your right. Just be aware of that. Tomorrow we will be providing lunch for you. I don't tell you about this tomorrow, we're making an award as part of our lunch presentation. Uh, so we will be feeding you and honoring one of our own. Okay, all of the sessions are being recorded. And so if for some reason you have to leave, or those of you that are watching online have to go to court, you missed something, Bill, our audio visual guy, is really great and will get us probably by the first of the week the recorded sessions from today and tomorrow. And so those will be available online. If you want your CLE, you do have to register and pay the registration fee, but those recordings will become available probably the first part of next week. As we previously announced, we don't have Wi-Fi. It's incredibly expensive to purchase Wi-Fi, so find somebody that has a hotspot, jump off them. We apologize for any inconvenience that might create. Course evaluation. Remember, if you want credit, you need to go on and do your course evaluation. So for those of you that have never done an online evaluation with UPC before, you go to our webpage, upc.utah.gov, and go to the members, go to the drop down, look for the course evaluation, click on that, and I realize that these are last year's spring conference 2021, but what you'll be looking for is spring 2022. When it will open up this screen, and it allows you to save your progress as you go along. Whereas if you hit the blue arrow that is highlighted there, that will close the evaluation, won't let you complete it. And so we encourage you to make comments, do your evaluation as we go along. This is helpful. But if you do end up saving and submitting prematurely, then you need to get a hold of Ron, who's in the back, and we can reopen up that evaluation back for you. With the evaluation, you cannot complete an evaluation if you haven't paid the registration fee. So again, if you want your CLE through us, then to do that online evaluation, you'll need to make sure that you've registered with Maryland and talk to her about that. And so in other words, if you haven't, you're not going to get the CLE from us unless you have paid the registration fee. We will close the evaluation period June 15th, so that gives you, a little over, not quite 2 months to complete it. However, last year, I took the slide out, but reminder last year, please don't wait 2 years. We actually had somebody that waited 2 years and contacted us to do their course evaluation. In fact, their bar license got suspended because they did not have enough CLE, so please don't be that guy. And then here's our contact information. If you have any questions, take a picture, or hopefully we are in your contacts already if you have any questions. Okay, I forgot to introduce myself, Bob Church. For those of you who don't know me, the Director of the Prosecution Council. Again, we are super excited to have all of you here. And so, as I'm swapping out my presentation for Donna and Rabbi Zippels, let me have them come on up, is if you have not had the pleasure of hearing this presentation from Donna and or Rabbi Zippel, you are in for a treat. We had them speak at your prosecutor assistants conference last summer, and phenomenal, really powerful. And as a result, I wouldn't say throwing them under the bus, but I have let my national counterparts know about Rabbi Zippel, and he's now been spreading his message and sharing this across the country. Like I said, it's powerful. I think you will be moved and appreciative, and they are going to do their own introduction. So with that, I will turn it over to Donna, the Rabbi Avrami Zippel.
So, thank you. Thank you. So, can everybody hear me? If you can't hear me, raise your hand. On this platform here, there is one Special Victims Unit prosecutor for 30 years. And one Orthodox rabbi. Can you tell which one is which? I don't know if you can tell.
It's the beard.
But this presentation is about bringing people together that are from very different walks of life and how we can work together more effectively. So my name's Donna Kelly, and I've been a Special Victims Unit prosecutor for 30 years. Before that, I did a little bit of prosecution. I retired in October, woot, woot, woot. but had a wonderful experience here in Utah. Worked at the Utah County Attorney's Office, thank you, Tim, and the Attorney General's Office, worked for Prosecution Counsel, and then I finished my career at the Salt Lake DA's Office, Special Victims Unit the whole time.
Good morning. My name is Rabbi Avrami Zippel, and I never thought that I would be addressing the Utah Prosecution Council. I'm an ordained rabbi. I've lived in Salt Lake City my entire life. In that capacity, I've had the pleasure of interacting with various government entities on a number of levels due to my clerical work. And let me tell you a little bit about why I'm here today in front of the Utah Prosecution Council. I'm going to gloss over the earlier details of the story pretty quickly. Most of them at this point are available online if you really want to go on a deep dive of what happened and who did what. And I want to kind of arrive at the moment in time that allowed Donna and I to get to the place where we are today. My parents moved to Salt Lake City in 1992 to open a synagogue that's still around 30 years later. You may know it, on the corner of 1700 South and 1100 East, the former strip mall. It's now a synagogue. And I'm the oldest of six. We didn't have to go to school as kids. We were homeschooled. There was no Jewish day school in Salt Lake City when I was being raised in the 90s. Being that we were at home all the time, my parents hired a babysitter to help around the house, as we were quite literally homeschooled. My siblings and I joke we were doing the cool thing before everybody else did it, and now homeschooling has a whole lot of different adaptations with COVID and Zoom and various technologies. We actually went to school at home. There was a converted bedroom, which was a classroom, and that's where we spent the better part of our day. In September of 1999, our family's caregiver began to sexually abuse me. This was something which would continue for almost exactly a decade. Over the years, I eventually left home. I attended a Jewish high school out of state, attended rabbinical college out of the country. I was coming home multiple times a year for Jewish holidays and various family occasions, et cetera, where the abuse would continue. And in 2009, just after my 18th birthday, at that point, most of us were no longer being homeschooled. We were out of town, and so my parents no longer saw the need to have this woman around the house, as most of us had grown up and moved on in life. And so my family got rid of her on very peaceful terms. Everyone parted ways, and I was left to pick up the pieces and deal with the torment of what had gone on at that point for the better part of my life. I will skip all of the deep emotional details about how exactly I ended up getting to where I was. In February of 2016, I went to see a therapist for the first time. I would say that my life was pretty much in shambles, that I was sent against my will to go and see a therapist, and there I was, and he was the first person that I had told that what had happened to me had happened to me. And to be very specific, I told the therapist to use the same words that I told him. I told him that I thought I had been sexually abused as a child. So warped and so under the influence of misconceptions was I at the time that to me it wasn't exactly a certainty or even a probability that what had happened to me would be technically termed sexual abuse. And so I told the good therapist, I think some of my issues in life may stem from the fact that it's possible I had been through various childhood traumas. I continued seeing the therapist, and he indeed validated my concerns and my thoughts that I had indeed been sexually abused. And for 2 years of seeing him every single week, we worked through various conversations and really began the work again around processing from childhood trauma. And inevitably, at some point, the conversation gets steered towards reporting. At that point, my abuser was living out of state. I knew that she was alive. She had interacted very, very basically with my family. There was reason to believe that she was still involved in childcare. Before she had come to my family, my abuser had worked in a daycare for about 15 years here in Utah. She was living with family at that point in Glendale, Arizona. Some basic Facebook stalking seemed to indicate that she was still working with kids. And as you might expect, that didn't sit well with me. And so we began to explore the idea of what would reporting look like and the various concerns that would stem from calling the police. Now, I want to just put out one basic concept, and that is that I had one overarching fear in this entire process, and that was that no one can ever know about what happened to me beyond my therapist, my parents, and my wife, with whom I had shared the information. At that time, there were a grand total of 4 people that knew what had happened to me, and I was going to keep the circle pretty small. I come from a pretty insular religious community where we just don't talk about these things, and so for me, the greatest hindrance in reporting was that concern. No one was to ever find out about what happened to him.
And I remember reading in the police report when he said to the police officer, like, no one's going to know about this, right? You can keep me anonymous, right? And that's where we started the case.
Yet here we are today. Inevitably, any victim that you're going to work with has gone through this thought process, whether it's delayed reporting, whether they were harmed decades ago, or they were harmed last week. Before you interact with the victim, they've had to arrive at this reality, and for many victims to arrive at this reality is a pretty painful process. What happened to me was not voluntary, and more importantly, there's nothing that I'm ever going to do that is going to somehow cure me of what happened to me. Every single trauma victim who has ever sat down in front of a therapist in some form or fashion has asked them, what can you do to make this end? What book do you want me to read? What pill do you want me to take? What course of treatment can you recommend that will get me over and done with? And at some point, every therapist has turned to a trauma victim and said, I'm really sorry, there's nothing that I can do, and there's nothing that you can do in your entire life that will somehow cure you of the experiences that you've been through. Really, the only option is meeting forward to meet whatever may come.
So one of the things that helps us prosecutors deal with folks like the rabbi is we need to step back for a minute and take a little bit of perspective on their journey of where they've been so far. And typically, at least in SVU, victims have already gone through the process of going to a friend, going to their family member, going to a therapist. And at the point where the criminal justice system gets involved, it gets harder for them. We need to keep that in perspective. As we're meeting with them, as we're preparing for things, it gets harder. So they've been through this relatively softball process with supportive people saying things like, I believe you, you're doing the right thing, things like that, that they, are not going to hear as much in the criminal justice system. And so this is where we come in. And prosecutors, in addition, have, the challenge of preparing them for what's coming, asking the hard questions, preparing for the challenges that are going to come. I've been down this road before. We're dealing with people who have never, almost always, never been through a criminal case of their own. And so we as prosecutors, need to prepare them for that. Most victims have somewhat unrealistic expectations of the criminal justice system. I've probably worked with about 3,000 victims over my career. I mean, that's a really rough estimate, but I feel comfortable that it's about 3,000 victims, and I've seen a lot of individual responses to the system. But most of them are very unrealistic about what's going to happen. This is going to, change my life. This is going to make everything better. This is going to make it all go away. It's going to be easy. Because look, Donna Kelly believes me. But their expectation is not necessarily realistic. And here's one of the reasons.
Well, Donna was very fortunate in the fact that when she picked me up as a victim, I actually had a law degree. I attended the University of Law and Order. I had a law degree from NBC Universal. I was an avid watcher of all of the various Law and Order manifestations, and ironically, long before I went to therapy, I had always loved SVU, which is perfect because now I'm actually dealing with SVU, and I basically wrote the book on how Special Victims Unit prosecutors, how their offices work, and everything of the sort. So just to kind of finish the timeline, how I walked into Donna's office with my law degree in hand. On January 30th, 2018, I cold called the Salt Lake City Police Department and told them I wanted to report a crime that had happened about 20 years ago, and I wasn't really up for sharing much information by phone. I was passed along from one detective to another detective, and on February 7th, 2018, I went in for an in-person interview at the Public Safety Building downtown, where I was introduced to Detective Kevin Blue, who was now Sergeant Kevin Blue, but at the time he was Detective Kevin Blue. I see some of the guys nodding their heads. I wish every trauma victim to have a detective like Kevin Blue. We talked about an hour and 45 minutes, and to Donna's point about the journey, right? Every 5 minutes, he's encouraging and he's validating and he's telling me I'm doing so well and I'm so brave and everything is so great. Great, just really, really great police work in handling someone who was not very excited about talking at that time. This is early February. He tells me that he'll be in touch soon. He calls me back 7 weeks later, On Monday, March 26, 2018, he says he's been off the case for a while and now he's back on it. His sergeant has recommended in a situation like this to set up a pretextual phone call. Would I come into the public safety building the next day and call my abuser? I haven't had contact with this woman in about 6-7 years at that point. Would I come in and do it? It's, you know, in their mind, there's not much to lose. It's not like we have a relationship which is going to go up in smoke. It's, you know, it's a wild card. Why not? I go in the next day. After various failed attempts, we talked for 45 minutes, and everything which I had told the police, she went on in far greater detail than I had been interested in sharing at that point. And at that point, we go from someone who's just kind of reporting a number of incidents from 20 years prior with no corroborating evidence and no witnesses and nothing of the sort, to now we have a real investigation. Also, kind of happy coincidence, she's living in Glendale, Arizona. When I call her, she's in Salt Lake visiting family for spring break. And so the police are encouraged to move on this a little quicker, as they don't want to have to start involving out-of-state law enforcement, and they can pick her up. She's literally in their backyard. She gets brought in for an interview. I get brought in for one more interview. On Friday, March 30th of 2018, my abuser was arrested on suspicion of 130 counts of sexual abuse of a child. Those were all mine. And at that point, the wrinkle in the story, I'm out of town. Friday night, that Friday night, hours after my abuser was picked up, is the first night of Passover. That night is the Seder. So that Friday, the day that she's arrested, is one of the busiest, most insane days of the year. And in addition to all of that, I find out 650 miles away in Northern California that my abuser has been arrested and is now sitting somewhere on suspicion of 130 counts of sexual abuse of a child. I, as an Orthodox Jew, I don't use technology on our Sabbath or our holidays. So Saturday and Sunday, the 48 hours following her arrest, I am offline. Probably the best thing that could have happened to me. I'm sitting in a different state. The detective came in on his day off to facilitate the arrest. He was concerned she was going to leave the state. He was actually on vacation on that Friday. He came in and arrested her on that Friday and then went off the grid with his family for 10 days down to the national parks. So I finished the holiday Sunday night. He's off the grid, and I have no information. I don't know where she is. I don't know what happens next. And going back to my law degree from NBC, you know, we know the people are represented by two separate groups. There's a no man's land in between those two groups. There's a space that exists between the police investigation and where the DA's office picks it up, and I am happily living in no man's land. The cop is on vacation. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the prosecutor's office, and here I am just desperate for any inkling of information. The next day, Monday, April 2nd, news about the arrest gets out. And it's on every local TV station. 130 counts is somewhat of a surprising number. You see my abuser's mugshot, 70 years old, grandmotherly figure, just looks like the sweetest woman in the world who wouldn't hurt a fly or bring a library book back late. And here she is, popped up on charges of 130 counts of sexual abuse of a child. And I'm getting my information from Google. So through Google alerts, I find out in Palo Alto that she's now out on bail. Interestingly enough, again, we talk about that disconnect between the two separate yet equally important groups. The last thing that I had said to the detective on Friday after he had dropped her off, he said, you know, with the evidence that there's against her and just the nature of the circumstances, quote, she'll probably never see the light of day again. So in my mind, I'm thinking she's been arrested. We have all of this powerful evidence. I'll probably have to fly back to Salt Lake City in the middle of holiday for a quick sentencing, and then she'll go away for the rest of her life, and that'll be the end of the story. And I find out through Google that she's actually seeing the light of day just fine. She spent 24 hours in county, she's on bail, and she's out now with her family. She's retained attorneys. I didn't know that was somehow happening. And there I am getting all of this information off my phone. That night, I find out from Google, Nick McGurk, Channel 4 ABC, has a sit-down with the district attorney in his office. And I'm watching the 9 o'clock news in Northern California. And the district attorney commented on my case. Now, just for context, it wasn't my case at that point in the sense that no one knew that I was the victim. The district attorney knew, and that was about the extent of it. He wasn't commenting on the rabbi's case, but he's commenting on this case and how we take these cases very seriously and we see justice for every victim. And I cannot tell you how profoundly meaningful watching that interview was for me. Now, I have learned later, the district attorney probably does one of these interviews a week, maybe multiple a week, but for me, that interview was life-changing. Because for me, it actually gave me the idea that someone was handling this case. Like, this was actually going forward, and although I'm getting all of my information off the internet, someone out there is mindful of what's going on, and I am in good hands.
And so I think it's really important for us as prosecutors. You know, we tend to, you know, see reporters in the hallway and at the courthouse and run the other way, but it's really important to put forth some sort of presence when there is a case like this. And at our office, and it was handled by Mr. Gill very brilliantly. He didn't make promises. He didn't talk about the evidence. Those are things we can't do as prosecutors. But he did say we take these cases very seriously and we will devote a significant amount of resources to this case. So we are to the point where the rabbi walks through the door of the district attorney's office.
So I came back from Passover. Don and I had connected by phone to set up a meeting. And I will tell you this, something which I learned firsthand. When someone walks through the office of a DA's office in whatever part of the state, whatever part of the world, likely they're having a miserable day. Either something very traumatic happened to them very recently, and it's now being adjudicated and they have to relive it, or they're reliving something which happened to them decades ago. When you walk through the door of the DA's office, you're not there for a social visit. You're not there because you're having a great time. And in all honesty, if you think about the DA's office, I went to the downtown office, but if you think about the DA's office from a victim's perspective, so you're going in there to spill your guts to a person who you have no idea who they are, and you didn't really ask for them to enter your life, and we'll talk about that more in a moment, and you come into an extremely sterile environment. You come inside, what are the first things you see? Bulletproof glass, metal detectors, sheriff's deputies. It's not exactly the sort of environment that gives you the warm fuzzies. This is going to be a place where it's going to be somewhat of a relaxed environment where I can speak openly and feel comfortable sharing. You're speaking to a receptionist through 2 layers of glass. They're asking for your ID. You're getting a visitor's badge. Then you have to go through security, and then you sit on these lovely hard metal benches until someone comes through to summon you back to the inner chamber. If you think about the environment where someone is about to go and meet the person that's going to pick up the flag and fight for their life, not exactly the warmest, softest entrance to really facilitate the environment for what's about to happen inside those doors.
And so this first meeting that we have, I sort of think of a journey as a victim as sort of, so far, they've been in a canoe. They've been floating down a nice, calm, lovely river, looking at the scenery. Things are going well for them. People are patting them on the back, saying, good job, I believe you, blah, blah, blah. And our job as prosecutors, we know the waterfall is coming, right? We know the waterfall is coming. Our job is to prepare them for the waterfall that's coming. They will be likely attacked. They will try to discredit them. Things will happen that are hard and difficult. So we've got to take them from that canoe into the real world, and we've got to figure out how to get them down the waterfall. And the first shock was the number of counts that we charged. As the rabbi told you, 130 counts were charged by the police officers. But I know, as a prosecutor, that I am never going to get 130 counts bound over. That we have to prove each element of each crime 130 times. What happens when the defense attorney at the preliminary hearing asks the good rabbi, well, what happened on the 97th time? What happened on the 34th time? Tell me about that. We're never going to get those bound over. And we don't really want to. What we want to do as prosecutors is we want to take those, I go through the police reports, go through the video interviews, glean those cases, those counts from those materials, the ones that they have a really good memory of, the ones that they can describe in detail. Because you know what? the judge is not going to give the defendant 130 consecutive counts at sentencing anyway, assuming we won all of those, right? So I know what is good is to charge the counts that this incredible reporter of what happened to him can get on the stand and talk about.
And Donna had broken this news to me by phone when I was still out of state, and I was finally here to talk to her about it. Now, just for context, so Donna mentioned elements, right? And a term which is familiar to all of you. There wasn't elements in my law school class at SVU. I had never heard the term elements on Law and Order. Elements, what are elements? And Donna's telling me that, all the charges have to have elements. And we talked earlier about the processes. I believe you're doing great. And I had shared with my therapist in the week after the arrest, how profound it was to know that my abuser was arrested on 130 counts of sexual abuse of a child. There were a lot of crimes that had been done to me. I was the victim of a lot of crimes. It was validating to hear that. And the first thing that the good prosecutor shares with me is, oh yeah, by the way, the big 130 bubble you've been floating on for a couple days, we're going to slice that and come down to 7. And the first question I asked Donna is, so just so we're clear, you don't believe me about the other 123? Are you telling me that it only happened 7 times and the other 123 are what? Fabric of my imagination? I made up and the 7 really happened? What does that mean? Now, it's Donna's job to explain to me about the elements of a crime and the whole rationale that Donna just put forth very eloquently and made perfect sense. But for a victim who's been living in a certain world for a moment, as that bubble pops, all these wonderful, rational explanations go straight out the window. And you start off that relationship with a certain measure of distrust. The police believe me. It sounds like you don't. It feels like you're saying that not all of this happened as I described it, and there's a relationship of trust which needs to be built up to explain how this now works in this office as opposed to the police station, and why we're going to handle this differently, because that is exactly our job.
Okay, so here we are starting to go over the waterfall. And when victims first come into the system, we want to give them our full attention. We want to, work hard on their case. I could have worked full time on his case, and yet I've got 100 other cases pending. So, what eventually I came around to in about 30 years of trying to get it right was that we need to let the victim control the relationship. How much information they want, how much they want to participate. Some victims would say to me, just do whatever with the case, because I can't do this, I don't want to do this anymore. Just do whatever you think's fair. But other victims, for example, Rabbi Zippel, want to be involved in every single thing. And they want to understand it, and they want to process it. So I think the balance is that we need to let the victim control the relationship. I'm here. You can come in and talk to me anytime, and let them control the relationship. The rabbi did things like researched the judge that was going to be handling his case. How many
You guys don't want a victim like me.
How many times do we have victims that do that, right? But he was very involved in everything from the beginning. So our first meeting with Rabbi Zippel, Amy Kershiznik from the DA's office did an amazing job on this case, and she was with me, and we met with the rabbi.
So just for the context, again, so I'm here at the DA's office, and I have one pressing need. No one's going to find out that I'm related to this case, right? That's the one thing I'm asking you for, is that you will do whatever you can to protect my anonymity, to protect my confidentiality. That's concern number one. Concern number two, as a regular citizen of the world, there are a lot of things that you always find looking for your attention. There's 2 sorts of people who are always sort of hawking their wares. Realtors and attorneys, right? Attorneys are on the sides of buses and they're on billboards on the highway and they advertise at jazz games. Now, presumably you assume in life at some point you're going to need a realtor. Today's housing prices, you're not quite sure, but you'll pick one of the realtors you saw advertised, and if, as a normal person, you'll ever need an attorney, you can pick from one of the attorneys that you've seen on the side of a bus or on a highway billboard. Did you guys know that Siegfried and Jensen has been helping people in Utah for over 30 years? So in my mind, if I was ever going to need an attorney, what kind of attorney would I ever need in life? Presumably I was going to call Siegfried or Jensen or who's one call, that's all. I don't even know who that guy is.
Call Donna Kelly, one call, that's all.
And so
I'll
when I
prosecute your case.
When I sit down in Donna's office, I have one question for Donna. Siegfried and Jensen have been helping people for 30 years. What have you been doing for 30 years, and why should you be my attorney? Because I am now at this moment in life that I had never anticipated being at. I now have an attorney. I don't have an attorney, but for all intents and purposes, I now have an attorney. And what if I don't want to hire you? Is there like a roster that Mr. Gill has in his office, and I go up to him after the meeting and be like, you gave me Kelly, no bueno, give me somebody else? Can I swap her out at some point? These are legitimate concerns for someone who now has this really big deal in their life handed off to an attorney that, with all due respect to Donna, I never chose, and I never asked for, and I never signed up for. There's an expectation that when you call 911, you're not going to pick the cop who handles your case, right? You call 911, what's your emergency? And they send out someone with a badge to go take care of your problems. But if I'm going to need an attorney in life, you are damn sure I am going to pick that attorney and look up that attorney and find out everything about that attorney. And now an attorney has been dropped into my lap, and I need to deal with that. And this is really kind of the motivation and the thought process that goes into this first meeting.
So, as the rabbi said, he's sitting there thinking, oh, well, what if we don't see eye to eye? What do we do next? In the meeting, Amy and I learned that he was very much wanted to be involved in the case, and we said to each other after he left, we said, he's going to be very involved in this case. He's going to want every single detail. Okay, just be ready for that. And so that's kind of how we proceeded from that point on. There are a couple of surprises for victims in the criminal justice system.
Just a couple.
Just a couple. Here's a few more. Prosecutors do not represent victims. We don't represent them. And that's something that is totally foreign to many of the victims that come into our office. And I often would tell victims, look, we may not agree on every single thing, and that's okay. But I will always give you the chance to be heard and so forth. Another surprise for them is that prosecutors and cops, we are independent of each other. The cops don't work for me. I don't pay their paychecks. They work for their agency, and we are designed to be a check on each other. So that's another thing that they need to be ready for, and we explain to them. One of the things that I often tell victims is, and I had to talk about this with the rabbi because he was, a half a step or 3 steps or 7 steps ahead of us every time, right? Because he's so incredible and intelligent and prepared. And I had to tell him, look, let's just take this one step at a time. One step, and then the next step, and then the next step. It's not like Law and Order. It's not like it's over in 30 minutes. And she's going to be, in custody for the rest of her life starting now. That's not how the system really is. So one step and one step and one step. And one thing that the psychologists will tell you is resiliency. This is the good news. Resiliency is a learned skill. Resiliency is a learned skill. We can learn to be resilient. And so what often we would do is we would sit down and talk about, okay, what just happened in the courtroom? What's going to happen next? You got through that. That was a grade. Sort of a debriefing each step of the way so that victims can develop that resiliency to our system, within our system. Do a debriefing after each event.
I think we've joked a lot about Law and Order University. The greatest misconception that I think the victims have from pop culture about how the system works, in all seriousness, is time, right? So you watch an SVU episode, there's a crime committed on Monday, on Tuesday there's a police investigation, on Wednesday fellows arrested and charges are filed, on Thursday there's a jury trial, and on Friday, the victim and Olivia Benson go for a walk and they see the sunset together and they all live happily ever after. right? My abuser was arrested on March 30th. I would find out her initial appearance before a judge. The first thing that would ever happen was going to be on Tuesday, May 9th. And I'm saying it takes 5 weeks to put her before a judge. Not what happened on NBC, but that's really the process that I was going to have to acclimate myself to. And to Donna's credit, the communication that Donna fostered at every step of the way. There are going to be a lot of hearings, right? There are going to be hearings. This is a hearing which you've waited for 6 weeks to happen. And at the hearing, you know what's going to happen at the hearing? The judge is going to say that we'll do this again in 6 weeks. We'll take 6 more weeks to think about what we thought about this morning. And in 6 weeks, we will reconvene and talk about it then. And that takes a lot of getting used to. Because in those 6 weeks, the torment is not slowing down for me. The lack of sleep is not slowing down for me. The issues that I am facing with this case being in court, I don't get 6 weeks off. I don't get a continuance. The issues that I'm struggling with in the moment, I can't exactly file a motion that it won't bother me for 30 days. And so the greatest misconception that I went into this process with was time, was how slowly it drags on. In July, there was supposed to be the first batch of a preliminary hearing. My abuser filed a motion for the court to find her incompetent. And Donna had to look me in the eye and say, this will likely resolve itself, if it resolves itself, over a matter of months. It's going to take months for the judge to figure out which evaluator to send her to. Then she's going to have to schedule an evaluation. Then the evaluator is going to have to write the findings of the evaluation. This will take months. And for me, as a rabbi, the nature of my job is people call me very often in a moment of crisis and they need things done now. Rabbi, I've got family in the hospital, I've got a problem, I've got an issue with my marriage. Can you see me in 15 minutes? And I'm now in a world where, in the very efficient system that we have, in order for us to schedule an evaluation with an evaluator, take about 30 days. Take about 30 days for us to pick up a phone and make a call and schedule an appointment, put the phone down. These things take time. 30 days it might take. And for me, that was what I was up against. In my profession, people want something, I get it to them in 30 minutes. But it's going to take 30 days to schedule an evaluation.
I remember that meeting that I had with him about the competency issue, and he looked at me and he said, you mean this case could go away? And I had to say yes. I still remember the look on his face when I said this could go away. I don't think it will, because here's what we're going to do. And we had a plan. The evaluator that the defense proposed was ridiculous. And so I said, no. We have to have a hearing about that issue. And we chose the evaluator very well. The evaluator came back, she was competent. We got the case back on track. But that stalling, that time interim, had a real effect on him and has an effect on all of our victims. Also, what has an effect on people is what happens in the courtroom. If you've never been in a courtroom and you just walk in and sit at the back of a courtroom on a calendar day, think about what your impression would be of the system.
So against everyone's advice, I wanted to go to the initial appearance. I hadn't seen my abuser in a number of years, and I needed to see her in a courtroom, just for a certain finality to set in that this was actually happening. So I went to a calendar day at the Matheson Courthouse, and the best analogy that I like to provide, it was a chicken market. It was mayhem. Again, we expect a courthouse. I had been to one civil hearing before I had gone to this calendar day, right? Civil hearings, very civil. Right? You have your two parties, and the judge starts on time. Everything's moving along, quiet, respectful. You can hear a pin drop. Poor Judge Treese. I don't know if her clerk could hear her. And people are coming and going, and attorneys are introducing themselves to their clients, and people are crying, and people are upset. And I also didn't know there were going to be 40 cases on the calendar that morning. And I'm like, wait, so all you people are here to see what's going to happen at this initial appearance? No, there's a whole bunch of cool things going on. There are sentencings, and there's God knows what with God knows who. And I just want to see my initial appearance for 30 seconds. That's the only reason I came. I didn't come to be dragged into all this courtroom drama. But that's court. That's court. And if we think about it, the amount of torment and the amount of inner strength that it takes a victim to go to court that morning for just a calendar day, just for a law in motion day, and you know, they want to be in this space where there's such respect and such solemnity paid to their trauma, and they come in to just mayhem, which, if you think about it, for a victim to be introduced to that for the first time is quite an adjustment.
So as we went along, the rabbi went to every single thing. I think there was one court hearing that you were out of town for, and you know, within 20 minutes of the court hearing, I'm getting a call saying, what happened? What happened at the hearing? I want to know, what did the judge say? What did you say? So we went along like that for quite a while. And the defense attorneys were introduced to the case and had a real impact on how the case, as you know, as we all know happens, have a real impact on how the case proceeds. One of the misconceptions, again, that victims have is that we are fight to the death, you know, Mortal Kombat enemies, which in some cases, okay, in some cases, okay, I get that. But most of the time, especially with offices we work with on a regular basis, we are colleagues working together to resolve cases. And that also had an impact on the rabbi.
I needed Donna to walk in the morning and walk into the courtroom and walk past her table and say, like, jerk, and then head over to do her work. Because that's how I felt. In my mind, these guys were scum. And now, granted, they were worthy of that title. Maybe we'll get to that throughout the rest of that presentation. But I needed Donna to reflect that feeling. I needed her to spit at them in the hallway. I couldn't, because I didn't have the courage to do that, but I was hoping someone would, and if someone would do that, it would be Donna. It was perfect. It's her job, right? Her job as the prosecutor is to call them all sorts of names and to treat them with the same contempt and disregard that I had for them. And I would soon learn that life doesn't work like that. Donna was very cordial with them in the hallways and in the courtrooms, and you know, when scheduling things. Donna was always, you know, happy to acquiesce and give them the time they needed. And it would anger me because I needed Donna in my corner. I needed Donna fighting with me to the death, and it took me some time to learn that was not her role. And in fact, if I wanted justice to happen in this case, it would be far more effective for Donna to be cordial and polite and respectful to defense counsel and leave the name calling to me.
Yeah, and I remember at one point when I found out who the defense attorneys were, one of them was someone I had never worked with before and I'd never seen on a court calendar in the 3rd District. And one of them was actually very good lawyer, very smart and very kind. And I told the rabbi that, and I think he was a little surprised at that.
I didn't like that very much.
He didn't want to hear that. Actually, she has a good lawyer. We all know, don't we? We all know we want a good lawyer on the other side. You know, because they won't waste your time. They know what the issues are. They, you know, I've been at this a while, a lot longer than they have. I'm ready. I want a good lawyer on the other side. And so that was another shock to the system, to the rabbi's system. One of the things that we need to be prepared for, I think, is that victims have a range of emotions as they go through the case, right? Sometimes they can be angry and upset, sometimes they're happy, sometimes they're jubilant, sometimes they're really discouraged. And I saw those range of emotions as we went through the case. In one of the meetings that we had, the rabbi's mother came with him, and she was, you know, frustrated with the system, taking a long time and so forth. And she was like, why do we have to have a trial? Didn't she, you know, admit some of the things on the phone, you know, with the rabbi? And I'm like, yeah, here's how we, you know, and so we need to be prepared.
She didn't go to my law school. She went to a different law school.
We have to be prepared for those frustrations to be vented and not to belittle them in any way for not understanding this is how the system works. And I sat with her and I talked with her about, you know, the elements, and we have to prove things. And yes, she made some admissions on the phone, but nowhere near any specific incidents did she admit. So we have to go ahead with this process. And you know what? Our Constitution gives everybody a right to ask for a trial, even if they fully confess, even if there's a videotape of the crime happening. They have a right to a trial. And so I think that we need to recognize the emotions of victims as we go through the process, and just ride out the storm, because there will be storms as things come along. I think the biggest one for the rabbi was when the incompetency issue was pending, and he looked at me and said, "You mean this could go away?" And I said, "Yes, it could." So we need to ride out the storm. Okay, this is you.
So Donna had this in her office, which was always comforting to me. There were Hebrew words in my prosecutor's office. It kind of felt like it was a message from on high, but justice, justice shall you pursue. This was something which I had to learn in this case, and I think it's actually something which I have to learn after the case, and it's something which every victim of a crime really needs to internalize on a regular basis, and that is, what is justice? No one knows. No one's sure, no one can promise you anything, and the funny thing is that justice is something which the verse tells us to pursue. I'd make the argument that the reason why we pursue it is because it's something which every crime victim will never really catch. You never really put both hands around justice and hold it tight to your chest and feel like everything's been made whole in the world. You're forever redefining that for yourself as a crime victim. You're forever finding new perspectives, and some days you're going to have good days and some days you're going to have better days in learning what justice meant. And honestly, the ability that I have to engage in that thought process is almost entirely in part to Donna. We sat down and we started, for me this was a very vengeance-driven system. What decisions were we going to make that were going to be as incriminating for her as possible? The most amount of years, the most amount of guilty verdicts, the most, the highest, the worst. And it was a long process of learning that that's not justice. Justice is going to mean something else for you on any given day, and really developing that sort of appreciation for the journey is key to finding that elusive justice.
And one of the things that I often emphasize with victims and with the rabbi is, sometimes justice is just getting up there and saying, this is what happened to me. In front of the judge, the jury, and the abuser, just getting up there and saying what happened. And sometimes that is a measure of justice. The thing that I've learned in 30 years of being a prosecutor is that justice is a process. It's not a single event. It's not a goal. There's no goalpost at the end of this. It's a process. And we're an important part of that process for many victims. But we have to remember, it's a process. They're going to have to go home after the case is done, regardless of what the outcome is. They're going to have to go home and deal with all the issues that arise, all the things that come up. So I made sure to emphasize with the rabbi, each step, look what you did. You testified at the preliminary hearing and did an amazing job. Sometimes that is a part of justice itself. He testified with Elizabeth Smart sitting in the audience, who he befriended during this whole process. And, each step of the way is a part of justice. I think we forget that. We prosecutors define justice too narrowly, I think. Justice is not just hearing the word guilty. Justice is a process. You stood up to that person. You told the truth about what happened to you. You did everything you can, and as you look back on this in your life, you will know you did everything you could. And certainly this particular victim did every possible thing that he could to participate fully and to travel down this road. One of the things that I learned during my career, and I learned over again with the rabbi, is that we need to not just present facts. We need to not just have a checklist of the elements of a case. We need to present the victim's experience. And this is an example from another case that I had. How many of our cases in SVU start out with, well, I went to a party and we were drinking and I went out with these people I didn't know very well. How many of our cases start out that way, right? And this was the testimony in one of the cases that I have. You could just present the element of where the crime happened, right? I went to a party. But how much better is it to present the victim's experience instead? I was new at this school. I didn't know anyone. I felt so lonely. when I heard about this party, I was excited. This was my chance to make friends. I went to the party, and at first I was so happy I did. That was the victim's experience as to, you know, I was not going to let the defense portray her as, she's just a party girl. She likes to drink and do drugs. That's why she went to the party. So we need to present their experience. And throughout the trial that we had, we tried to present the rabbi's experience. One of the things that I think we underuse is the aftermath of a crime. The aftermath of the crime is very powerful evidence. And a lot of times, you know, the police bring in the case to you and it sits on your desk for a year and a half, 2 years, whatever, before it gets to trial. There's stuff that happens in that 2 years. We forget. We lose cases on follow-up investigations. What's been happening with the victims? I've sat with the victim before who's told me, like, yeah, and him and his friends came to my house a couple weeks ago and they threatened me and blah, blah, blah. That kind of stuff the jury needs to hear about. You know, we need to present pictures. If the issue is a tornado, how about we present pictures of the aftermath of the tornado? Would you believe these people that a tornado happened? Yes. And so as we went through the case, we remember that this case happened decades ago. As I'm presenting it to the jury, this happened decades ago. I got to get them in the mindset of what his life was like when it happened. So I asked him to bring in pictures of him as a child and explain a little bit about his life. He was homeschooled, which kept him somewhat isolated and so forth. And so as we went through the case, we tried to present the aftermath of what happened.
The defense had a pretty easy task on a certain level. How does this go on for 10 years? In what normal world does this go on for 10 years and no one notices, no one says anything, and most importantly, you, witness, you don't say anything? It's not plausible, right? Defense attorneys love to tell juries plausible stories. You know, this just makes sense. And this was a story that I had to admit didn't make a ton of sense. Now, I had to admit that because it didn't make a ton of sense to me either, which is why I had a hard time understanding that it was wrong. I was happy for years before therapy to internalize the guilt and the shame for what was going on, because it was difficult for me to understand that something wrong was happening at the hands of this person over and over and over again for years. So one of the things that Donna did, I think, to incredible effect, she brought my mom in to testify about what it was like in our household, the realities, the religious realities, the certain mindsets that I was raised with because of the immoral things that were going on. I was absolutely convinced that one day a car would swerve on a patch of ice and that would be the end of me. I did believe that for a very, very, very long time. Now, to Donna's point, that's not an element of the crime. What the victim is thinking about cars swerving on patches of ice seemingly shouldn't make a difference, but it's key. It's key to understanding the world of guilt that a victim lives in, and it's only that sort of environment, it's only that sort of guilt that allows these crimes to go on and on and on and on. And so to Donna's credit, she spent an incredible amount of time during the trial really setting the table, really speaking to emotional mindsets, what it was like as an Orthodox 9-year-old to be in this frame of mind, the real fear of death. The real and actual and tangible child thinking that God was going to smite them down at some point, and how that contributes to the entire reality, because being in the head of a victim is so key for the jury to realize they're normal people too. Victims are normal people. They have fears, they have anxieties. Many of them you might believe to be unfounded. Some people might believe them to be founded, but they're normal people. Witnesses are normal people, victims are normal people, and jurors are normal people. And I think Donna did an incredible job of finding that common thread, that the way I reacted to certain situations might well be the way a juror would have reacted to those situations had it happened when they were a child, and helping bring that story to life.
So one of the things that I always did with victims is try to prepare them for what's coming, for what the cross-exam is going to be, and ultimately, we know what some of the key issues are, and we can help prepare victims for what issues are going to be coming. But we don't know everything. And so one of the things that I told the rabbi, and I tell every victim, is, look, just always, always, always tell the truth. Just tell the truth, no matter what the issue is. And if they give you an opening, like this defense attorney did with the rabbi, if they give you an opening to explain what you're thinking and why you were doing what you were doing, you give it to them full blast. Okay? And so this is, if I can get everything working. This is his testimony.
Like in addiction, I didn't want it to happen, but I knew it would. That's why I would count the days of sobriety as a good thing. Not looking forward to coming home and it happening.
Then why didn't you tell anybody?
Because it's exactly what's happening right now.
So you're being cross-examined as to the story?
And I'm being called a liar, an aggressor.
So we shouldn't be able to ask you questions about what you're saying that this woman did to you?
Absolutely, you should.
So, a very foolish question to give a key witness for the other side a chance to explain themselves, right? Why didn't you tell anybody? What a question from the defense. Oh man, and he took it and told the honest truth about why. Yes?
I didn't hear. There was.
Oh.
Could you tell us the narrative?
So, just remember the defense attorney that Donna mentioned was kind and professional. This was not him. This was after 2 days of cross-examination. And at that point, we're talking about, how traumatic it was and how bad it was. And I had made a reference in my police interview that when I was in school, I would count down the days from when the last incident happened, and I would be happy if I was in school for 5 months that 150 days had passed without being sexually abused. He turned that on its head, that I was counting down the days till I could come home and be with this woman again. Bear in mind, I was 13 when this was happening. And so we're haggling over this addiction reference, and I'm telling him about how traumatic it is, and so he asks the question, so why didn't you say anything? And thank God, he put that out there, and I responded because of exactly what you are doing right now. And you kind of hear him take a beat. I don't know that he was expecting that
Pin
answer.
drop. You could have heard a pin drop in the courtroom during that very pregnant pause, because he said exactly what's happening right now.
And so he followed up and
There
he
was
says,
this pause.
because you're being cross-examined. And I responded and I said, no, because during this trial, you have called me a liar, you've called me an aggressor, and that's exactly why I didn't report. That's exactly why I didn't say anything. To the confused faces in the audience, yes, that was the defense's strategy. That I was a very, very sexually aggressive 9-year-old preying on a very submissive older woman. They actually tried it. But again, this was...
Didn't work.
This was something which Donna really pushed, was be yourself on the stand, Tell your story. It's perfectly plausible why you didn't say anything, and let the jury know that. Share that with them. Be a human being. Be a real, flawed human being and come out and say it. And we were very grateful that that opportunity presented itself.
Okay, so as I told you, one of the things that I like to do is sort of debrief with victims after each event. And one of the things that we did over time, in fact, we got together for lunch, not a couple months after the verdict. I don't remember the timing of everything.
Right before COVID.
Getting old. But we got together and talked about some of our favorite moments in the trial, things that happened, the things that we might do differently. But I think that debriefing process is very good for our cases, but it's also good for the victims to kind of talk through what happened. My favorite moment, I'll just briefly share my favorite moment, was one of the defense somehow decided it was a good idea to put up a character witness. Seriously, a character witness. So my question to this character witness, she talked about, oh, she's wonderful, I would let her babysit my little boys if I, she went on and be very effusive about how wonderful this defendant was. So my question to her was, if I told you that this woman admitted to the police that she touched Rabbi Zippel for a sexual purpose because she was educating him about sex, would that change your opinion to know that? And she had the shocked look on her face and she said, could you repeat that question? I'm like, yes, I'll be happy to repeat that question. I'll be happy to. I repeated the question and she said, yes, that would change my opinion. I would not allow her to be around my boys. So that was my favorite moment of the trial. You don't get those Perry Mason kind of moments very often where it goes exactly as you had imagined it in your head and the witness gives you something that's a little piece of gold, right? But those kind of debriefings, I think, are really important for victims as we go along through the process. And then we got to this, first we need to let you know the defendant was convicted on all 7 counts. And I saw the rabbi afterwards walking down the sidewalk between the courthouse and our office as if he were on a cloud. And then we got together. One thing that we need to constantly remind victims of is that they will have a chance to speak their piece. They don't have to have a question. They can just get up and say whatever they think is important for the judge to know, right? They will not be challenged. They will not be questioned. They will not be interrupted. And so he did an amazing job of speaking. One of the things that I thought that was really very touching, very moving, was that he got up and he read a letter that he had written to his young self. And he talked about what I know now, you know, I would like you to know. I don't know if you want to talk about that a little bit.
I'll just briefly, there were a lot of things that I learned during this process. I had mentioned earlier that for me the most important concern was my anonymity over the course of the trial. In that lengthy gap over the competency evaluation, I made the decision to come forward. I made the decision to, you know, come out as this having been my life story, and I stopped running from it. I think that, to Donna's credit, I went into the verdict not necessarily concerned about what the outcome would be. And I think for me, the greatest measure of justice, as I discussed earlier, is that I walked into the verdict completely ready for whatever was about to come, because I felt like I had done my part, and juries are unpredictable and they're going to do whatever they did. And that mattered less to me than I had the opportunity to get up and say my piece, and I felt at peace because of that, and I felt like I had done my part to fight for myself. And lastly, at sentencing, we were well aware of the fact that for any number of reasons, I wasn't going to have to use my statement to ask the judge to hand down a certain sentence. It was pretty much due to sentencing guidelines. It was set in stone what was going to happen. And so I wanted to do two things during sentencing. I wanted to read that letter, which is what I concluded with. And more importantly, I wanted to forgive my abuser. This was not something that she had asked for, and she is still sitting at the Utah State Prison writing letters to whoever will hear them that this is all a huge miscarriage of justice. But it was important for me to move on from this process with just a clean heart. And I turned to her and I said, I'm going to forgive you, not because it's something you've asked for, but because I'm not interested in having you live rent-free in my head anymore. And so you're going to go off now, Dover. You're going to go off for a very long time, and I'm going to go ahead and do whatever I'm going to do, and I'm going to stop carrying you around. And I'm going to let you go off and, spend all of your time behind bars that you want. And for me, that was important, for me having the ability to kind of rid myself of that as the process was winding down was vital. For me, as you all know, I'd walk into court every morning with a heart full of resentment, angry at her, and angry at her attorneys, and angry at anybody and everybody. And for me to kind of be in there one last time, and bear in mind, this was March 12th, 2020. It was the second to last day the courthouse was open. Kind of walking out felt very final as the world was already changing. But for me to walk out with that clean slate was a really powerful feeling.
So one of the things that happened in our relationship was the rabbi had a positive experience, would you say, overall, on the whole, positive experience in the system. And I have victims all the time who struggle and struggle and struggle. I had a very tough case where it was also the event happened in 2007. And she was preparing to go to trial in 2020. She was one of her trial was one of the first ones that happened under the COVID protocols. And she was terrified. This particular defendant had been, he was a gang member, and part of his criminal history was he had beaten a man to death with a baseball bat. Now, you're a young adult female, and you have to go against someone like that. He was one of the gang leaders. He was very dangerous and violent, would threaten her and her mother with violence all the time. So, as she was sitting in my office a couple weeks before trial, she was saying, I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. We hadn't had a preliminary hearing. They waived preliminary hearing, and so this was her first chance where she was going to have to see him and testify. And I thought about the rabbi and his experience, and I said, maybe he could come and just meet with her and talk to her. So I called the rabbi, and he, of course, was very generous and kind with his time, and he came down and met with her for about an hour, talked about what it's like to be a victim testifying. Because victims often say to me, like, have you ever had to get up and talk about a personal, horrible experience? And I'm like, no, I've never had to testify about that. So I don't have the credibility that someone who has done it has. So I asked the rabbi to come and meet with her. We met for about an hour. He left to go to another meeting, and for the first time in the whole case, I saw her smile. Her shoulders went like from this to this. And she said, I think I can do this. It was just a very powerful moment. So the rabbi and I are on the soapbox of we need more peer-to-peer support in our system. We need victims who have had a good experience in the system, to be able to come in and meet with victims that are terrified to testify and are having difficulty and don't know what to do when they sit up there and that sort of thing. He said some things to her, and I've been doing this 30 years, right? He said some things to her that I had never even thought of, about how to prepare, how to sit on the witness stand, how to create your own space around you that's a safe place when you're in that witness box. And so we highly recommend, if any of you want to start a peer-to-peer support system for victims, we would be happy to work with you. So that's our current soapbox. And it worked well for Mariah. Okay, we have one more slide, just about that.
I know we're short on time, but I think it's crucial to wrap up with this. We've called this presentation the Laffy Taffy Factor. We witness prepped on Halloween. The beginning of trial was November 12th. I don't celebrate Halloween, so for me it was another day I had to get through before trial. It was about 2 weeks before trial. And so we're sitting on the 3rd floor of the DA's office downtown in this obviously glass room, so you see everything going on in the hallways. It's Halloween afternoon, and I am really just, laying out everything in the most comprehensive fashion possible, and Donna's got at this point 2 dry erase boards and just chronicling event after event, and the dichotomy was incredibly powerful because the office is having a Halloween party. And so in the hallways you hear rollicking laughter, and there's kids in costumes having a great time, and the notion that right behind me and right to the side of me you have kids just enjoying the beautiful innocence of childhood. It's a holiday where we dress up and get candy, and I'm sitting there talking about the not innocent childhood that I had was kind of moving for me. And so after about 2 hours of prep, I came to realize something which I would realize during trial. When victims testify or when they prepare to testify, that they actually dissociate to a certain extent, and a lot of their bodily needs, they kind of forget about for a short while. It's after about 2 hours, we had gotten through a pretty rocky patch, and I came back to myself, and I really needed to use the restroom, and I was very, very hungry. And so I go off to use the restroom, and Donna goes to find something for me to eat in the DA's office. Well, it's Halloween, there's a lot of candy. And so the only kosher candy that Donna could find in the office was just a heap, this high, of guava Laffy Taffies. And so I come back into the office, and I'm, slowly coming back to myself, stuffing my face with guava Laffy Taffies. 2 weeks later, the first day of trial, we've been there the whole morning, here, jury selection, juries impaneled, and everyone's sitting, and we are moments away from opening statements. And Donna calls me over to the bar, and she puts into my hand one single guava Laffy Taffy. And she sent me back to my seat. And for me, that was justice, right over there. As prosecutors, what are you going to promise your victims? You're going to promise a verdict, you're going to promise an outcome, you're going to promise a sentence. There's not a lot that you can guarantee to the victims that you get to work with on a regular basis. There's one thing that you can give them, and that is a promise that you matter to me, I see you, I believe you, all the unique idiosyncrasies of your life mean something to me. And for me, the moment before trial started, for Donna to hand me a guava Laffy Taffy as a reminder of the unique circumstances of my life, and for me to remember that I mattered that much to her as a prosecutor, and that's why she was doing this, that is all I need to get through the trial. I never opened that guava Laffy Taffy. It still sits in my office with a bunch of other souvenirs from the trial process. It's hard as a rock. But it is a reminder to me on a daily basis of how incredibly fortunate I am to have had a public servant like Donna dedicate hours and days, which is turning into weeks and months, to fight for me. And I know that there are victims in every part of our state that are fortunate to have you in their corners. And so on behalf of all of those victims, I just want to thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. While Bob's walking up, does anybody have any questions? Or we will stay around for a few minutes and answer questions.
Please reach out. Please reach out. You know, I am where I am today because Donna dedicated her life to my case, and the least that I can do to pay that forward is if any of you could ever have any sort of use for an Orthodox rabbi in your office, please, please, please feel free to reach out. That is my cell phone number, and I mean it. Please call, please email, follow on social media, whatever works for you, please do reach out.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute break and start back up at 1:45 with our case law, case review. With our case law update.
Oh, you've got yours there?
Oh, so attentive.
We'll wait for people to trickle in a little bit. Well, most people are in the hall, so.
Yeah, we're trying to get them all in. We appreciate John and David doing our case law update. We've got them for the rest of the day, so we'll just go 60 minutes, take a break, 60 minutes.
We'll do the intro there.
And look forward to getting brought up to date on our case law. So there you go, guys.
All right, that's a tough act to follow. Thank you so much for that presentation, Donna and the rabbi. Can you guys hear me? No? Lights are all green. Ron, I think I need some technical assistance. It's coming out? How's that?
Yeah, people just have to quit talking.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. I'll see you later.
And testing on this one, do I have anything?
Is that better? Okay, I'll move it up on the lapel. It was on my tie. There we go. It's good to see so many people. It was tough the last couple of years playing to a crowd of like 5 to 12 people. So it's good to be back. John Nielsen and Dave Simpson were here from the AG's office in criminal appeals. We're going to do our best to get through a whole bunch of cases today and hopefully put some ticklers in your mind so when you run into these kinds of issues in your own cases, you can remember, oh, there was a case on that recently. You can go and take a little bit of a deeper dive. We're going to do something, we're going to try something a little different here. If anybody here or out in the virtual world has any questions or comments or things you'd like us to address during the presentation, shoot us an email. We've got our work phones up here. So while one is presenting, we're just going to tag team here. While one is presenting, the other is going to be checking his email. And I'm happy to get to any questions or comments you have during the presentation. There's our email addresses. John Nielsen at agutah.gov and DA Simpson at agutah.gov. So I'll give you a moment if you want to take a screen cap of that, take a picture, write it down really fast. And a caveat, as we always say during these kinds of presentations, I was with Dave the other day. We're doing a moot for one of his cases, and the trial prosecutor was involved in the moot. And Dave called himself the king of the Monday morning quarterbacks. We recognize that in criminal appeals, we're doing trial autopsies, right? It's easy for us to nitpick what happened, or for defense counsel to nitpick exactly what happened. This was said, this jury instruction was or was not given, all that kind of stuff. We recognize that you guys are very busy. I've been a trial prosecutor myself. I know what it's like preparing for trial and how hectic it is and how many things compete for your attention. So we're not here to blame anybody and say, you know, shame on you for doing this or for not doing that. We're here hopefully just to learn, to say, okay, this is what happened. Watch out for this situation. If you get into this situation, you know, turn left instead of right, kind of thing. So we offer all of our services in that spirit. And we'll start off with Dave, if this will work. It's not though. I guess we'll have to do it by hand here. Sorry, go ahead. There it is. Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, can everybody hear me all right? Do I have, yes? Okay, I'm not seeing too many frowny faces. All right, so Kennealy versus Strong is really the first big Fourth Amendment case that we've had from the U.S. Supreme Court in a while. And it's kind of remarkable, less for what it says and more for what it doesn't say. But I think it's going to be really important going forward. This is going to be a new area of development of the Fourth Amendment law. So the question in Kennealy versus Strong is there a community caretaking exception to the Fourth Amendment warrant requirement, and particularly within the home? This was less of a big deal in Utah because our Supreme Court had previously said that community caretaking only applied to automobile cases, but in a number of other states they applied it to a range of additional circumstances. The answer the Supreme Court gives is no, not as such. There really isn't a community caretaking exception for entry into the home. Community caretaking is an interest, but you still need to slot it within another doctrinal exception if you want to get, police want to conduct a warrantless search. So this is Mr. Cornelia. He and his wife lived in a home in Rhode Island. They got into a fight one night. They ended up having a back and forth where he said, "Shoot me and get it over with." And she went to the hotel. She went to a hotel to stay the night. The next day she called in to check in on him, but he wouldn't pick up the phone, so she called police for a welfare check. Police entered the home without a warrant. They ended up detaining him for suicide prevention reasons, and they ended up taking some of his guns away. And so this is important for a couple of reasons. One, as I said, to begin with, kind of how limited the holding is. You may say, well, is there a Second Amendment problem here? No, it's not raised below. You might also ask, well, is there a potential sort of exigent circumstances, emergency aid exception argument to be made here? And again, the answer is no. The state, the government here, because this is a Fourth Amendment civil suit, only argues that the search is okay and the seizure is okay under the community caretaking exception. Community caretaking comes originally from a case called Katie versus Dombrowski, which talks about how local police officers frequently investigate things that are separate and apart from their criminal justice function. They have these sorts of community caretaking functions that are totally divorced from the protection, investigation, or acquisition of evidence relating to a crime. And the lower courts have kind of split on whether this goes further beyond the Katie situation and into homes and extends beyond cars. Here, the First Circuit said, well, police were acting out of a non-law enforcement interest in community caretaking. They acted reasonably, and so the search was okay, even though it didn't have a warrant. The court says, even though Katie's a car case, threats to individual community safety, they're not confined to highways, so it extends to the home as well. So the majority of the Supreme Court, in a relatively short opinion by Justice Thomas, says, no, that's not right. Exigent circumstances can be a reason to enter a home. That's a case out of Utah, Brigham City versus Stewart. But the lower courts here did not state an exigency, did not state a reason that stopped the police from getting a warrant or from going through legal process before they entered the home. So Katie doesn't justify this because Katie's only dealing with a car, and that's a very different situation than what you have in a home. So that's the basic holding of Cornelia is fairly straightforward. You don't get to enter a home without a warrant under a community caretaking rationale. You need more. Where the sort of interesting discussion comes from as far as where we move on from here is in the concurrences. And I usually don't like to talk too much about concurrences, but it's important, I think, to do so here because you have a lot of the justices sort of chiming in to say, well, here's what we are not holding today. So here we go. So first concurrence is, these are an old section of slides. This is not the correct slides. We've got, these have been updated since then. I can keep going while we're trying to get this worked out, but yeah, this is an old version of the slides, so we have some missing stuff here. Yeah, and we have our, are you doing Lang first, or? All right. While John's trying to get this figured out, I'll keep talking about what we do have here. So we have actually three sets of concurrences, one by Justice Alito, another from Justice Roberts, and another from Justice Kavanaugh, basically saying these are what we are not holding here. We are not saying that authorities can never enter a home. So Justice Alito says it's possible that you can enter a home for non-criminal reasons, and it's also possible that non-criminal reasons may need a lesser showing than criminal reasons. Right, that makes sense in the sense that we have a whole warrant procedure for entering a home for criminal justice purposes. There's no, in most states, there's no community caretaking warrant for, say, paramedics who want to enter a home to conduct a welfare check. If somebody's having a heart attack, if somebody's having immediately suicidal ideations, these are not the sorts of things that you can go get a stop a suicide warrant. Or if you can, they typically don't use the same standards as the Fourth Amendment. We actually worked on an amicus brief for this case out of our office, and I did some research into it, and most states have some sort of temporary civil commitment hold for suicide prevention, but Almost none of the states require us to a neutral and detached magistrate, which is the standard you have in the Fourth Amendment. So you have in the court being very careful to say we don't want to cast any doubt on the ability of representatives of the government, whether that's police or somebody else, to be able to enter a home if they need to take care of people. We're just saying you can't call it community caretaking. So this doesn't deal with the validity of red flag laws. It doesn't deal with the validity of laws preventing, allowing for civil commitments in the cases of threatened suicide, things like that. Where are we at here?
Yeah, this is it. I'm going to put it on this flash drive.
Okay. So what I may do then, I'll miss out on a couple of slides here while we're getting this swapped out, but yeah. Here, while you're swapping that out, I can just, yeah, while you're swapping that out, I can just talk through this here. You can get me back to the slides. Okay.
Using my phone as a hotspot, so.
Yeah. See, this is why it is nice to have Wi-Fi, although probably not thousands of dollars nice. There, I got it. All right, so that's Alito's concurrence. Roberts and Breyer step in and say, well, look, we all know that police can enter a home under exigent circumstances under Brigham City versus Stewart to do things like stop violence, to restore order, and to render medical assistance. The important part there, of course, is that it's not just that the police need to render help, but they need to render help in a way that's urgent and important, right? So we all agree, for instance, that it can be reasonable under circumstances for police to, or for anybody else to enter a home to stop somebody who's actively having a heart attack, but not to say break down the front door to counsel you about eating better and lowering your cholesterol. Right? The interest in both those cases is the same. You're trying to prevent a heart attack. One is urgent and one is not. Here we go. And then Alito is also very careful to say that this doesn't forbid welfare checks. The court's decision just goes no further than saying you can't call it community caretaking. Justice Kavanaugh also pipes in with a separate concurrence to say police can enter a home to prevent suicide, they can conduct welfare checks on elderly people, they can check on unattended children, and many of the things that courts are calling community caretaking now, you could call them exigent circumstances. It's exactly the same thing, we just have to put it under the proper analysis and look at whether there's an exigent need to engage in the activity. The one that you just talked about. Or the Roberts one? All right, I mean, you're up anyway, so if you want to just keep powering through, we can, but.
All right, let's power through.
But this,
At the break.
yeah, this makes me think that we may be missing a number of slides then, and whatever has been uploaded here. But here, I can take the thumb drive again if you want.
Thank you. Sorry about that. We'll deal with the technical difficulties as we move on here.
Your mic's on, right? David, is your mic on?
I thought it would.
No, you're on mute, that's why we can't hear you.
There we go. Oh, well, tell me.
All right. Langby, California, case on hot pursuit and misdemeanors. Question in this case, can police in hot pursuit of a fleeing misdemeanant as opposed to a fleeing felon enter a home where the suspect flees to without getting a warrant? The answer is sometimes. It depends on the particular facts. So there's going to be, we have a new balancing test here. If you have a, this is most likely, we see this most often I think in DUI cases. You know, somebody's close to their house when cops are pulling them over and they pull into their garage or their carport or whatever, run into the house, right? Can you run in and get them? Maybe, maybe not. All right. Arthur Lang was driving, let's call it conspicuously. He had his windows down, he was playing loud music, he was repeatedly honking his horn, you know, the woo boys are out, woo! Cop pulled him over and he pulled into his attached garage. The officer followed him in, found out he was drunk, yada, 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 misdemeanor DUI. So the California courts said this is fine. That hot pursuit basically made the entry reasonable per se. And courts across the country were divided on this question under which hot pursuit of misdemeanors justified entry. Some said it was always okay. Others said each case turns on its facts in deciding whether a particular exigency under the circumstances justified entry. The Supreme Court ends up going with the latter rule there. And Justice Kagan writing. So, exigent circumstances exist, here's the money language, when the exigency of the situation makes the needs of law enforcement so compelling that a warrantless search is objectively reasonable. Pretty standard Fourth Amendment law there. This includes things like emergency aid under Brigham City, which Dave alluded to in the last case, or preventing imminent destruction of evidence or suspect escape, things we're all very familiar with, right? Now, the tempting thing here is to say, well, the evidence that's being destroyed is the alcohol in the defendant's blood because their body is metabolizing it and it's going away and we need to get to it right away. But we also know that that's not enough of an exigency from other Supreme Court cases to justify a warrantless search, right? So it turns on the totality of the circumstances. The court takes a little bit of a deep dive here. So historically, the home, because this is entry into a home, the Fourth Amendment was written primarily with the home in mind, right? The home is kind of first among equals, or the most privileged place, as it were, under Fourth Amendment law. Given that, the court was not eager, writes Justice Kagan, more the reverse, to print a new permission slip for entering the home without a warrant. Though the court had approved of hot pursuit exigency in a felony case, there's that cite right there, misdemeanors are different in their effects on the public. And by the way, the court says felonies are not really a per se rule anyway. What the court was really concerned about here is if you could enter in hot pursuit of any felony, what about littering, right? Like somebody throws a candy wrapper on the ground, can you run them down and stop litterer and go into their house without a warrant? It seemed incongruous, right? It seemed a little off balance. So the court gives some examples: littering on a public beach, negligently cutting a plant growing on public land, disorderly conduct. When I was a baby prosecutor, I used to love to go through the criminal code and look for obscure crimes that would be fun to charge someday. My favorite was unlawful use of a laser pointer, which I realize is not, which can be a big deal if you're like pointing it at a plane or whatever, but then it's a federal offense, right? Or disrupting a meeting, which was a joke until the last couple of years when it became less so. And I had more Parks and Rec sort of filibusters in mind than what's been going on the last couple of years. But yeah, the court was not eager, it said, to print a new permission slip on this kind of thing.
I think I got it, so
Thank you so
pull it
much,
up for
Dave.
mine. I'll pull it up for mine when
okay.
you're done with this set of slides.
Just one more on Lang then. So if you get a hot pursuit misdemeanor case, it's possible the entry was a warrantless entry, could be okay under the circumstances. Here is what you need to look at. When the totality of circumstances shows an emergency such as an imminent harm to others, so DV assault cases, that's probably going to be, you're going to have some solid ground there. A threat to the officer himself, destruction of evidence, just remember, again, given other Supreme Court case law, it's not going to cut it just to say, well, their body's burning up the alcohol evidence, so we need to get in there and get it. Or escape from the home, the police may act without waiting. But also consider the nature of the crime. Is this a littering case or is this a DV assault case kind of thing? The nature of the flight and all the surrounding facts. So marshal as much as you possibly could to say, okay, why was this okay for the cops to go in here? Consider what they're investigating, consider the victims, consider the impact on the public, what the officer's doing, all that sort of thing, and make your best pitch.
We've got the slide trouble worked out. All right, next set of cases are what I've sort of classified as the unanimity cases. And I want you to sort of frame why I think this is so important and why we've put this at the top of the presentation, to think about the most important cases that you've ever tried. And think about, some of the sort of serious multiple sexual assault cases that the presenters in the last presentation were talking about. And imagine what it's going to feel like if you find out months later that that case has been thrown out on appeal for something that you didn't do and for something for which there was no objection at trial. These cases raise that specter of the serious crimes coming back and having to be retried again, and in some cases not being able to be retried again because of double jeopardy, because of unanimity concerns. The Court of Appeals has been very, very active in this area within the last couple of years, and so what I want to do is rather than talk about one case, I want to discuss them all as a group and help explain both why I think this is important and how you can avoid your case becoming the next one on this list here. So here we have the judgment of Solomon threatening to cut the baby in half. John and I have talked about this before. One of our pet peeves is when people call a decision Solomonic when it's split down the middle. That's absolutely the opposite of what it means. It's kind of like saying, oh yeah, I was so hungry I demolished that meal like the lions ate Daniel in the lion's den. Like the point of the story is exactly the opposite. Solomon didn't split the baby. But so this is what the Court of Appeals is worried about. They're worried that juries will split on different counts, and so that you're going to have verdicts that appear to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but in fact are not unanimous as to exactly what happened. So my outline for this sort of subset of this presentation is first, what is the problem of unanimity? Second is, what do these unanimity cases hold? And then third, what can you do to prevent your case from being the next unanimity case? So beginning first with the issue of what is the problem of unanimity. So this dates back in Utah really to a case from a couple years ago called State versus Aliris or Aliris. So Aliris was charged with 6 counts of aggravated sexual abuse of a child. So 2 against his daughter and 4 against his daughter's friend. And during closing argument, the prosecutor described a whole bunch of different prohibited sexual touchings and said the jury could convict on whichever ones they wanted. So, here are all these different touchings. We have 4 counts here, 2 counts over there, and then here are 6 counts, the 6 alleged total. You can pick whichever one you think matches to each one. The jury, I think, actually gets a little confused by this. And so what the jury does is they send a note saying, hey, what are we supposed to do here? We have all these counts and we don't know how to match them up to specific acts. The court says, well, just look at your instructions. And so the jury, I think, again, out of confusion says, all right, well, we have 2 victims here, so we'll convict of 1 count for this victim, 1 count for that victim, and then acquit on all of the others. All right, so Aliris goes up on appeal, and he argues that his counsel was ineffective for not ensuring that those verdicts were unanimous. And Judge Hagan, soon perhaps to be Justice Hagan, writing for a unanimous majority, agrees and reverses, holding that it was objectively unreasonable for trial counsel to propose instructions that did not require the jury to be unanimous as to the specific acts supporting each conviction. The jury should have been instructed to agree on a specific criminal act for each charge in order to convict. Without such an instruction, the jury could have completely disagreed on which acts occurred or which acts were illegal. So for more sort of about what that means about which acts are charged and which ones on which the jury needs to be unanimous, take a look at the Utah Supreme Court's case in State versus Hummel. So they draw a distinction between unanimity of elements and unanimity of theories. So unanimity of theories is, say, the jury doesn't need to be unanimous about whether a burglary occurred if there's one smashed out window over on one side and an open door on the other. They don't need to be unanimous about whether the person entered through the window or entered through the door. But say if you have facts about, say, one robbery or burglary in Salt Lake City on Wednesday and another one in Provo on Friday, they do need to be unanimous about which of those 2 they think occurred, because those could be chargeable as 2 separate crimes. So the problem arises where one charge encompasses multiple different criminal acts any of which would have been sufficient to sustain a conviction. This is sometimes called duplicity. If you look at case law from other states or even from Utah, they'll call this duplicitous charging. So to give you sort of another kind of straightforward example, imagine a sex assault case. You have an allegation of touching of the victim's buttocks on Monday, touching of the victim's breasts on Tuesday, touching of the pubic area on Wednesday, and then it results in one charge, one count for sexual abuse of a minor. What the court is worried about is that the jury may take this and maybe 4 jurors think that the defendant touched the victim's buttocks on Monday, 2 think he touched the victim's breasts, 3 think that he touched the victim's pubic area, and so they all agree that you get to 8 votes, but they haven't agreed on which of those 3 potential independent criminal acts form the basis for the charge. So that's what the problem of unanimity looks like. So I'm going to go then through a couple of examples of cases where this has come up and where it's either been where it's in particular focusing on where it's been found to be prejudicial. All right, so taking a look at some of the recent cases just from this last year. So State versus Mendoza, this is a case where police respond to a domestic violence call. The subjects who match the description of the people reported in the call run inside Mendoza's house. Mendoza comes out and starts yelling at the police to get off of his lawn, swearing at them, slams the door in their face, and continues yelling at them to leave. So he's charged with obstruction of justice, and if you've looked at the obstruction of justice statute, there are a whole bunch of different ways, different types of acts you can engage in to commit obstructing justice. So things like providing weapons, using force, destroying evidence, harboring a fugitive, warning people that police are coming, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So during closing, the prosecutor said, well, look, there are various different ways in which he obstructed justice here, but we're focused on just a few, and there's one charge of obstructing justice. Mendoza appeals, and he says, well, my attorney was ineffective for failing to ensure that the jury was unanimous about which theory of obstruction occurred here. Court of Appeals agrees and reverses. It says counsel was ineffective for not having ensured that the verdict was unanimous, reverses the conviction. Performance was deficient on the part of the defense attorney because the jury instructions merely told the jury to decide whether Mendoza did any of those acts, not to agree on which specific one. So some jurors could have thought he harbored a fugitive, others could have thought he warned police were coming under the facts like this. The error is also prejudicial because, as the Court of Appeals puts it, to be frank, none of the facts here presented something that was obviously obstruction of justice, so we're not sure which one the jury would have relied on. The court then gives instructions for what to do on remand. So the court says the district court must either, 1, instruct the jurors that they must agree on which act Mendoza committed, or provide a special verdict form requiring the juries to indicate which act they agree Mendoza has committed, and preferably both. They would actually ideally like trial prosecutors to do both. So say, instruct the jury that they must be unanimous and ask them which count they are all agreeing on. State versus Bao, another set of sort of similar circumstances in the sex assault context. So Bao's charged with 2 acts of aggravated sexual abuse. At trial, the state introduces evidence of 3 potentially criminal acts of touching and argues that any 2 of those incidents could be the basis for the 2 charged counts here. The jury acquits on one count and convicts on the other. So you have 3 potential criminal acts, 2 charges, 1 conviction. Again, the Utah Court of Appeals looks at this, finds counsel was ineffective for not assuring that the verdict is unanimous, and reverses this serious conviction. Defense counsel should have objected because by telling the jury that any 2 of these incidents can form the basis of the counts, the prosecutor invited the jury to engage in a free-for-all for which acts were the supporting the basis for the conviction. By the way, I kind of looked at the prosecutor's argument here. I'm not sure that's a fair description of what the prosecutor was arguing. So if you whoever had this case happened to be here, I see you, I hear you. I'm not sure that this is exactly accurate, but this is what we're stuck with. The court isn't last because it's right because it's last. And so again, as far as what we do going forward, there's prejudice from failure to ensure unanimity. And that the court notes this is not always going to be prejudicial. There are going to be some cases where it might not be prejudicial, but it's prejudicial here because of the state's arguments to the jury. The evidence as to all the counts wasn't particularly overwhelming. There's a lack of details about when some of the prohibited acts of touching occur. And there's evidence of potential jury confusion. So there's at least some suggestion on the record that the jury might have split the difference here. State versus Motegian. These are some pictures of some pretty flowers. I put these pictures of pretty flowers up here because I could not find a good picture to illustrate the really, really gross stuff that happened in this case. So just if this starts to sound gross, just think of those pretty flowers instead. So Motegian, this is a really odd sex assault case. Motegian falsely told women that he was a doctor and an engineer for a medical device company. And then he probed these poor volunteers' vaginas and anuses in the name of anatomical research. You can probably see where this is going. He was not a doctor. He was not an engineer. Sort of at best, he had this idea to start this sort of half-baked scheme to start a sex toy company, right? And you would think that that would be quite relevant to whether someone consents to this sort of activity. So his defense at trial, he doesn't deny penetration, but his argument is just that the victims consented to this. So the state presents evidence of 58 separate acts of criminal touching, but only charged 8 of them. And I think sensibly so, right? One of the messages I want you guys to take away from this is you don't need to charge everything if you don't think it's just, right? If you think 8 is the correct number, charge 8. Don't charge 58 just to make your job easier, right? Charge what you think is just and then work backwards from there. And so he argues on appeal that his counsel was ineffective, again, for not ensuring unanimity. So the court holds that the failure to ensure unanimity was problematic and deficient, and that the counsel should have done better. However, we dodged a bullet here. The court finds no prejudice under these unique facts. So first, Motegian does not dispute that the penetration occurred. The only argument is consent. And there's really no meaningful and relevant basis for distinguishing between these various acts of penetration. Sort of if the jury thought they all happened, one happened, it was going to think they all happened. If the jury thought that none of them happened, then they were kind of all going to rise or fall as a group. All right, one more example, State versus Paul. Paul shot his friend in the face with a shotgun and later was acquitted on self-defense, but he's charged with obstruction of justice. Again, the obstruction of justice statute, multiple different ways in which you can commit this crime. After the shooting, he throws the shotgun away and then disposes of his cell phone and runs away to California. So you have a couple of different potential factual bases for obstruction of justice. He argues ineffective assistance because the jury wasn't told it had to be unanimous. Like Motegian, the court says, well, yeah, your defense counsel should have ensured the jury was unanimous. That was deficient performance. But in this case, the prosecutor actually saved it. What the prosecutor did is that you can ensure unanimity in a bunch of different ways. So one is through instructions. Another is through the prosecutor identifying during opening or closing which acts match to which charge. So here you have 3 different potential acts that are described in the evidence, but there's only one that the prosecutor explicitly ties to the charges. The prosecutor says, no, you've heard a bunch of different evidence, but the basis for the obstruction count here is just throwing the gun away. So the Court of Appeals says, well, there's no unanimity problem because the prosecutor fixed it, even though your defense attorney should have done more. There's also some dicta here in footnote 4 where the court says, well, there's no Utah model jury instruction on this, and we'd really like the court to think about one. We would urge the advisory committee to think about this and maybe give us a model instruction on unanimity. And so with that in mind, that's, I think, a good segue for the last little section I want to talk about for unanimity, which is, so what can you do to prevent your case from being the next reversal? So as that footnote in Paul alludes to, the Muji Committee is not coming to save you. You're all on your own here, right? If you think the Muji Committee is going to come and save you from this peril, they're not, at least not for now. The Muji Committee is actually aware of this issue. So if you look at the notes to some of their instructions, they say, look, Utah courts have said that there's this unanimity problem, that you may need additional unanimity instructions under some circumstances. In cases where different acts and mental states can satisfy the same element, practitioners should add or amend proposed jury instructions to address unanimity concerns. But they say Utah courts have really not drawn particularly clear lines. And so the nature of the instruction is going to vary depending on the facts of your case. One unanimity instruction may not be enough to sort of match all of the potential concerns. So for right now, the Muji committee has said we're not going to issue a blanket instruction. We think that might be actually more dangerous and more misleading than helpful. Here's where I need to have a mea culpa. I discussed this issue a little bit last year when we were doing this same presentation, and I was a little glib in the way that I referred to the Muji committee. And afterwards, one of our prosecutors who was on the Muji committee came up to me and, in a very nice way, said, "Hey, jerk, we're aware of this issue. This is more complicated than you think, and we think it's really difficult to have a one-size-fits-all instruction." Thinking about it some more, I think she was absolutely right. So I think the advisory committee deserves some credit here. It's aware of the problem, but it's worried that a one-size-fits-all solution is not going to account for every circumstance. So what can you do? I'm going to give you a couple of different suggestions on what you can do to address this problem if you have one of these cases come up, and give you some pros and cons of different approaches. So one is you can give something along the lines of what's the instruction that's given in a case called State versus Gallagher. So Gallagher came down in 2020. There, the prosecutor told the jurors, look, you don't need to be unanimous on which act occurred. You just need to find that one of them did. The district court, to its credit, steps in and says, no, I'm giving a sua sponte jury instruction that tells the jurors they have to be unanimous as to which particular act. I'm not going to read it the whole thing. It's a little clunky. I don't love the language of the Gallagher opinion. The Gallagher opinion imports the language directly from the district court and says this was enough to cure the problem. So I don't love the exact language here, but if you look at the way it's described in paragraph 34 of the opinion, the jury must make a determination as to each count and be able to find unanimity on a specific instance that meets the criteria for the offense. Something like that, and particularly if you put it on the record that we're drawing this from State versus Gallagher, I think that's going to set us up much better for appeal. You don't need this big, whole ugly thing that the district court is coming off, that is issuing from the top of its head, but something along these lines may be helpful. So that's suggestion number one. Take a look at Gallagher, craft an instruction around that. Another possibility is you can look at out-of-state instructions. So we, as I discussed, we don't have a model instruction on this issue, but some other states do. So no Utah cases approve of out-of-state instructions. So I can't point to a Utah case that says this one is okay, but it seems like a reasonable solution, and particularly since we see these cases most frequently in terms of ineffective assistance of counsel. If you're offering an instruction that other states use, that also gives us ammunition on appeal to say, well, look, defense counsel could reasonably think that, if it's good enough for all these other states, it would be good enough for Utah, and so we may be able to defeat it on appeal on those grounds. It may also have, that's the point I was going to make about it. It may be helpful for ineffective assistance claims. Here's an instruction that's used at least in Arizona and California. So this is an instruction that says the defendant is accused of having committed whatever one crime it is. The prosecution has introduced evidence for the purpose of showing more than one act on which the conviction could be based, and then it tells the jury you need to be unanimous as to which act you think occurred. Note, by the way, that this instruction addresses the problem only when there is one charge that's being charged. If you have a case where, say, there are 5 charges and 10 acts, this is not going to solve it. You're going to need to tweak the instruction again to match your scenario. But this is another possibility. I didn't do sort of a full survey of every state and jurisdiction in the country, but I stumbled across this one fairly quickly. This seems to be a reasonable solution. Another way you can deal with the issue is special verdict forms. So Mendoza and Bao basically say if you've introduced several different acts, you can have a special verdict form to say this is my theory of obstruction of justice, or this is the Count 1 is the touching that took place on Monday. Count 2 is the touching that took place on Tuesday. Count 3 is the touching that took place on Wednesday. So that's another possibility. Last possibility, this is also well supported in the case law, is prosecutorial election. So that's for the prosecutor to step forward and identify which acts go to which specific charges. So Aliris talks about this, that the jury could have been told to which acts go to which charge, and it cites some cases from other states where the courts have held that prosecutors can eliminate the unanimity problem on their own by identifying which acts correspond to which charges. This could be done as late as the oral argument or as the closing argument. Sorry, that's the appellate attorney in me. May it please the court, may I please stop using appellate terms to refer to trials? So this could be done as late as the closing argument, but a better practice, if you're going to use this, is probably to do it in the charging document itself. So if you look, for example, if you had a charging document that says count 1, sexual abuse of a minor, touching of buttocks on Monday, count 2, sexual abuse of a minor, touching of breasts on Tuesday, count 3, sexual abuse of a minor, touching of pubic area on Wednesday. If you identify it clearly in the charging document, then that's going to make it clear going forward which act corresponds to which charge. The other benefit of doing it in the charging document is it also gives us another argument on appeal if things go sideways. So State versus Wytalk that came down in 2020, there the information alleged one count of witness tampering, and then the state later amended it at the date range to include a separate potential act of witness tampering to encompass within that one charge. So you go from one act corresponding to one charge to 2 acts corresponding to one charge. And so normally this would raise a unanimity problem. However, the court holds reasonable defense counsel could decline to object to it because they might be worried if you go and point out to the prosecution, hey, look, you seem to be charging 2 acts here, but you seem to be alleging 2 acts here, that the prosecution might amend the charging document to now charge 2 crimes instead of 1. Now again, I want to make this really, really clear. I'm not arguing that you should charge as many acts as you can. You should charge what's just and then work backwards. We charge people with crimes because we think it's the right thing to do, not because it makes our job as prosecutors easier. But if you're clear about it early, what you think is just and which acts correspond to which crimes, then that's going to give you some more ammunition to help avoid this being overturned on appeal. Last thoughts just in terms of drawbacks and benefits to these 2 approaches. So the nice thing about having unanimity instruction is that it can still allow the state to offer alternative evidence. So you can say, look, we've alleged 2 different acts of prohibited touching. We want to be able to present both of those and give the jury the option of convicting as to either one, and we'll have one resulting conviction because we think that's the number of convictions that are just. So it sort of allows us to have 2 bites at the apple. There's the drawbacks are, one, you could pick the wrong instruction, right? So if you have a case that alleges multiple counts, but you use the Arizona or California instruction, it's not going to fix the issue. We also don't have as much clear case law on what instructions are approved and which ones aren't. And you could have a sort of potential notice and Rule 404 problems, right? So if I come into court and say, well, I'm alleging these 2 different acts, each of which would be sufficient to support a conviction, but I only want one charge, you could imagine a defense attorney saying, well, wait a minute, aren't you trying to cheat your way out of Rule 404? If you charge just one act in one charge, then this other one would be an uncharged act, and you'd have to show that it was admissible as intrinsic evidence or under Rule 404. I kind of wonder if we may see these sorts of arguments coming down the road, that the state is sort of doing an end run around Rule 404B by trying to sort of have its 2 bites at the apple. Benefits and drawbacks of the election approach, whether you ask for a special verdict, you ask for an election in your closing argument, or you discuss it in the charging document. The nice thing about this is I think it's the safer and arguably easier way to resolve the issue. You just identify a specific physical act, and then you apply it to a specific charge. And I think that sort of benefits clarity going forward. The drawback to this is A, you'll lose the chance of having your alternative arguments, and B, the sort of flip side of that 404 concern I have. If you have a sexual assault case where you have 10 different acts of touching and you are only charging one of them and you've tied that charge to a specific physical act, well then what about those other 9? Can you still get them in? You're going to have to justify why you want to get them in under Rule 404B, to show grooming, to show intrinsic evidence. There are a bunch of different theories, but you're going to have to make that argument, and so it may make some of your sort of pre-trial litigation a little bit more difficult in that regard. My own personal view, I mean, the Utah law seems to permit both approaches. I think this is probably the better and safer one. I think it presents the issues more cleanly. But I think the big takeaway from all of this is that there really isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. When you're dealing with multiple potential acts that are all encompassed within a single charge or within a smaller number of charges, you do need to think specifically about which act corresponds to which charge. And if you don't, even in the absence of an objection, you could lose your conviction by failing to sort of think that through and making it clear for the jury.
That's true. One other.
Can I make one observation?
Yeah.
No, I think it does work, when you do it in closing argument, but it seems like that is kind of strange a little bit because it kind of goes against what arguments are and what the instructions from the court are, right? That it's not evidence, it's just argument. And, under the right set of facts, you could see somebody arguing to the court, look, maybe a child sex abuse case is horrendous. And say, well, the prosecutor stated that, but that's not evidence. And so therefore, per the court's instruction, they were obligated to follow the court's instruction. So it's just kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, and there are other issues too with doing it that way. You could imagine a notice problem as well, right? If they're saying, well, look, you alleged these sorts of things in the information, but you didn't give me notice until closing argument about exactly which act corresponds to which charge. I think the point's well taken. As of right now, the court does seem to suggest that that's going to be sufficient, at least in an ineffective assistance context. Sort of maybe query whether it would also be enough in a context where there's an express objection that's preserved. Side note as well, right? One of the things you may see from Aliris itself is that it's not always in a defendant's interest to preserve objections to these sorts of issues. You look at Aliris and the jury, in fact, the defendant probably actually got a benefit from having unclear charging there because the jury ended up acquitting on a whole bunch of charges because it couldn't figure out which one corresponded to which act. So at least arguably, if it's not raised, it probably shouldn't be ineffective assistance of counsel because sometimes defense attorneys and defendants can benefit from that degree of confusion. But yeah, no, I think your point's well taken. I think you're probably within a safe harbor under the case law as it exists. But yeah, my own personal view is the safer way to do it is in the charging document, not just waiting until closing argument.
And, there's another comment. I apologize.
Oh yeah, no.
Maybe the thing to do is just turn to the court at that point and say, Your Honor, I would stipulate that those facts relate to that charge and ask that the court instruct the jury that they are obligated to follow.
Sure.
Follow that.
And that's going to be safer as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. We'll get to your question in 1 second, right? Randy, I don't think it's a problem that it's in closing argument because it's not evidence. You're saying argument is these facts fit this law. And that's what you're telling them. When you're looking at this law, think about these facts. So I don't think that's a problem at all. Brian, you had a question.
Well, and I was just to add on to that, there is case law sort of saying that the jury doesn't have to adopt the state's exact theory. So, I mean, as of right now, the court says it's fine and it is enough to cure the problem, but I think there's wiggle room for a clever defense attorney to make the argument that, the jury could have listened to the prosecutor, but they weren't required to. Sorry.
Well, and just one quick follow-up, and then we'll get to Ryan's question. But the reason why I like this solution like Dave does is that, especially in child sex cases, this can be tough, right? Because the evidence is going to come out differently than you thought it was. You've talked to the victim 3 or 4 times, and they've omitted details, or you charged this thing, and then they didn't talk about that sodomy count as much as you tried to get them to, that sort of thing. And closing is your chance to kind of wrap it up, tie it together, and I see a lot of special victims prosecutors giving labels to each count. This is for the touching in the kitchen. This is for what happened in the bedroom while they were watching X movie or whatever else. as specific as you can be and as specific as your victim can be is how you want to basically give names to those counts so that the jury, so it's really clear to them what's going on.
Yeah, and so the sort of final 2 points on that. Number one, yeah, you don't need to say on X date at X time, date and time are not an element of a crime as a general rule, and so it's enough to do anything to separate the two. The one other thing, we just got an email from one of our colleagues who's on the Muji committee, and he's said, well, the Muji committee is looking at this. They're trying to find some solutions that aren't one size fits all and that would fit a bunch of these different scenarios. For now, though, you're sort of left figuring it out on your own, and hopefully we will get some help from the Muji committee going forward.
One other issue, Greg, let's go to Ryan. He's been very patient. Then I've got an online question.
This issue would apply in your analysis to stalking, or if how you might strategize a stalking case where your element is a course of conduct.
Stalking's a little bit different because, and this would also be true, I suppose, for a pattern of unlawful activity if you're looking at the predicate offenses, because part of proving the crime is proving that they've done something multiple times over a period. It's kind of an umbrella crime. So I don't think it matters as much there. One other issue that might come up, Dave talked about 404B issues. It might even get worse in some of these cases because when you go back down for retrial on some of these remands, defense counsel is likely to argue a double jeopardy. Because if you don't know which counts were acquitted and which counts were convicted, then you can't retry them on things they were acquitted on, right? And if you have some acquittals, if you have a mixed verdict, this becomes a big problem. So it might actually even be bigger than, oh gosh, I have to go do this again. You might not get a chance to do it again, which is why it is so crucial.
Another question that we got online, in cases where consent is at issue, consent is defined separately under the Utah Code. Do we need to worry about unanimity on theories for consent, even though the elements of the crime are listed elsewhere? So in other words, the element of rape only requires the jury to find lack of consent. Is the appellate court pushing towards requiring the jury to be unanimous on how they found lack of consent? I think short answer to that would be no. I couldn't point you to a specific case.
Hummel.
But I think Hummel, Hummel is a different statute, but I think would control that. So if I got that case on appeal, what I would say was no. Different theories of consent, if it's the same sex act, it can only support one conviction. And if you have different theories about why the victim wasn't consenting, it's still only one act leading to one conviction. So I wouldn't be worried about it in that context. Where it matters in the sexual context is where you have multiple acts of touching, because each of those individual acts of touching could stand on their own as separate convictions.
Yeah, I think that's right. All right, any other questions on this? Dave did a really heavy lift with these cases and did a very good job of laying that out for you. If you do have additional questions, both of us, especially Dave, are happy to field them.
And I would also just, especially me. Well,
I'm happy to forward it.
And actually, if you really need some help, him over there, Will Haynes has actually litigated a bunch of these cases. We have a couple experts in the house. He probably knows even more than I do about these sorts of issues. But I think it's important to talk about because changing this requires a pretty significant change in how we are charging and looking at multi-charge cases, and unless we sort of start moving in a different direction on those, we may see a lot more reversals going forward. So.
Yeah, grab bags, no, labels, yes. Jones v. Mississippi, this is a quick juvenile sentencing case. What does a judge need to do? This was an open question before this. What does a judge need to do to decide that a kid is broken and can never get out of prison? So just really quickly, the question that arose was, does the judge need to find specifically that someone is permanently incorrigible before they're sent off to LWOP? The short answer is no. So here's Mr. Jones. This lovely young man is Brett Jones. He was 15 years old and living with his grandparents in Tupelo, Mississippi. And his grandpa found Brett's girlfriend in his bedroom and kicked Brett out of the house. And Brett said he was, quote, going to hurt his grandpa for that. And hurt him he did. He later stabbed him 8 times and killed him. And he claimed self-defense, but the jury, of course, didn't buy it. He got LWOP, which in Mississippi at the time was mandatory under the statute. Just you commit this crime, you're done. While his appeal was pending, the U.S. Supreme Court decided Miller v. Alabama and said, okay, mandatory LWOP for juveniles violates the cruel and unusual punishment prohibition of the Eighth Amendment because they're kids and their brains are underdeveloped and all that stuff. So got sent back for resentencing, and the resentencing judge said, yeah, I know I have discretion to impose a lesser sentence. I'm not going to. You get LWOP. He appealed again, and while that appeal was pending, the U.S. Supreme Court yet again addressed this issue in Montgomery v. Louisiana and said Miller didn't require a permanent incorrigibility finding, but it hinted that one might be necessary for juvenile LWOP because it said, as a matter, this was Justice Kennedy gifting us with another of his wonderful opinions, saying, well, the only juveniles who are really going to get this are those whose crimes reflect permanent incorrigibility. And then the court split on, well, what does that mean? Does that mean the judge has to say, I find you permanently incorrigible, or the judge just has to think it or consider it? You know, what was going on here? So we finally get his case up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and in a straightforward opinion from Justice Kavanaugh, he says, look, Montgomery already held that Miller did not require a permanent incorrigibility finding. We affirm that. It can't be mandatory, but a judge can, in his or her discretion, impose that when it's appropriate. You have to consider youth, but it's not dispositive. And we can't say there's an Eighth Amendment consensus against this practice because no state statute requires it.
Oh, crud, me again already. All right, I'm not even going to make an attempt to pronounce this poor defendant's name here. These two people depicted in this picture, by the way, the gentleman on the right is Mr. Batson from Batson versus Kentucky. The gentleman on the left is the prosecutor from Batson versus Kentucky. They actually tour the country now, and they talk about various criminal justice and racial issues. If you're interested in this subject, there's actually a great podcast from a series called More Perfect that interviews both of them and sort of talks about the facts that led to Batson versus Kentucky. All right, so this is facts of this case. So the defendant is an African American. He's charged with drug distribution. There's only, as is kind of frequently the case in Utah, there's only one potential juror who's a person of color. During voir dire, this potential juror said that he had been racially profiled by police in the past on several different occasions, but he claimed that he would not affect his judgment and that he could still be fair. The prosecutor exercised a peremptory strike, and the defendant raised a Batson claim. Right, so quick reminder on how Batson works. Batson has a three-step process to evaluating racial discrimination and racial bias in jury selection. So step one is the defendant makes a prima facie case of purposeful discrimination. Step two, the prosecutor must offer a race-neutral reason. And then step three, the defendant must show that the race-neutral reason was pretextual. So the trial court in this case asked the prosecutor for their race-neutral reasons, so they kind of skip past step one, go right to step two, and asking, all right, does the prosecutor have a race-neutral reason for striking this potential juror? The trial court directly asked the prosecutor, in fact, that exact question. And the prosecutor said, no, the strike is not about race. I didn't strike the juror because of his race. I struck him because he'd been racially profiled. And the experience of being racially profiled, combined with his demeanor, led me to believe he would have a negative view of police. So, no, this is not about race. It's the fact that he alleges that he's been a victim of racism, and I think at the hands of police, and I think that's going to make him be less credible towards police officers. All right, so the Utah Supreme Court holds that this is a permissible race-neutral reason for striking somebody from the juror, because it's, by its terms, it's not based on race, it's based on their attitudes towards law enforcement. And the court acknowledges, well, this is obviously going to have a racially disparate impact on minorities, right? Because the only people who are likely to be experiencing this sort of racial profiling are racial minorities. But the US Supreme Court has suggested that that's not enough, that disparate impact is not enough to show pretext. A defendant must show that an actual racial motive. The defendant here didn't offer any other evidence of pretext, so the Batson claim failed. That's the end of the holding. Where things get really interesting, again, it's in the sort of concurrences. And second time I've talked about this, but again, I'm only doing it because I think it's really important here. So the court, despite ruling against the defendant here, is clearly very, very, very concerned and troubled about what happens. So the court says that peremptory strikes based on the concern that potential jurors will be biased against law enforcement witnesses due to past negative interactions with police may lead to disproportionate removal of persons of color from juries. And it points out, well, look, this is not a Batson problem. Batson doesn't address this issue. However, even where a Batson violation has not occurred, the disproportionate removal of racial minorities from the juries, whether it is due to peremptory strikes or for some other reason, erodes confidence in the justice system and weakens the very notion of a fair trial by an impartial jury. And the court refers the issue to the Rules Committee for further consideration to think about whether Utah should be coming up with specific rules to deal with this sort of situation. So that's, just to correct myself, this is the majority opinion. So the majority opinion says, yeah, this is not a Batson violation under current Batson case law, but we're really concerned about this, and we're concerned about this enough to send it to the Rules Committee. The concurrences, we see an unusual concurrence from 4 out of the 5 justices on the Utah Supreme Court. This is really weird to see a majority of justices issuing a concurrence like this. Justice Hamonis, joined by 3 of the 4 remaining justices, issues a concurrence saying, well, look, trial courts don't have the obligation to raise Batson claims sua sponte, but they can if they want to, and we encourage courts to do so when they think it's appropriate. Justice Lee is the only justice who doesn't join this concurrence, but he doesn't really suggest that he disagrees. He just says, well, look, you know, this is raising important issues, but I wouldn't issue an opinion on it unless we have a case that squarely presents the issue. So, the takeaway overall from this decision is that Batson is not the right vehicle to address this problem, but that doesn't mean the right vehicle doesn't exist. So following this case, if this sort of issue comes up again, you could see it addressed in Supreme Court rulemaking. You could see a clever defense attorney making arguments under the Utah Constitution or making some sort of other equal protection or due process argument. The next case with a different and better legal theory might come out a different way, right? And so when thinking about whether it's worthwhile to strike a juror because they have had past experience with racial discrimination, remember the Jurassic Park principle. Don't get so preoccupied with whether or not you could that you don't think about whether or not you should. I would also add, and I think this is reflected in the Utah Supreme Court's decision making here, right? Of course, our primary interest is not just to win our cases, but to ensure that justice is done. And there's a lot of debate nowadays about whether the criminal justice system can treat everybody fairly. And so our job, I think, as good prosecutors is to show that we can treat everybody fairly. So, holding of this case is that this is not a Batson violation, but I think if this happens again, it's going to, you're running a risk of reversal, and I think you're running a risk of sending the wrong message to the court and to the public about exactly how we think about these cases.
All right, 10-minute break, back at 11. Before moving on to Richens, though, I did want to address Ryan's question. Ryan's not even back, but there he is. I was talking with Will Haynes during the break about the predicate offenses for pattern of unlawful activity and as well as stalking and how unanimity might affect that. I think Will's right that on pattern of unlawful activity you need at least 2 or more predicate offenses. I think the jury needs to agree on at least 2 and what happened and which ones they were. Stalking is similar, course of conduct, at least 2 instances, arguably unanimity goes down that far. The line that Will drew, and I think is a decent one, is could this be a different count altogether of this crime, or are we just looking at different ways of proving the same crime? And if it could be a different crime, there's a unanimity issue you need to look at. If it's different ways of committing the same crime, then Hummel probably applies to that. So it's a tough area. If you have questions, feel free to call us about it, but that's the 10,000-foot view for what it's worth. All right, Richens is the latest in the doctrine of chances saga. Incidentally, the court gifted us, or cursed us, however you want to look at it, with the doctrine of chances with Verdi years ago. Neither party argued it. It's something the court just kind of came up with on its own and threw out there and threw out the elements based on some law review articles by a guy named Ed M. Winklereed out in California. But we've been dealing with the fallout ever since, and with Richens now, I don't know how much we're going to be dealing with the doctrine of chances because it's so darn complicated. I don't know how worth it, frankly, it is. All right. When can a trial court admit 404B evidence under a doctrine of chances theory to prove lack of accident or fabrication? So whenever you're asking the court to admit 404B evidence, or you're actually asking the court not to exclude it, right? Because all you do is file a notice, and then the defense objects, and then you have to argue why it should not be excluded. And you can have all sorts of different theories for it, right? Like I need this to prove identity. You know, he had this gun that was stolen from X person on this date, and that was used in the crime here. I need to show this other act to show that he's the one who stole the gun, possessed it, therefore he's the person who committed this crime kind of thing. It can be for all those laundry list of reasons in Rule 404B or any other purpose that's relevant. Doctrine of chances is the what are the odds argument, right? I always think of the old movie Fried Green Tomatoes, where Kathy Bates is in the parking lot. She gets mad that somebody takes her spot, and you know these girls say, "Sorry, we're younger and faster," and then she rams into the car like 27 times. She says, "Sorry, girls, I'm older and I have more insurance." She gets home to her husband the next day, and he's looking at the accident report, and he looks up from his glasses. He says, "How in the hell do you accidentally rear-end somebody 27 times?" The answer, to ask the question is to answer, right? You don't. Obviously, you did it on purpose. That's the doctrine of chances. What are the odds that 5 people are independently fabricating the allegations against this person for doing very similar things to them, all that sort of thing. So when you're riding that theory, how can you get it in? The answer under Richens, I think, is going to be almost never because of the 404B analysis, 403 analysis, that the court does. So we'll talk about and strategize hopefully a little bit of where to go from here, but it makes basically it a lot harder to get evidence in under a doctrine of chances theory. Here is Mr. Richens. When I was a trial prosecutor, we used to play Spot the Sex Offender when they brought in all the defendants, right? Pretty easy to tell what Mr. Richens is. Totally does not look like a sex offender at all, right? I've heard that kind of style of mullet referred to as the Kentucky waterfall, like the bald mullet. Okay, one morning, his neighbor, a mom and her teen daughter, were getting into the car to get the girl to school, teenage daughter. They lived next door to Mr. Richens. The daughter saw Richens standing in his yard, and it looked to her like he was masturbating. She didn't stare very long, obviously, like any normal person. As soon as she sees what she thinks she saw, she averted her gaze right at the wait a minute, is that guy really doing that in his front yard? She told her mom, hey, don't look over there, which is the easiest way to get somebody to look, right? So naturally, the mom looked. And Richens was standing there with his hands clasped in front of him. because it doesn't take long to cease that activity and act like you're just standing there. You will all be shocked to learn that this was not Mr. Richards' first time of being accused of this. He was actually, he had been masturbating in a parking lot. Or it wasn't even the second time that happened in a park. Or the third time, next to a bus full of junior high girls. Or a fourth time, at a bus stop. This was number 5. So what are the odds, right? That they're all thinking that this guy's just, mutely standing or sitting in his car with his hands near his belt. Ain't his first rodeo. This was number 5. So his defense was, well, look, I was just out for a morning cigarette. The victim is seeing things because her mom told her that I'm a creeper, which, mom's right, and that she needs to stay away from me. Again, mom is right. So the victim wasn't 100% sure about this, and this makes sense, right? In these kinds of cases, most normal people are going to stand there and watch us. They're not happy to see it. One of my favorite cases I ever had was a flashing case. It happened in a Walmart parking lot, and like Mr. Richin, this guy's like 4th flashing case. And one case included a time when he was like jogging naked around a track at the high school at night while people were there. Anyway, the judge at sentencing was an old Marine, Judge McVeigh. He's now retired, but he's a very stern man, and he just took the defendant to task during sentencing. He's like, I just want you to know that everybody thinks this is universally disgusting. Nobody ever wants to see this. It was a very gratifying moment of my career. But anyway, the state moved to admit the priors here to rebut the claim for two purposes. Let's rebut the claim that the victim was mistaken in what she saw, and under the doctrine of chances, because, what are the odds that this guy keeps being independently accused of doing this thing over and over again? Richardson's response, well, this is just propensity evidence, right? The state's just going to show that I just have a propensity to masturbate in front of young girls, which he clearly does. But at any rate, he also says, look, I didn't raise a mistake defense. I wasn't saying she was mistaken that it was me, or that I mistakenly took out my member, essentially. What I'm saying is that she didn't see what she thought she saw, which he classified as different than the classic claim of mistake was, I didn't mean to do that. Does that make sense? That's the distinction he was drawing. So trial court says the other acts are going to come in to show the absence of the victim's mistake, that she wasn't in fact mistaken about what she saw. She did see what she thought. To rebut a claim that the victim is fabricating this, which is implicit in just about every sex case, right? Unless it's just a consent, unless the issue just comes down to consent, it's going to be, I didn't do it, they're lying. Or at very best, they're mistaken that it was me or something like that. And it also comes in, the court says, under the doctrine of chances. The trial court's analysis under 403 was, look, these acts are comparable to what he's accused of doing here, so it's not like there's a huge high potential for prejudice, because the jury's already going to hear about the stuff that he's done here. And the court also gave a limiting instruction. So overall, the trial court did a pretty good job of walking through the factors and saying, under existing case law at the time, this is okay. The Court of Appeals affirmed, saying that the doctrine of chances was proper to rebut a fabrication defense, which makes sense because in State v. Verde, the Utah Supreme Court, the case in which they adopted the doctrine of chances, they said, yeah, it's okay to admit things under a doctrine of chances to rebut an implied or express charge of fabrication. So everything's humming along nicely under existing case law. Supreme Court of Utah granted cert. So let's talk about the rules a little bit. There's the money language in yellow. I had a 404B argument a couple of years ago in front of our Court of Appeals, and one of the judges I knew had a different philosophical approach to Rule 404B, and I realized that this is largely a divide between the prosecution bar and the defense bar, and between a lot of people on the bench. And the defense bar and a lot of members of our bench basically see propensity everywhere. Anytime you bring in 404B, they're thinking, oh, that's just propensity. It's like, no, I'm actually trying to use it for a proper purpose, not just to say, this person did this once, therefore they did it again. which if I were going to get really technical, I don't think is actually propensity, but we could have that conversation another time. But in that argument, I thought, I really want to connect with this judge who I know disagrees with me. So the way that I tried it was I led with a joke. And it's an old philosophy joke. And it goes something like this. Socrates said, to be is to do. Aristotle said, to do is to be. And Frank Sinatra said, doobie doobie doo. So 404A, the ban on character evidence, says you cannot use the Socratic inference. You can't say somebody did this thing, therefore they are this thing. And it also forbids what we might call the Sinatrian inference. Somebody did something, therefore they are something, therefore they did what they're accused of being. It's flowing from the character that they did this, right? So for what it's worth, that's how I kind of see 404B. Incidentally, I lost that case, but it was, at least I felt like we connected a little bit.
But you did it your way.
Yeah, very well done. Well played, sir. Well played. Okay, the court added again, like I say, another proper purpose to 404B2 in State v. Verde about 10 years ago, and we've talked about that plenty of times. The quintessential doctrine of chances cases are the Rex v. Smith, the brides in the bathtub case. This guy kept marrying young heiresses, and then they kept drowning in their baths. And the more wives you lose to bathtub drownings, the less each one looks like an accident, right? Or as the Seventh Circuit memorably put it in a lottery fraud case, if you win the lottery once, we congratulate you. If you win twice, we investigate you. Here are the 4 foundational requirements that the court set up in Verde. Materiality, so the thing you're talking about is in genuine dispute. That was what Verde really turned on, because there was no dispute that if it happened, that it was with lack of consent. They were just disputing about whether it happened. Similarity, the other instances, as the court has said in prior cases, roughly similar. Independence, the sources of information are independent of each other. This can be a tough one because often in sex cases, especially with child sex abuse, you will have victims who are siblings or who are friends or something like that. And when there's an opportunity to collude, even if there is no collusion, it makes it just a little bit tougher. But the more independent the people are, the easier sell it's going to be, right? Like, what would this person 10 years ago in this other city know about this younger person in this other place, and they have no contact, don't know each other exist, that sort of thing. The more independent they are, the better. And frequency, this is a rare thing that has befallen this person more than the typical person. So, again, the doctrine of chances kind of surprised us when it came out, and it caused a lot of litigation and literal trial and error to try to figure this out, as all of you have probably grappled with this at one time or another in the last decade, who have been around that long. But interestingly, the court signaled that it might be ready to, in this case, maybe the doctrine of chances in Verde has caused more problems than it's solved. And I'm on the Evidence Rules Committee, and we've been debating what in the world to do with 404B and the doctrine of chances. We've gone through about 3 or 4 draft rules. I'm also on the subcommittee, so I've done a lot of work on this. And we had what amounted to an oral argument in front of the Supreme Court last November, I believe it was. We spent 2.5 hours talking about every aspect of Rule 404B and the doctrine of chances that you can think of. And they said, thank you very much. Just like any other case, they said, thank you very much. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you for your help. And they're currently debating amongst themselves what's going to happen. With with soon to be 2 new members on our court, who knows if I imagine they'll wait for the 2 new members to come on, and then they'll debate what's going on. I don't know if we're going to have to re-argue it, as it were. But either way, this is a very hot topic, and the way that the court approached it in Richmond shows that I think they might be done with it. But who knows? Maybe with 2 new members, new life will be breathed into the doctrine. All right. This is a good news, bad news situation, but it's mostly bad news. On the baseline, there's a lot of litigation about, so what is the baseline for frequency? More than has befallen the ordinary person. We had one case that involved a guy he was this homeless guy, and every time he got into a fight, he stabbed somebody in the face. This was like his signature move, his go-to move was face stabbing. And he did it like 3 times. And he claimed self-defense every time, of course, because what other options had you? You had to stab them in the face, and that other person in the face, and that other person in the face, too, on 3 separate occasions. But Judge Harris, writing for the Court of Appeals, basically said, so do we look at this from the standpoint of, this is a homeless person, and if you're a homeless person and you're hanging out down by Rio Grande, you're more likely to get in knife fights than the average person, right? Because of the kind of people that are down there. And maybe it's reasonable to carry around a knife, and maybe it's reasonable to stab people in the face more often than it is for the average person. So is it like the reasonable homeless guy down at Rio Grande, or is it, your nice elderly neighbor who happens to find herself lost as she's wandering around looking for a restaurant down by Rio Grande? Like, from whose perspective, what does frequency mean? And the court was at least clear in Richens, the measure is a typical person, not like the typical homeless person, but just, the ordinary person. But the particular person might come into play on 403 balancing, the court says. So the baseline frequency for a rare event to a typical person, the court says. Well, I could skip a couple slides. Okay. Well, what the court basically did here is they said, okay, the doctrine of chances elements have been met. The court was a little troubled that the state didn't present any statistics, not that the cases said we had to do that, but the court thought, well, it would be nicer to go other than by intuition. I think everybody knows having somebody masturbate in public is a rare event, right? It's not something you see every day. If it is, then you need to move and find somewhere else. But for the typical person, it ain't something you see every day, so the court just kind of went by its intuition. But it also said, we're kind of troubled by the idea that we're just going by our intuition here. Because even if it's obvious, I think it is obvious in a lot of cases, it's rare to be falsely accused of rape, for example. It happens, but it's a rare event. And if it happens multiple times, this is the lottery situation, right? Like, what happens once, perhaps understandable under certain circumstances, happens multiple times, and now we're going to investigate you. But if you want to go under a doctrine of chances theory, basically, you got to go get a statistician these days. You got to track somebody down, and I'm sure, I think it was Sandy Johnson a couple of years ago who did this in one of her cases. I might be wrong, but she comes to mind, who found an expert, I think it's from the U, who was able to say, in this particular area, here's how many people were accused of this, and here's how many times it was proven false, and here's the infinitesimally small amount of people who suffered this sort of thing, right? And Dave has said, we've debated 404B a lot over the years, and when we've talked about this, Dave said, defendants might have to be careful what they wish for, because if they want statistics, we can get statistics. Like the statistic, if we actually ran the numbers of how many people are falsely accused of masturbating in public, it's not going to be very many people, right? It's going to be pretty easy to show how infrequently this occurs. But the court basically says, yeah, it meets all of these things. Yes, it's material, it's in dispute, and all of these kinds of things, but under 403, we're just really not comfortable with this kind of evidence, and it's almost always just going to show propensity, and this is my primary philosophical disagreement with Judge Harris, that there is such a thing as being able to say, this person was accused of doing this thing, therefore it's more likely that they did it here, and that not be propensity. And that's a reasonable understanding of the character bar. I get why people have it. I think it's wrong, but we'll see where it goes from here. But the take home from Richens, and if you have a question about how to get this in, we can definitely strategize in a particular case. But the key take home is if you have some good 404B evidence, try to find another theory, because it's going to be really hard. If you do want to go doctrine of chances, then let's talk. Let's find a statistician and see if we can really spell out exactly why it comes in ways to comply with Richens. But it just got really hard to get things under the doctrine of chances. And we actually have a case in State v. Green. Is that your case? Yeah. Yeah. They're asking the court to just abolish the doctrine of chances, and maybe they'll just put the doctrine out of its misery. We'll see.
Yeah, so sort of watch this space. I think State versus Green is going to be, I think both sides there are going to be kind of asking the Utah Supreme Court to take a look at this again and kind of clean this area up a bit. State versus Malloy, Redux. This is actually something that's been reconsidered since last year, so that we had an opinion last year about this issue, and now we're back to it again. The holding is essentially opening a car door as a search, but may be a reasonable one depending on the circumstances. This quote from the office here, I love catching people in the act, that's why I always whip open doors, is actually quoted in the opinion itself. Justice Pierce quotes it in a footnote. Facts of State versus Malloy. Police received a report that somebody fell asleep at the wheel, hit a light pole, blacked out in a parking stall, and then backed into a parking stall and then fell asleep again.
Like you do.
What's that?
Like you do.
Like you do. Officers found Malloy slumped forward and unconscious in the driver's seat. Officer opened the door and saw drug paraphernalia at his feet. Malloy moved to suppress because the officer opened the door, supposedly because it was a physical trespass and the search was unreasonable. Pennsylvania versus Mims, this U.S. Supreme Court case had previously said that once a motor vehicle has been lawfully detained for a traffic violation, police officers may order the driver to get out without violating the Fourth Amendment. And then a Utah Supreme Court case looked at that and said, well, okay, if you can order them to get out, there's no difference between that and then walking up and opening the door and then ordering them to get out, because they're going to have to open the door to get out anyway. Since then, however, the U.S. Supreme Court in a case called U.S. v. Jones held that physical trespass can be a search. And Jones, you may remember, this is a case where officers placed a physical GPS tracker onto the defendant's car. The State versus Malloy reasons, well, here the officers are physically interacting with the car, therefore that's a search. And then the Utah Supreme Court says, all right, well, and then we know that this is a search now in light of Jones, but we're going to uphold the search here under Davis good faith because the officers were reasonably relying on prior case law that said it was okay to open the door. So the holding, opening a car door is a search. Our office asked for reconsideration because we had actually already agreed that it was a search. They just didn't pick that up apparently in our briefing. The state filed a petition for rehearing and said, look, you're answering a question that nobody asked. If you look at that language from the U.S. Supreme Court in Mims, it held that once a motor vehicle has been lawfully detained for a traffic violation, the police officers may order the driver to get out of the vehicle without violating the Fourth Amendment prescription of unreasonable searches and seizures. So we agree that opening a car door is a search. We just think it's a reasonable one under the context of a traffic stop. So then the Utah Supreme Court issued a revised opinion saying, no, we don't parse whether the search is reasonable or not. We're just saying that maybe it raises Fourth Amendment concerns. We're reaching the same result. And so maybe opening a car door is a search. It probably is, but it might or might not be reasonable. Never mind all that stuff we said before. This has been sort of a problem we have occasionally with our Supreme Court likes to kind of freelance and answer questions that nobody asked. And occasionally it means they answer questions that we've already answered. Welcome to our world here.
But to their credit, they did listen to us when we...
Exactly. No, to their credit, they walked it back. Yeah.
All right. Every year, we have an example or two of the importance of getting your elements instructions right. So here is this year's cautionary tale. State v. Iyer. If you don't get the elements instruction right, will anybody else get it right? The answer is no, they won't, and you'll probably have to retry the case. So I've talked before in these updates about the importance of, if you have time and you can choose what to do as you're getting ready for trial prep, don't spend more time on polishing your closing argument and getting some funny references in there or something really eloquent. Sit down with the boring old jury instructions and make sure they're right, because in my 10-year, almost 11-year career in appeals, I looked back at cases I've lost. Let me see if I can get this right. More than half were on jury instructions. And if you want your conviction to be solid, if you want all of that work if you don't want to redo it, then spend some time with your jury instructions. And if there's too many instructions to focus on, then at least go to the elements instruction, because that's likely to be the one that gets tripped up. I remember I was doing a trial once, and in Utah County, where I was at the time, it was the convention that the prosecutor essentially proposed all the jury instructions, and then defense counsel would toss in one or two that they wanted, right? But the burden largely fell on us by practice to do all the jury instructions. And I had diligently put together all these things, and I gave them to defense counsel after we had an in chambers conference, talking about something or other, doing jury selection. And I said, here you go, Richard. And he said, oh, I'm sure they're fine. I'm not even going to look at them. I said, don't you want to look at these? He's like, it never hurts a defendant to have a bad jury instruction. So he's being like, oh, I see how this works. You really have no incentive to object, do you? Because he was a public defender. It's like, he's not going to lose his law license. He doesn't care. Like, they get a new trial, he gets a do-over. Sweet. So I just use this story to say, nobody else has the motivation you should have to deal with this issue. Here is our cast of lovely characters. Left to right there, I'm going to no doubt mess up her name terribly, but I think that's Natani Shumfonfakti. And we have, we'll just call her Natani. You have Daniel Simon there, second from the left. In the middle is Iyer. His case here is the bald one. Jesse Rakes is the other neck tattoo guy. And then you have Michael Polk with the white undershirt. Natani and Daniel were parked in Daniel's Charger. So he's got a pretty sweet ride there. Hanging out in Rio Grande in the wee hours, no doubt, looking for lost old ladies who had wandered there and needed to find their way home. Iyer, Rakes, and Polk were in an equally badass car nearby. When Mr. Rakes saw that Challenger, he told Iyer and Polk, I want to go steal it. Let's go pretend that we need a jump start. So let's see if we can go get him to help us. Try the Good Samaritan approach. Simon was apparently in a helping mood. Again, he was there to help old ladies, right? And he moved his car over to give the cruiser a jump. They popped the hoods and had small talk for a minute while Iyer and Polk looked for some jumper cables in the back, well, pretended to look for some jumper cables in the back of the PT Cruiser, right? When it started to take too long, Simon asked if they had any cables, and Rakes then lifted his shirt and flashed a gun and said, you know what this is? We're taking your car. Natani, who was still in the Charger, was able to discreetly get Simon a gun somehow. I don't know how that worked, but here you go. And Rakes drew out his gun and Simon shot him, which was a perfect opportunity to use this lovely name. Call an ambulance, not for me. So police arrested Iyer a short time later, and he gave a few different stories. One, I wasn't there, I didn't shoot, I didn't see anybody shoot. Okay, I was there, but all I did was look for jumper cables, and that was it. I don't know about the robbery. And number three, okay, so I knew about the robbery, but I told Rakes it was a stupid idea, and I told him not to do it. So he was charged as an accomplice to this, and quick note on accomplice liability, there's the statute that we're all familiar with. State v. Jeffs is the money case on the right mental state for accomplice liability, because there's a whole laundry list of things you can do here, right? Request, command, solicit, encourage. Hey, go hit that guy, or they're running up somebody. Yeah, go hit him. There are all sorts of different ways you can meet the elements of accomplice liability. And solicits, request, command, encourage, or intentionally aids. So in Jeffs, the Utah Supreme Court said there's a mental state under the default mental state statute that we all know and love that can potentially attach to each one of these. Aid has to be intentional. That is, when you're helping if you're an accomplice because you helped somebody accomplish the crime, you meant for that crime to happen, right? Like, we're going to commit a robbery by gun, and I'm going to do everything I can to help you do it. I'm going to try get away. I'm going to give you the gun. That has to be intentional. But you can actually even recklessly solicit. We had a gang case several years ago where this is kind of like, was it King Henry I think it was King Henry the First or King Henry the Second. I'm trying to remember which one. He was having a spat. This is back in the Middle Ages with Thomas à Becket, who's now a saint. But he purportedly said in a meeting with his knights, he was so frustrated, he said, will no one rid me of this meddlesome monk? And his knights took that as, the king wants us to go kill this guy. He wasn't just kind of blowing off steam, he was giving us kind of a veiled order to go do something. And we had a gang case where that kind of happened. A gang leader was complaining about somebody he didn't like in the gang, and one of his people took that as, I gotta go kill him. So he went and killed him. He recklessly participated in that murder, recklessly solicited that murder, right? So there can be different mental states that attach to each of these kinds of things. That's the take home from this particular part. All right, here's the jury elements instruction. Does anybody spot the problem? Craig, you're nodding. What's the problem?
Well, you've got first the double intentionally, and the other, except for the it don't require an intent.
Yeah, so robbery has an intentional mental state. If you look up the robbery statute, you can't recklessly commit a robbery, right? Like, it's pretty straightforward. Give me all your money kind of thing. Like, you're meaning to do it. And you're trying to steal something using force or the threat of force or fear, all that kind of stuff. So robbery has an intentional mental state, and you need to connect that to number 3, not just to number 2. So the question was, if you're telling the jury the mental state for this is intentionally, you have to make sure that they know that that person intended the offense to be committed. Because that is a part of accomplice liability. Like, you can recklessly encourage somebody, but you also have to intend that they commit the underlying offense. So you have to have both the intent to aid, solicit, encourage, command, all that kind of stuff, and the intent required for the underlying offense, which may be recklessness, which may be knowing conduct. But whatever, when I say intent here, what I really mean, I suppose, is the mental state required for the underlying offense. They have to have both of those things. And under this instruction, it's not clear that that intentionally applied to 2 and 3, because it was separated by, maybe a semicolon and some spaces. But it wasn't clear. Incidentally, if this was more grammatical, it might have worked, because we have the offense was committed, get rid of that passive voice perhaps in your jury instructions. The defendant wanted this thing to happen. But anyway, the instruction was wrong because it didn't tie that intentionally to everything. So if you want to be on the safe side, spell out the mental state for each aspect when you have an accomplice liability case. They intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly commanded, encouraged, solicited, whatever, and they intended that this offense be committed, or they had the mental state required for, whatever the minimum mental state requirement is for the offense that you're charging. But just because an instruction is wrong doesn't mean the counsel must object to it. But here the Utah Supreme Court said, yeah, he should have objected. It was unreasonable not to object here, because there was evidence that he didn't want to commit the robbery. In fact, that he actively discouraged it, right? Like, duh, we all know that he meant to do it, right? But there was a basis in the evidence on which the jury could have found he did not actually want to participate in this thing and actively discourage this from taking place, right? Like, don't rob this guy. And it's not unbelievable that those situations happen, right? You fall in with the wrong crowd or something unexpected happens. It's perfectly understandable that might befall somebody, even if it's incredible in a particular case or not credible. And if the jury had believed this, the instruction would have required them to convict anyway, because he might have recklessly encouraged but not intended the crime to actually take place. So basically, if there's conflicting evidence on mental state and the instruction error required conviction, even if the jury believed the defendant's testimony, you're going to have to do a do-over.
Okay. State versus Juarez. This is some news coverage of this exact case. This kind of So, all right, Godinez Juarez and a co-defendant thought that these two victims were snitching, and so they did what you always do to snitches, which is to give them a favorable deal from the state to encourage their cooperation. No, they locked them in a garage and they tortured them for several hours. One of the victims was able to kind of sneak his cell phone back, get it hidden in his shoe, managed to call 911. The exact sort of methods of the torture are kind of really gruesome and really ugly. But so Godinez Juarez is convicted of aggravated kidnapping, aggravated robbery, and aggravated assault. And this case is really kind of interesting from a legal perspective going forward for sort of three reasons. One, for how it talks about jury nullification. Two is its discussion of dual jury trials. And third is its discussion of the use of the word victim at trial. So let's start with jury nullification. So Godinez Juarez asked for a jury nullification instruction, essentially. He asked for the jury to be instructed that they could acquit even if they found the state's case proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And not only did, so the district court rejected that instruction, and not only did our Court of Appeals say that it was right to do so, but it actually held that jury nullification instructions are illegal in Utah. Such an instruction is forbidden by statute in Utah, as jurors are bound to follow the law as stated by the court, and then cites this particular statute that says jurors are bound to follow the law as it's instructed by the court. So if you have someone who says, I want a jury instruction saying that the jury is allowed to nullify, you can come back and say, no, those are actually forbidden by statute in Utah. I would note Utah didn't challenge the constitutionality of this statute. There are some states that sort of suggest that under their state constitutions there might be a right to nullify. Federally speaking, though, the U.S. Supreme Court has never recognized a federal constitutional right to jury nullification, and you'd probably have an uphill slog to show Utah constitutional right. So that's point one, jury nullification. If you ever need to respond to somebody asking for that sort of instruction, you can point to Juarez and say, no, you're not entitled to one, and as a matter of fact, they're illegal in Utah. Second is dual jury trials. So Godinez Juarez and his co-defendant both made incriminating statements after the incident occurred, and they initially moved to sever their trials because of that, right? Because if you have a co-defendant who's made an incriminating statement, you can't cross-examine that co-defendant without violating their Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Later, what happens, though, is that both the prosecution and the defense had agreed to engage in a dual jury trial. So what they do is they impanel two separate juries, and they'll have them sit in the courtroom at the same time for most of the trial, but then when they're going to be presenting evidence that's only admissible as to one co-defendant, they will send one jury out of the room and leave one in, and then they'll send another jury out and bring the first jury in again. The court issued lanyards to each jury to help keep them apart, different colored lanyards so that they know that the jurors weren't getting mixed up, and went through all these procedures to allow different juries to hear what was going on. This procedure, as far as I can tell, seems to be fairly rare in Utah. This is, as far as I know, the first published case on it in appellate cases. It's common in other jurisdictions, though. So when I first started out, I worked in the Illinois Attorney General's office, and this was pretty common in cases involving gang brawls or gang shootings, where you'd have a whole bunch of different co-defendants. They would sort of split the juries up. So the Court of Appeals didn't directly address whether these dual jury trials are okay. This issue is raised only in ineffective assistance of counsel because the defense counsel had agreed to this procedure below. And it also didn't address whether all reasonable attorneys could agree to stipulate. But it did say in a footnote that it might be reasonable to use this procedure. And it noted that a bunch of different jurisdictions, including pretty much every federal circuit, have approved of dual jury procedures. And so the takeaway is, for trial prosecutors is, this procedure might entail some risk of reversal, but particularly if you can get the defense on board, it's worth considering in an appropriate case. If you think it may be more efficient to try these cases and sort of together in a way where you have two separate juries, particularly if maybe you have a reluctant witness or a victim who you don't want to put through multiple trials. This is something to think about and something to think about in your toolkit, again, particularly if you can get defense counsel to agree. So there's no prejudice here, in addition to sort of what the court finding in sort of suggesting in dicta that this might be reasonable. They also find that there's no prejudice here because the dual jury procedure worked, right? There's no evidence that Godinez-Juarez's jury heard any improper information that they shouldn't have had, and so he can't show prejudice because ultimately his trial seemed to have been fair. Last point for Godinez-Juarez is references to victim during a trial. And so the question is, when can people use the word victim during a trial? And the answer Godinez-Juarez gives is, well, it depends. The concern over whether the use of the word victim is improper varies depending on the circumstances of the case, depending on how it's used, and depending on who's using the word. So in a case, for instance, where there's no dispute that somebody perpetrated a crime, but that the only question is who's the one who did it, it's generally harmless. So if there's, say, a drive-by shooting that occurs and the defense's argument is, well, yeah, I agree that there was a drive-by shooting, it just wasn't me, then using the word victim is generally going to be harmless and it's generally going to be fine. But if there's a dispute about whether there was even a victim in the first place, then the court thinks it's going to be more problematic. Right, so if there's say in a sexual assault case where there is a defense of consent, there's a dispute about whether there's a victim and the court is going to be more concerned about it. Use of the word by judges is going to be more likely to be prejudicial because juries give greater weight to judges' statements. So if you have a judge who is saying things like, all right, well, now we're back from our recess, let's bring our victim back up onto the stand, right? You could imagine that that would be more problematic. Referring to a complaining witness in a particular case as a victim is more problematic than simply using it in a more general sense. So, saying, having a police officer say, and at that point I made contact with the victim in this case would be more problematic than saying, yeah, I worked with the special victims unit or I brought this subject into a victim interview room, because that would be less problematic because it's not tying it to a particular defendant. And also the case holds that references to a victim can be harmless and can generally be remedied, or can often be remedied by curative instructions. The court does suggest that it's particularly problematic in sexual assault cases where consent is raised. These statements, I think, are dicta. Juarez isn't a sexual assault case, and at least until recently, a number of our sexual assault statutes actually have the word victim in the language of the statute, and so I think our position would be that if the court is using the actual statutory language and, say, reading the information or reading the jury instructions, that's not going to be problematic. So, I mean, watch out for things like sexual abuse of a child, forcible sexual abuse. Talking to a colleague, my understanding may be that the legislature was going to try to clean up some of this use of the word victim in controlling criminal statutes, but I'm not sure exactly how far that's gone. There may be sort of lingering references to them in criminal statutes. So I would say, don't concede that it's somehow improper to use the word victim if it's in the statute. Yeah.
So, for example, in an aggravated sexual abuse case, I guess there's some question whether or not the event happened, but that's something where you can't consent. So that issue could arise. So there would be a victim.
Yeah, right,
No
right.
doubt that the event happened.
I mean, and I think the big takeaway from Juarez is this is all going to be case dependent, right? So Juarez talks about sex assault cases, but this is a kidnapping and aggravated assault. It's not a sex assault case, and so I think in any particular case you have room to maneuver, and in ultimately I think this is probably a good segue. In many cases, this is going to be much ado about nothing. There's an opinion from the Vermont Supreme Court that I think is actually kind of helpful on this, called Wig. But basically what they say is, look, it's not particularly prejudicial to say victim because, when we talk about the Special Victims Unit, right, we don't think that that's a unit of detectives who only go out and investigate crimes that have already been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, right? We understand that police and prosecutors often use the term victim in a way that simply means complaining witness, right, or simply means alleged victim. And we kind of understand that, juries understand that. On the other hand, it's also generally possible to use a different term that's not going to have those sorts of loaded connotations like victim does. So the prejudice from the word may generally be low. Looking at the Utah cases on this, it seems like every Utah case to have discussed this issue has found it not to be prejudicial in the facts before the court. But on the other hand, it doesn't have much independent probative value either in most cases. So consider, whether you want to use the word at all, particularly if the defendant objects. If it slips out every now and again, you have your cop saying, I initiated contact with the victim. You don't need to jump in and correct it necessarily right away, but if you notice it, it may be worth thinking about. This issue also came up just last week in a case that I argued in front of the Court of Appeals, and the judges did sort of express concern that it's generally something to be avoided. So, if it slips in, don't lose too much sleep about it. It's generally going to be harmless. But if you can, try to avoid references to the word victim as much as you can.
All right. State v. Deviney. This is a quick case about the meaning of in the presence of a child. See what I did there? Child present. Anyway. Does a child actually have to see or hear an act of domestic violence in order for it to be committed in his or her presence? If you've read the statute, you should know that the answer is no, it's not. The plain meaning of the statute says it doesn't have to be, but still nice to have a case on it. Here's Mr. Deviney. He was convinced for very good reasons, no doubt, that his wife was involved in an underground prostitution ring and was cheating on him. So he did the only logical thing, which was to take her to Vegas and punch her in the face and force her to use drugs for him. That'll teach her, right? But it didn't end there, of course. After they got home, she put her child to bed, after which Deviney just totally went nuts. He was yelling, he was throwing plates at her, he broke a Swiffer mop on the cupboards above her head, he punched her in the face again. The next day, the victim took her child to a park. This is really sad, to get away from Deviney, but it got so cold she had to go back in the house. And she was locked out, so she had to break in, which, of course, how dare she? He gets home, and he's upset that she broke into the house after he locked her out when she was shivering and cold in the park with her young child. And he ended up hitting her 3 times in the head with a baseball bat. And he told her if she tried to call anyone, she would be dead before they got there. But mercifully, he had some heart condition where he'd just randomly pass out. So he passed out and she left. She was able to collect her child and go to a gas station and finally get some help. So Deviney, like most of the defendants we encounter on a day-to-day basis, gave a totally believable story. He claimed that he had come home from work and found his wife, quote, making solicitation with the guy across the street. It's almost Dickensian way to put it, right? But she had some John in the house with her. So, and inside the apartment, he found yet another man who allegedly attacked Deviney with a bat, knocking out some of his teeth, because he was, I believe, this is your case, wasn't he, meth user? So he had that wonderful meth user smile. It's like, no, this isn't from meth. This is the one-armed man who attacked me when I came home to find my wife with yet another man in the house. And he said he was able to wrestle the bat away from this guy and swing it at him, but the intruder ducked, so he hit his wife instead.
3 times.
3 times, yeah. Like I said, super believable story. And then he wanted to take her to the hospital. Honey, I'm so sorry, let's go to the hospital. But she refused after being hit in the face with a bat accidentally 3 times. And having these strange men in the house. He went to sleep, and then when he woke up, his wife and his child were gone. Right? It's no doubt exactly how it happened. He was charged with ag kidnapping, ag assault, and DV in the presence of a child. So, like many defendants, his strategy was to blame the victim. Defense counsel told the jury in opening statement that she made up the attack because she was worried that Deviney would disclose her drug use, and then that would cause her to lose custody of her child. When Deviney changed his mind and decided not to testify, defense counsel had to pivot and offer something else and focus on her credibility. And the victim had to admit, yeah, I've been using drugs, but I used drugs because he took me down to Vegas and beat me up and made me use drugs. And then by the end of it all, defense counsel basically said, well, she was hysterical, she made it up. Who knows why she made it up, but people make up stuff all the time. So defense counsel is trying to trying to steer a sinking ship, but having a hard time of it. Defense counsel also moved, relevant here, for a directed verdict on the DV in the presence of a child count, saying that, hey, the child was asleep in the other room, so it couldn't have been in the child's presence. And incidentally here, the child was asleep in a crib and the door was slightly ajar. And the state said, well, the statute says in the presence of a child means, among other things, when a child may see or hear the domestic violence. The court said, yeah, the child might have heard it, so good enough. So there's the statutory language, the money language in yellow. Court of Appeals agreed with us, Judge Mortensen writing, may is permissive or discretionary, meaning that the individual is either permitted or has a possibility to do something. So a kid asleep in a crib with the door cracked open may have heard what was going on. Devaney also argued that the trial court should have admitted extrinsic evidence of the victim's drug use because he wanted to impeach her, like, oh, you say you were forced to use drugs, but haven't you actually used drugs voluntarily before? The court didn't really reach the merits of that, saying it was harmless because the victim admitted using drugs recently anyway, so it wouldn't have made a difference.
All right, State versus Evans is a pretty short one, so I should be able to get it all in before lunchtime. Take away from this, and you may have thought this is obvious already, but apparently not. We needed an opinion from the Court of Appeals on this. Officers are allowed to use reasonable force to execute a warrant. So, facts of State versus Evans. The officers obtained a valid warrant in a murder case to take a DNA swab from Evans. Evans refused, and he said, no, I want my attorney present before you swab my cheek. The officer said, well, we have a warrant, and Evans says, no. The officers read him the warrant and show it to him, and he says, no, I don't want you to do it. Evans then refuses to open his mouth. He starts kicking and thrashing, and ultimately they need 4 or 5 pretty large detectives to pin him down to get the buccal swab. First takeaway from this is that if you are ever accused of a crime, don't do this. It makes you look really, really bad. Just to keep something in the back of your mind. The other big takeaway here is that officers are obviously allowed to use reasonable force to execute a warrant. This is true both under the Fourth Amendment, under the federal Constitution, and under Utah law. So Evans had argued that the force was not permissible here because Utah law does not specifically authorize officers to use force in order to execute a warrant, but that authorization is implied, the court tells us. Reasonableness of force, so long as the force is reasonable, that's fine. That's all the officers need to do. Reasonableness of force is based on totality of the circumstances. No one circumstance is necessary or determinative. If you have a case where a defendant is arguing that the officers used unreasonable force in executing a warrant, Evans gives a list of some various factors to look at: nature and extent of resistance, whether it jeopardized the safety of the officers, whether the resistance was preventing the officers from doing what they needed to do, whether the force injured anybody or it risked injuring the suspect, whether it was unnecessarily painful, unnecessarily long, and, totality of the circumstances, like whatever else you can think of, man. Like, that's cool. Anything you can think of that might make it reasonable or unreasonable. I do have enough more time to do this one. This next one's mine too, so
okay, yeah.
I'll go ahead and take this one. This one's also short. State versus Dever, this is a pretty straightforward holding, but I want to give you guys the background of this. Do not instruct a jury that the testimony of a single witness is enough to support a conviction. Do not instruct a jury that the testimony of a single witness is enough to support a conviction. So the defendant here was charged with sexually abusing his girlfriend's daughter, and the facts are really kind of disturbing, but they're not important for purposes of communicating the rule here. Over a defense objection, the jury was instructed the testimony of a witness of a crime, of a witness to a crime standing alone, if believed beyond a reasonable doubt, is sufficient to convict if the testimony establishes all of the elements of the offense. And this, I think, ties back to kind of where we started, that this is sort of about betterment, not blame. Right? So this instruction is, in fact, a perfectly accurate statement of law. My favorite statement of it is from the Seventh Circuit. It's black letter law that the testimony of a single eyewitness suffices to convict, even if 20 bishops say that the eyewitness is a liar. So to say that the testimony of one witness or to say that the testimony of the victim is enough to support a conviction is, in fact, an accurate statement of law when applied on appeal. It's also important to note, no Utah court has ever held that these sorts of instructions are improper. However, unfortunately, courts in other jurisdictions almost universally hold that these sorts of instructions are improper and disapprove of them. the Court of Appeals cites cases from a number of different states saying that prosecutors should not be giving these sorts of instructions to the jury. And the rationale is that these instructions amount to comment on the evidence and improperly emphasize the victim's testimony over the testimony of the other witnesses. So they will unduly tell the jury that they can favor the testimony of a single witness by suggesting that if they're believed to be credible, the jury need not consider the other evidence.
Dave, you got a comment?
Yeah, question.
Can you ask that during voir dire?
I don't see why you couldn't.
I think it depends on how you do it, because we had a voir dire case out of, it was up north, I don't remember precisely the county, or I won't say precisely the county if it does come to me. But they had a practice in this particular county of almost putting on their case during voir dire and saying, you know, could you believe this person if this person said they were sexually assaulted? And that was a problem. But if you, I think you could do it in a kind of sterile way and just say, is it enough? Is the say-so of somebody enough that they've been assaulted and there's no physical or there's no forensic evidence supporting it? Is that enough? It's a maybe, but it's still hard.
The reason I ask is, I mean, in trying any sexual abuse cases, you try to get 404B evidence and you can't. You get a hung jury, you talk to the jurers, and they say, well, you just had another witness. Even though you've told, they've been told, you know, if you believe a witness, that may be sufficient. I understand your cautionary language, but...
Well, I mean, and it's not just even caution. I mean, when it comes to a jury selection, it's not even just cautionary. The court says it's improper and you can't give it. I think you may have a difference, and because you're right, like we don't, you know, the law used to impose a corroboration requirement in rape cases, and it doesn't anymore, right?
Or confession language is sometimes used with confession cases.
Yeah, I think, you mean like kind of corpus delicti sort of stuff. Yeah, I think your best case to get an instruction like this is going to be if, as a sort of a door opening thing, if you have a defense attorney who is arguing that corroboration is somehow legally required. But shy of that, I think you have to be really cautious with it. I mean, this is a case, I mean, this, like I said, the facts of this case are really ugly, and the Court of Appeals reverses, saying that this is not proper.
Well, he's wondering about voir dire.
Yeah, but as far as voir dire goes,
maybe you could ask it negatively instead of saying, could you convict based on this? It's like, would you need more than one witness or forensic evidence or something, you know, other independent evidence before you would find the elements of a crime met or something like that? If you could make it kind of sterile and try to figure out how to get those CSI effect jurors out of the way.
The short answer to your question is, you know, there's no clear answer so far. All we know is that the jury instruction is not enough because they think it's a comment on the evidence. You know, you could make good arguments, I think, either way as far as raising it during voir dire. And I think, you know, the best argument would be, historically, particularly in a sexual assault case, historically, the law affirmatively required corroboration in a lot of circumstances. And so you could say, look, maybe we need to rebut that presumption or rebut that idea in the...
So the Muji instruction on witness credibility has the sentence that says you may believe many witnesses against one or one against many.
Yeah.
Is that suddenly wrong?
I don't think so.
No.
I think the concern here is the idea that it suggests that there's a particular witness that could be believed. So yeah, I think the Muji is still fine. The Muji is still fine. The worry is that it would, in a case like this, that it would suggest that it gives undue weight to the victim's testimony. Yeah.
So, like in closing, to reference the Muji and then say, in this case, you have this. That's the problem.
No, you can argue it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The difference is
use the Muji and argue the Muji. That's fine because the Muji is referring to the balancing all the variety of witnesses. The concern is the specific instruction saying the testimony of a single witness or the testimony of a victim is enough to support a conviction.
This is proper argument,
Yeah.
but it's argument. And that's the court's real problem with it. This instruction is more like an argument. It's argument-like enough to bug.
Yeah, and so, yeah, if you want to, I think, yeah, if you say exactly the same words during argument and say, this is all, the testimony of this one person is sufficient to support the conviction, I think that's probably fine.
Sure.
The concern is that putting it in instruction is viewed as a comment on the evidence. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that what the concern is that it's coming from the judge in the instructions. Yeah. Bob, are we at lunch now, or?
It is lunchtime.
All right.
All right, see you back at 1:30, is that right, Bob?
1:30, all right.
It'll be the case tomorrow. This is a restitution case about the third-party tort rule. Get it? Third-year birthday cake, tort. I'm funny. Okay. The burning question on everybody's mind, to be sure, does the third-party tort rule apply to criminal restitution awards? Yes, it does. Talk about that is. This is this is an actual picture, Kathleen Sevastopoulos and her husband, Athanasios Captain Sevastopoulos. Tale as old as time. He was a yacht captain. She was a rich heiress. I kid you not. They fell in love. Basically a Hallmark movie. Or maybe Overboard without the redemptive arc. At any rate, the captain actually represented his late wife's estate on appeal. A little procedural wrinkle there. Mrs. Sevastopoulos was, let's say, a child of well-off parents. Trust fund baby, right? And the parents eventually decided to cut her off when she was in her 40s. And yeah, it's even less charming then, right? She didn't agree with that decision though, right? So she rejected her parents' rejection and just kept on spending her parents' money before it all shook out. It ended up being about $250,000. Is that about right, Will? Before they caught on to what was happening. So her parents hired a lawyer and an accountant to track down all the money. You know, she's been doing this for a while. We don't even know. They have so much money, they don't even know how much is gone, right? So they hired a lawyer and an accountant to track down all the unauthorized transfers, because some of them were authorized, some were not, and they had to sort all of that out. Anyway, it took a lot of work. And the fees, the lawyer and the accountant eventually figured all of that out, but it took them about $40,000 worth of work to do it. So the state charged her with several counts of exploitation of a vulnerable adult, and she pled guilty to misdemeanors with an agreement to pay restitution. The restitution order included what the parents spent to get their money back from these credit card companies. So what they did to hire a lawyer, to pay an accountant, to go through all that stuff. And Sevastopoulos appealed saying, well, that's not proper. You know, they decided to spend that money. That wasn't my fault. That's something above and beyond what I did. The Court of Appeals affirmed, reasoning that those expenses fell, quote, directly within the parameters of the third-party tort rule, and the Utah Supreme Court granted cert to review that. So let's look at the restitution statute. Now, the restitution statute has since changed in ways that you'll discuss here tomorrow, but it still likely fits under the new statute unless Will wants to correct me here. But here's the old version of the statute with some of the money language there highlighted. All demonstrable economic injury that a person could recover in a civil action. And that includes all demonstrable economic injury, losses, and expenses. All right, so what is the third-party tort rule? The idea is that one who through the tort of another has been required to act in the protection of his interests by bringing or defending an action against a third person. So basically, you lose something, somebody else ends up with it who's not the defendant, and you got to spend money to get it back from that person or those people. It's your classic property law example, right? The dramatic irony of property law questions. You're reading it like, A sells Blackacre to B. You're like, oh, the fool. He didn't know that Blackacre was already sold to C 1 year ago, and it's encumbered with all sorts of easements and whatever else, right? But yeah, the basic idea is somebody has your stuff, and they aren't the person who took it, and you got to go to that other person and spend time, resources to get it back. Third-party tort rule says when you sue it, basically a third party in tort, then that's recoverable against the original wrongdoer. That's from the Restatement of Torts there. So Sevastopoulos argued that the attorney's fees and other expenditures were punitive damages or general damages, and the Supreme Court, with Justice Lee writing, disagreed and said, look, this falls squarely within the third-party tort rule. They were just protecting their interests, going after their own money that ended up in the hands of a third party. This is not a form of punitive or exemplary damages. This is demonstrable economic harm. So if you have one of these cases where even, like, say, somebody steals a car and goes and sells it, and then they have to spend money to get the car back from the person they sold it to, that's the third-party tort rule. So it's something to keep in mind when you have one of those restitution cases.
All right, next case is one about a hot car. No, not that type of hot car, this type of hot car. All right, so the facts of this case, police respond to a report of a woman behaving erratically and pounding on doors in the early hours of the morning. They find an SUV that's parked like at this weird, strange angle, partially on the grass outside of this. It was either a home or a condo complex. With the door partially open, dome lights are on, and there's a liquor bottle on the floor of the car. The officers then touch the hood of the car to see if it's still warm, and then also touch the wheel well to see if that's still warm, to see if the car just got there. They find out it's still warm, so they realize whoever this person is probably nearby. And so Spates is charged with DUI and moved to suppress. And her argument is that touching the car was a trespassory search under State versus Jones. United States versus Jones. So we talked a little bit about Jones earlier. Jones is the case where officers attached a GPS tracker to a car. The U.S. Supreme Court said that's a trespass onto the physical property of the car, and so therefore that's a search. So the question is just touching the car, touching its hood or touching its wheel well, also a search in Utah? So we know that attaching a GPS tracker is. Well, other courts around the country have split on whether lesser forms of contact are, such as touching the car, chalking the tires, kicking the tires, whether that's also a search under the Fourth Amendment. And it's actually a harder question than you might think. If you read Jones, Jones is a Scalia opinion, and Scalia opinions often give you this sort of sense that the law used to be clear until a bunch of pointy-headed liberals showed up and confused everything. And there are two issues to that. One, as a pointy-headed liberal, I find that offensive. And two, it actually may not have been as clear as we thought at common law. So it's not clear whether merely touching somebody else's property would have been trespass to chattels at common law, or whether you actually had to cause damage. And if you think about it, right, like if this is what it looks like riding around in your carriage at common law, you're not going to be suing everybody who bumps into your carriage, right? And certainly not suing them for damages, because there'd be no damages. It would be a silly waste of money. So open question in constitutional law whether these lesser forms of touching of chattels, of movable property, are trespasses under the Fourth Amendment. There's really no clear answer for that, because before the exclusionary rule, nobody would have filed a lawsuit about it, right? So what does our Supreme Court do? Well, our Supreme Court kind of punts on the issue. They say even assuming a search occurred, it was permissible because the officers had probable cause under the automobile exception. So they say, when the officers show up, they have a report of somebody behaving erratically. They can see this liquor bottle inside. They can see other signs that the car has recently been abandoned. The dome lights are still on. So you take that all together, that's probable cause to think that somebody may have just been engaging in DUI, and so under the automobile exception, they're allowed to search the car anyway. So takeaways from your purposes, though, this case is important for kind of two reasons. One is it just lets us know that the Utah Supreme Court is interested in deciding whether touching the car is a search. So even if this particular case may not have been the best vehicle because it could have been decided on other grounds.
Vehicle.
Hey-o. There may be another case down the line. And so if you do have a case where officers are touching an automobile, be aware this is an issue that has piqued the court's interest in the past, and so that it may be something that could go up again in the future. The second point kind of flows from that as well, is that if you do have one of these cases, don't concede that the mere touching of a car is a trespassory search under Jones. There's actually good arguments to be made on both sides here, but there's at least a decent argument that a number of courts have agreed with, that merely touching something would not have been understood as a trespass at common law, and therefore shouldn't be a search under the Fourth Amendment. If you need specific information on how to make that argument, I've included a link to the Westlaw citation for the state's brief before the Utah Supreme Court, so you can take a look at that and both pull some case law and some original old-timey history if you have a particularly, nerdy judge who wishes he or she was on the Court of Appeals, that you want to satisfy them as well.
And it's also an open question how this would affect the kind of touching that, say, my older brother used to do when I was a kid, where he wasn't touching me, right? He's not touching me. Maybe the cops in the room could still feel if the engine is hot, right, without touching. That would be a fun case. State v. Cisneros, this is a single criminal episode case that we lost for a second time. We covered it last year. We lost again in the Utah Supreme Court. If you rob somebody, if you rob someone of a car in Weber County, then drive to Utah County, Is possession of the stolen property charge that Utah County files part of the same criminal episode as the ag robbery charge in Davis? That answer is still yes. So talk to each other and figure these things out if you know. Here it was patently obvious that the guy stole the car in Ogden. People in Utah County knew that it was stolen from Ogden. It's worth a phone call to save some effort on everybody's part here. Here's Landon Cisneros. He found a car on KSL for sale in North Ogden and kept bugging the seller to see it. The seller couldn't show it on that day, but Cisneros was texting him so much, he's like, fine, I got to get this guy off my back. He asked his dad to show this kid the car. So dad takes him for a test drive, and then dad gets out of the car and walks to the front, expecting Cisneros also to get out. But he just kind of stayed there with the driver's door open and the car still running. The dad could hear him on the phone saying, boy, how much he really loved this car. And he then jumped back in. He's kind of pacing around for a minute, then hopped back in the car quickly and started taking off. And dad had to, he was standing in front of the car and he had to jump out of the way to avoid being hit. And Cisneros ended up back in Provo, where he met with some friends and started bragging about his new car. I think he even posted about it on social media. I love dumb criminals. But one of those friends had seen in another social media post that this car had been stolen out of Ogden. He reported him. Cisneros ditched the car and threw away the keys, but to no avail, they found him. So here's the timeline. Utah County charges possession of stolen property and obstruction of justice. And the probable cause statement included facts about a robbery in Weber County. So the Utah County folks knew exactly what happened up in Weber. Up in Weber. Weber County, 5 days later, charged aggravated robbery for, because they're thinking, no doubt, well, gosh, the dad was here. This is where the threat and the force and everything happened. So we'll charge ag robbery. 9 days after that, Cisneros pleads guilty to possessing the stolen car that he robbed the victims of in Weber County. And then 2 weeks later, he makes an initial appearance in the Weber County case and moves to dismiss based on single criminal episode. He lost that motion, but he entered a conditional plea. Historically, we've always called these Siri pleas for good reason. It was just under State v. Siri. It was in case law for a long time. But it's now 11J, I believe, of criminal procedure. So just be aware that it's actually, Siri's been put into a rule now. So this is broader double jeopardy under, the idea of the single criminal episode is broader than the idea of double jeopardy under the Fifth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment doesn't require charging all the things that happen in a single criminal episode. That's something that the legislature has decided to afford criminal defendants more protection of, to avoid repetitive trials and charging and all that kind of stuff. It's like, look, somebody goes on a crime spree, you might debate about where to draw the lines, if there's like a little break in time or goals or whatever else. But everything that happens in a chunk of time that's all connected in terms of its commission, the commission of the crimes, and sometimes interrelated in the victims and all that kind of stuff, you're going to have to bring it together. The same or different offense arising out of the same criminal episode. And that includes when the offenses are within the jurisdiction of a single court. That's an important indefinite article there, a single court. That doesn't mean that any court you bring it in has to be that court. It just means some court somewhere has jurisdiction over all this stuff. And if they were known to the prosecuting attorney at the time the defendant is arraigned on the first information, closely related in time and incident to an attempt or an accomplishment of a single criminal objective. Okay. Here's the Court of Appeals. Conviction part, yep, he pled guilty in Utah County, so we have a prior conviction. Close in time, yeah, about the time it takes to drive from South Ogden to Provo. A couple hours at most, right? If that. And single criminal objective, yes, I mean, he wanted the car, right? And everything he did was in pursuit of that goal, to get and to keep the car. Jurisdiction of the single court, yes. All of this could have been charged up in the second district. And finally, the prosecutor's knowledge, yes, it's evident from the information that the Utah County attorney had noticed that this car was obtained through a robbery. So therefore, single criminal episode statute precludes this second charge, this second case from going forward. Then it gets up to the Utah Supreme Court, and we lose again. Justice Simonis writing, it's difficult to imagine, says then Justice Simonis, a more obvious single criminal episode than stealing a car and driving away with it. And it could have been brought again in the same jurisdiction. Utah County couldn't have brought both charges, right? But really, if you wanted to charge both, it had to be with a court that could charge everything, or a court in which everything could be charged. And that's up in Weber.
All right, next case is Wyatt versus State. This is kind of cleaning up some old common law detritus as it pertains to exhibits. So the basic holding here is that courts now have the discretion to let juries take testimonial exhibits back into the jury room with them. So just some background on the case. So State versus Carter had previously held that testimonial exhibits should not be allowed back into the jury room. So like a good example, like anything involving like prior testimony that can be testimonial under the Confrontation Clause is going to be testimonial here as well.
Victim interviews is the most common. Victim interviews.
Yeah,
right?
victim interviews are the big ones. So if you have, say, like a recorded, or in even defendant interviews, I think to a degree, right? If you have interviews that are going on with police or with the victim, and it's recorded, the jury asks to see the recording. They're typically not allowed to see it. If it's written down, they're not allowed to see it under Carter rule. And the idea was sort of twofold. One is that the common law didn't allow it to go back. The idea was, well, if it's testimonial, then it should just come out in court, and you shouldn't send it back. Otherwise, it gives it too much weight. And then there was an old rule of criminal procedure, 7K, that didn't allow depositions into the jury room. And they said, well, I mean, yeah, it's not a deposition, but it's close enough, so we're not going to allow it back either. Since then, 17K was amended to remove the references to depositions, and the rule doesn't actually say anything else about other testimonial exhibits. And so as a result, courts now have the discretion to allow juries to take testimonial exhibits back with them in for their deliberations. They can still exclude them from deliberations within the exercise of their discretion. The court also provides in its opinion a bunch of non-specific totality of the circumstances factors to consider as far as whether those should go back or not. I won't list those now. The important thing to know now is that old hard and fast rule that testimonial exhibits couldn't go back, that's out the window. Just to sort of distinguish the sort of two things that are not following under this rule. So one is, if it's not testimonial, of course it can still go in, right? So if it's a surveillance video that was taken at the convenience store, that may be admitted as an exhibit, but it's not going to be a testimonial exhibit because it's not created for the purposes of the prosecution. And on the other hand, if it's testimonial but not introduced as an exhibit, then it cannot come in. So, right, if you have a classic example of a police report that's, say, used to refresh a witness's recollection, but is not introduced as an independent exhibit, that's not going back to the jury under this rule, because even though that may not, even though that's testimonial, it's not introduced as an independent exhibit. It's only used to refresh a recollection.
And all of this is separate, because sometimes you get the case where defense counsel actually wants the jury to take that victim interview back or a transcript of it because they're really keying in on some alleged inconsistencies, right, in the way the story has come out. And when that's essentially waiver, and they have to bring an ineffective assistance claim. But even then, our courts have said that can be perfectly fine when there are discernible reasons on the record that counsel might do that. Even though that's technically higher than the Strickland standard, we don't go there. State v. Hoffman is an important search case about when police must go back to a magistrate between the authorization and the execution of a warrant. So when you get more information in that space, under what conditions do you have to go back and say, oh, by the way, more information has come to light, what do you think about probable cause now? And the answer is when it would make a difference to the probable cause determination. So it's a little bit of the roll of the dice, right? Because who knows exactly what makes a difference in the probable cause determination. But I think the safe bet is to err on the side of disclosure, right? If it's anything that you think the judge probably would want to know, if there's a chance it might make a difference, then by all means, it's not a big deal to just go back and supplement the warrant, right? It could save some headaches down the line. If it's really nothing there, then don't worry about it. You run the risk. Yes, go ahead, Craig.
I assume that you're not trying to expand the scope of the
Correct.
previously signed warrant.
Correct.
This is just added information.
Yeah, you're seeking to search this discrete thing or this discrete place for a particular thing, and some more information has come to light that might shed some light on that. If it would make a difference to the probable cause determination and you don't disclose it, you run the risk that that search is going to be tossed. Yeah, again, practical answer is don't roll the dice, especially on a big case. I guess for Dave it would be those dice. Sorry, I got some D&D dice out there for you.
I'm proud of what I am.
Here's Mr. Hoffman, classy guy, right? He lived with his girlfriend and her kids. She had an adult son and a 15-year-old daughter. You'll never guess which one he was interested in. After mom and son went to work, daughter took a shower to get ready for school. And when she got out, she noticed a cell phone kind of underneath, in that gap between the bottom of the door and the carpet or the floor or whatever was on their floor. And with the phone leaned against the door so its camera pointed toward the shower. She grabbed a towel and yelled out, "Is that a camera underneath my door?" And then someone came and grabbed the phone and scurried away. Gee, I wonder who it was, right? After she got dressed, Hoffman called her into his room, and I imagine the picture on the left is how he felt the conversation went, and the picture on the right is how she felt the conversation went. He said that he had, quote, wanted her for months and caught glimpses of her naked before. Oh, be still my heart, right? What a guy. He also said he was way into step-family porn, so pretty clear what his intent is here. Hoffman admitted to police that he had put the phone under the door, but he did not take any pictures or videos, he said. He said he did it to try and overcome his urges and to give himself a pat on the back afterwards when he resisted the temptation to take pictures. Super plausible, though, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if some offenders actually thought this way. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he actually had these thoughts as strange and impractical as they seem. Anyway, he was, even in his interview, he was admitting, not admitting to it, and congratulating himself at the same time. It's like, yeah, I put the phone there, but I was strong enough not to take any pictures or video. And that shows me that I'm stronger than my urges. So you need to rethink your estimation of your capabilities. So police seized the phone. He had a phone in his pocket, and it was a gray LG phone. It's a picture of one there on the left. He also claimed to have another spare white phone, and I've got a picture of one there on the right that's approximating what he had. So police got a warrant to search the gray phone, the one that was in his pocket. And the next day, before they executed the warrant on that gray phone, they interviewed the victim at the CJC. And the victim said she thought he used the white phone. So, and police found that white phone at his house, which the mother consented to search. And but they couldn't unlock the gray phone, so they got a warrant to do a chip off. But they didn't mention the white phone. So basically, they're proceeding as if they know nothing about the white phone and everything's been talking about it, even though the victim has said at this point he used the white phone to do this. And the magistrate approved that second warrant, so they're still focusing on the one in his pocket. A search of the white phone turned up nothing. And on the gray phone, though, they found 3 videos, all of which appeared to have been made by pointing the phone camera under the gap of a bathroom door. Though none of them had the victim in them, that it was clearly where those videos, photos were taken. There was a pile of clothes outside the shower in one of them, which confirmed the timing, that somebody was taking a shower at the time. So he was convicted of 2 counts of attempted sexual exploitation. There we go. So Hoffman objected both before trial that the evidence from the gray phone was inadmissible because the officer had lied. It's like, yeah, at the time you applied for the warrant, it was true that that was the phone you thought was used, but after you interviewed the victim, you should have gone back to the magistrate because that would have affected whether or not probable cause existed to search the phone in his pocket, right? If he, in fact, had used another phone to do it, this is a particularity requirement thing, right? So he's saying you had to go back with that information so the magistrate could consider that in the totality of the circumstances. He also pressed a Franks issue, but that dropped off by the time appeal rolled around. Okay. On appeal, his claim was slightly different but related. he said that probable cause to search the gray phone dissipated the moment that the victim said he used the white phone. So here's the law. We've seen the Fourth Amendment many times. You know what probable cause is. So how does this all play out? It's basically a staleness claim, right? Like you get more information and all of a sudden what you thought you knew, you didn't know. You've got to search something else or somewhere else. So good warrants can go bad sometimes, right? They can go bad potentially through two ways. One is just the passage of time. Maybe cops are watching a drug house and they get good information. There's drug dealing going on there in January, but they don't get an execute a warrant until 6 months later. It's like, you got to update that, right? It's got to be timely. Or it might potentially go bad through new information. This one isn't super common. We don't see this all the time, but every now and then you'll get new information that totally changes the direction you're going to go, right? The things that the cops are going to search. And I imagine most of you, if not all of you, of the prosecutors here, have a policy where you're reviewing warrants that the cops are going to submit to magistrates, perhaps outside of a blood draw warrant or something that's pretty routine like that. If you don't, I encourage you to have that practice so you can keep an eye out for these sorts of issues. But there are a couple of cases from other jurisdictions. The Second Circuit case was officers have to return to the magistrate when a definite and material change has occurred in the facts underlying the magistrate's determination. So it all comes down really to materiality. I have the language from the Sixth Circuit there, but basically, would it have obliterated probable cause, obviated it, whatever you want to call it, or would the search have gone on anyway? Did it matter? So here's the rule. Basically, you risk the search if you guess wrong. So if you have something and it's arguable, you have time, just go supplement the warrant or withdraw the other one and submit a new one with the new information and move on with life. If there are exigent circumstances, we can deal with that separately. But basically, just ask yourself, if I were a magistrate, would I want to know this before deciding probable cause? If there's any question there, then submit it and you'll be in better shape. Okay.
Yes, I've got the next one. Okay. Before I start the next one, I had a question about Wyatt, and the question was, does this mean that CJC interviews can now go back to the jury during deliberations? The short answer is yes, it means the district court has the discretion to allow those to go back. And actually, it arguably may have had the discretion before, because it seems to be kind of an open question about whether CJC interviews, well, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. CJC interviews, there's sort of an open question about whether they're testimonial or not. I mean, clearly there's a law enforcement purpose, but there may also be a child safety purpose. But now that's sort of, we can set that aside and say even if they are testimonial, it's at least within the discretion of the district court to allow those to go back to the jury. So if you have a case with CJC interviews, you may want to take a close look at the factors in Wyatt and try to decide whether it's worth trying to get them sent back if you think that would be helpful. All right, so this case, State v. Ruiz, as you can guess, it answers the classic question I've tried to answer every time I've given one of these talks, which is, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? I was told by someone who had gone through the basic prosecutor courses that they always introduce the police dogs right after lunch to wake people up again, because everybody likes it when the dogs show up. So this is our mandatory post-lunch dog sniff case. This dog is my new neighbor, by the way. This is the actual puppy two doors down. Best thing that's happened to me in months. All right, so this case is about some Ogden police officers. So this is Officer Zeke right here, and this is Officer Odin, who is the subject of this case. Officer Odin, another picture right here with some of his teammates. So Officer Odin was involved in a traffic stop, and the car windows were already unrolled when Odin showed up. Odin is trained in drug detection, so Odin immediately just walks over and jumps in through the open car window. The handler tries to keep Odin from getting out, but doesn't try too hard because it doesn't want to hurt Odin, kind of like trapped halfway onto the open window. So Odin gets inside, and he alerts on the center console of the car, and you probably see where this is going. There are rolling papers and an illegal firearm inside the center console. And so the question is, as you can probably anticipate, was this an unreasonable search? And the answer is no. Odin's entry into the car was not a search in the first place under the Fourth Amendment. And that's so for two reasons. So one is that Odin's entry was instinctive rather than initiated or orchestrated by the officers. And two, the officers did not facilitate the entry to the car. So as far as that first factor, whether it's instinctive or orchestrated, officers are not allowed to train dogs to enter open cars wherever they can. So if there's testimony about how Odin had been trained and that Odin had not been specifically trained to just jump into open cars. If he had been, then obviously you would think things might come out the other way. There's a question that comes up in the opinion about are officers required to try to stop the dog from entering? They did in this case, but the court seems to suggest that they might not be required to stop. There's no case law cited one way or another about whether officers are required to try to stop the dog. The second factor, right, the factor about facilitating the entry, the officers here did not allow Odin, they're not the reason Odin was able to enter. So this would be a different set of circumstances if, for instance, the officers ordered the suspect to unroll their window or ordered the suspect to open their door in order to facilitate the entry by the dog. At that point, the officers are interacting with the suspect in a way that's allowing the dog search to occur, and that you might get a different answer. So the ultimate answer to the question we began with is yes, Odin is a very good boy, and well done, Officer Odin.
All right. State v. Garrow is a quick case about curative admissibility. If you're too young to know who this band is, I'll give you a hint and say their name is not admissibility. That's the cure. If a defendant elicits misleading or false evidence, can the prosecution elicit otherwise inadmissible evidence to dispel the false impression? Yes, but there's a caveat to remember that we'll talk about in a minute. Okay. This is Mr. Garrow. He moved to beautiful Moab a few years ago, and he made some new friends. Rojo, Jaime, Jorge, Brianna, Kevin, and Melina. And they, of course, immediately got together and started a book club. No, I'm just kidding. They drank and did drugs in a trailer. So it started out the same way all of these stories start out. Garrow and Jaime brought the beer, and everyone else arrived, not in this order, but just for effect. Everybody's showing up. And after Jorge arrived, things started to get, there he is, things started to get a little tense. So Garrow accused Kevin and Rojo of stealing drugs. He took out a gun and made everyone hand over their cell phones. It's going down, right? We got the shakedown. So Garrow started asking Kevin and Rojo about the drugs and the whereabouts of his own family. Rojo said he didn't know. Garrow called Rojo a dog and said he'd give him to the count of 10 to get his ugly yellow no-good keister off his property before he parked his... No, just kidding. Got carried away there. He gave him another chance to tell the truth. He said, no, you're lying to me, what's really going on here? And Rojo kept denying everything and looking at the others like, what am I supposed to do here? He's not believing me. So then Garrow shot him, and Brianna went over to Rojo, who was her boyfriend, and pleaded for his life, and then Garrow pistol whipped him and shot him in the head. Reports differ, but it seems that Garrow then said, keep the change, you filthy animal. Okay. So then Garrow got everybody, he told everybody they needed to come and what they needed to do, and if they knew what was good for them, if they didn't want to end up like Rojo, they needed to do what he said. So he ordered Brianna, Jorge into Jorge's car, and they all left together. So a neighbor heard the gunshots and saw people that he recognized, everybody except the defendant, who didn't recognize the defendant, who didn't know him. And he went to the trailer where he saw Rojo's body, and then he heard a car pulling up, so he ran and hid in his yard. This really hit home to me, much like my family, as we try to leave the house for, well, pretty much anything. The group just couldn't make a clean break and had to go back for their drugs. It's like, oh, gosh, darn it, we left the toddler's shoes, got to go get our meth and our cell phones. That's exactly the same, like I say, except substitute my 12-year-old's shoes and my toddler's water bottle for the meth and the cell phones. Jaime was ordered to go gather everything up and put it in his backpack, which he did, except his own cell phone, which he left there, and they left again. So Jaime was able to signal Jorge to kind of slow down as he was driving the car, and Jaime jumped out. The remaining three went back to an apartment to try and grab the stragglers and some more personal items. Like, does Hope really need that rainbow sparkle purse? Okay, I guess we got to go back a second time. Anyway, I really relate to this. But when they got back there, the cops were already there because the neighborhood called them, right? So Garrow roped Jaime back in by saying, hey, I'm going to hurt your family if you don't come with me. And they ended up in Arizona where the cops finally caught up to him. Defendant had shell casings in his pocket matching the murder weapon, and his fingerprints were on the murder weapon. So this guy's going down, right? We got him. Like any other happening these days, the murder set off a flurry of texting. So during all of this, or shortly after, Kevin texted his sister, and his sister screenshotted those texts and sent them to neighbor, the guy, remember, who poked his head in and saw the body on the floor in between when they left the first time and when they came back the first time, I guess. And when cross-examining the neighbor at trial, defense counsel asked him whether Kevin, so the original sender of the text, remember, Kevin screenshotted stuff to his sister who sent it to the neighbor. Defense counsel's cross-examining neighbor, he said, did Kevin identify who the shooter was? And the neighbor said, yes. He said Kevin had identified Jaime, so somebody else. It wasn't the defendant. In these texts, he identified this other guy as the shooter. And the prosecutor asked about the text, and the neighbor said, oh, I sent them to the detective, but it was Kevin definitely said it was Jaime. And the prosecutor said, well, let's get those texts in, right? Because that's not what the text said. If you looked at the texts, it was clear that he actually identified Garrow as the shooter. So the prosecutor said, no, fake news. I wasn't going to do this, but because there were these kind of problems getting, I imagine, the sister in to testify or something. But to give the jury a correct picture of what happened here, since defense is talking about it, we should get these actual texts in. So the text actually said it was, quote, the guy with Jaime who shot the victim, not Jaime himself. The trial court admitted them saying, well, that's enough foundation from the neighbor. The neighbor said he received these texts, and so they're admissible under Rule 806. So the Court of Appeals affirmed with Judge Mortensen writing, but they affirmed on different grounds than Rule 806. Invoking this doctrine of curative admissibility and impeachment by contradiction. So here the defendant did both. He both introduced inadmissible evidence and he mischaracterized that inadmissible evidence. So it's basically hearsay without foundation. So kind of under the principle of two wrongs make a right. Like, well, if you present an untrue picture of evidence that otherwise wouldn't have come in anyway, the prosecution gets to respond to that. Or I suppose if the prosecution did it, the defense would get to respond to that. Once the defendant offers or asserts a fact, the state can cross-examine or introduce rebuttal testimony or evidence that tends to contradict, explain, or cast doubt on it. So there is a little caveat on this. The United States Supreme Court decided Hemphill v. New York recently. And in Hemphill, it was a confrontation clause issue because Hemphill was being prosecuted for a murder that the state had actually been prosecuting somebody else for a short time before, but they dismissed the case during opening statement. That must have been one hell of an opening statement from defense counsel. You convinced the prosecutor to drop the charges. But they did it. And so the defense was, we got to blame this other guy, right? And when that guy pled guilty, he claimed to have, he pled guilty to having some ammunition that did not match the murder weapon. And defense counsel wanted to present, like, well, they did find evidence that he had some other ammunition in another part of his house that did match the murder weapon, 9mm ammo for the 9mm gun that was used in the thing or whatever, in the shooting. And in that case, the defense introduced admissible evidence and did not mischaracterize it. And the state courts in New York had a really broad version of curative admissibility where it's like, well, you can get in anything as long as it makes more clear or expands on something that the other side has introduced. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. That violates the Confrontation Clause because they were admitting some allocution evidence from a non-available witness. Like, when this guy pled guilty, here's what he said. and they put that in there. So there are Sixth Amendment limits to this, but like I said, if it just violates, say, the hearsay rule, like defendant gets in some hearsay and then mischaracterizes it, you have two bases to attack that. One is to attack specific contradictions, like that's not actually what it says, and the other is this idea of curative admissibility of, well, you went there, so I guess we have to go there to kind of clear this up.
All right, so this is a case I touched on earlier when I was talking about
Phrasing.
what's that?
The touchstone, is that so?
Yeah. This is a case I discussed earlier. We had a deal that during lunch that we were going to try to work in more Frank Sinatra references, and apparently that's gone off the rails. And that was a bloody Valentine. Okay. I touched on this case earlier when I talked about the unanimity issues, but I wanted to circle back around to it because there's another interesting aspect to this case, which is having to do with the consent statute. So if you try any sort of sex case in Utah, you know that we have a lengthy statutory definition of things that are not consent, categorically as a matter of law. And what this case holds is, well, that's merely an illustrative list, but you don't have to fit exactly within one of those examples in the statute to show lack of consent. So I touched on some of these facts before, right? So this is a defendant who posts an ad seeking research subjects for anatomical research. He tells people that he's a doctor and an engineer who's conducting research for medical devices. And as I said before, all of this is false. At most, he had a half-baked plan to start a sex toy company. And even that might have simply been a ruse. And I think based on sort of the manner in which he conducts these anatomical evaluations, there's good reason to believe it may have been a ruse. So here's my reaction when I first saw this case. That's about what I look like. So he lured these women into this office, conducting these anatomical measurements, and then he later argued that the state failed to show lack of consent because the victims knew they would be undergoing these sorts of anatomical measurements, right? They had agreed to submit to this physical act, and kind of understandably, you can see why that would be problematic. So our consent statute, as I said, lists a whole bunch of different scenarios which are categorically without the consent of the victim. And so some of these I think are really important and do a lot of work in a lot of the rape and sexual assault cases that we see. So things like the victim has expressed lack of consent through words or conduct, use of concealment or surprise, use of threats, the victim's unconscious, the victim doesn't understand what's going on, the victim believes the actor is somebody else, impairment by substances, various things involving the victim's age or being in a position of special trust. And then last factor relevant here, an actor where the actor is a health professional or religious counselor and commits an act under the guise of providing professional diagnosis. So Court of Appeals finds that there's no consent under the really, really gross facts of this case, and it does so sort of on two theories. So the evidence is sufficient to show lack of consent. First, if you look at the statute here, it says an actor who is a healthcare professional or religious counselor. Mategian looked at that and said, well, I wasn't actually a healthcare provider. I just told people I was one, and I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night. And what the Court of Appeals says, well, yeah, but actually our statute defines a healthcare professional as anyone who holds themselves out to be licensed as a healthcare professional. And you held yourself out to be a healthcare professional here by saying you were a doctor and an engineer for a medical device company. And so the evidence is sufficient to show lack of consent under this portion of the statute for medical and healthcare professionals. Second, and in the alternative, the jury could also find lack of consent here, even if the circumstances did not match the particular scenarios listed in the consent statute. The consent statute merely sets out a list of circumstances under which there's deemed to be no consent to sexual activity as a matter of law, but does not preclude the fact finder from determining that circumstances outside those defined in the statute may still amount to lack of consent in a particular case. So if you have a case that doesn't exactly match any of the sort of listed circumstances for lack of consent, let your imagination run free and let your imagination run wild. If you have a decent argument to be made that this doesn't really look like lack of consent, then, or this really doesn't look like consent, then you can still make it even if it's not strictly controlled by one of the statutory lists. Next one is also mine, John, so I'll just continue through. State versus Carter, I put in here. This answers an extremely critical question that I think we've been asking a lot in Utah law recently, which is a flaming jet ski a habitable structure? Okay, so facts of State versus Carter. There's a vacant house that catches on fire on a Monday. Fire department comes by and sees the house. They put the fire out, and it causes relatively little damage, but they have to pull away some drywall and disconnect the utilities. And then 3 days later, the house catches on fire again. This time it's a total loss, and as you can imagine, Carter is later arrested and charged with arson. So the only dispute at trial is whether the arson was aggravated because the burning of the house was the burning of a habitable structure. And we don't get some clear holdings on this because it arises in an IAC context, but we get some discussion that if you have an arson prosecution that I think you should be aware of. So Carter says, well, look, the focus of a habitable structure is on the actual use of the particular structure. And here, the house was abandoned. Nobody was actually living in it, so it's not habitable. The state argues, well, habitable means anything that could be inhabited, even if it's not inhabited at that particular moment. So right, this is kind of really a question of law about what the statute means. Instead of answering that question, though, the district court punts. The district court says, I'm going to deny both sides' instructions, and you can just argue to the jury what you think the statute means. You're not really supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to be making decisions on what the law means, but the court punts, sends it to the jury. In discussing the aggravated arson statute, what the court ends up pointing out is there's kind of a weird possible drafting error in this statute that may mean it's doing something that the legislature wasn't intending it to do. So a person commits aggravated arson by burning a habitable structure, and a habitable structure is defined in the statute as a building, vehicle, trailer, railway car, aircraft, or watercraft used for lodging or assembling persons or conducting business, whether a person is actually present or not. And so what the court points out is that there's a kind of potential contradiction here. So saying that something is habitable usually means it's capable of being lived in, not that it is actually being lived in, right? But the statute defines habitable as something that is used for lodging, not capable of being used for lodging. The court also points out that this might have been a mistake when the legislature amended the arson statute. Their purpose when amending it was to add a whole bunch of lists of things like boats and railway cars to expand the reach of the statute beyond a traditional home, right? So if you're living in a railway car, if you're living on a houseboat, then those would count as habitable structures. But when they did that, they arguably made things more confusing by narrowing what habitable means. So Judge Oram, who is, has a great sense of humor, he's a lot of fun to argue in front of, put in the opinion. The idea seems to be, for example, that if an individual lights a wave runner on fire, the crime is simple arson, not aggravated arson. Whereas if a houseboat or even a sailboat in which the owner frequently spends the weekend is burned, it is aggravated arson. So here's your big takeaway, like the number one thing I want you to remember. Lighting a wave runner on fire is not aggravated arson. It's not a habitable structure in Utah. But as I said, the legislature also seems to have accidentally, while it was doing this, narrowed the definition of habitable to things that are only actually being lived in, not things that are just capable of being lived in. Carter ended up arguing that his counsel is ineffective for not requesting a directed verdict on his theory that this wasn't habitable because nobody was actually living in it. The ultimate holding, the Court of Appeals says, well, look, it's not deficient performance, and there's no prejudice here because a directed verdict would have been futile. The district court had already signaled that it was going to punt on the issue anyway, and so since you'd already lost, the defense counsel didn't need to raise it again. Also, the court says that if defense counsel had tried to keep arguing a battle that it had already lost in front of the district court, maybe the district court would change its mind and just go with the state's instruction instead. And so sort of better to take half a victory than risk losing entirely. But the takeaway, I think, going forward, setting aside the sort of ineffective assistance context, sort of number one, this is limited by its ineffective assistance posture, but the Court of Appeals clearly suspects that aggravated arson might actually be limited only to structures that are actually being inhabited. And so the majority opinion says the legislature may want to take a look at the issue to clean this up. If you have an arson case, be aware the person may not have to actually be physically at home at that moment, but there may have to be someone living there for it to count as aggravated arson of a habitable structure. Takeaway 2, again, flaming jet ski is not a habitable structure, but a flaming houseboat might be. So be careful next time you go to Lake Powell.
All right, State v. Sorbonne. Quick case about the meaning of reasonableness in the self-defense statute. Broadly speaking, is the reasonableness standard in the self-defense statute objective or subjective? It's actually both. We'll talk about what that means. Really. So Sorbonne and his dad got into an argument about his parents' divorce. Sorbonne left with his daughter in tow, and then Dad thought better of it and went to track down son and apologize. Dad found him on a dirt road and blocked the road with his car and with his arms probably to try to talk. He said he was sorry, son, I need help. Sorbonne pulled out a gun, chambered around, pointed it at Dad and said, I'm going to kill you. So he was charged with brandishing. He claimed self-defense and said, and called his sister to testify, saying, my dad was acting erratically and angrily that day. He'd been violent in the past. Seems like a nice guy. So the court excluded some of the evidence that DCFS had previously investigated him and found him to have been violent against his family. The court kept that out. And Sorbonne didn't like that. Like, well, the jury has to have the full picture here, right? They got to know I pulled a gun on my dad because I'm scared of him because he's mean to us. So here's the statute. The individual has to reasonably believe that force or a threat of force is necessary to defend themselves or somebody else against the imminent use of unlawful force. So whether it's deadly force or non-deadly force here, the question is the person using self-defense must have a reasonable belief. So what does that mean? It's a belief that has to be reasonable. In other words, the short of it is you have to have an actual belief, and that belief has to be objectively reasonable. Subjective belief, it's objectively reasonable. So if the court were to have agreed with the defense here, this would have been kind of a big deal because Sorbonne was saying reasonable must be viewed through the lens of subjective experience. So it's like the reasonable abused woman. It's the reasonable, son whose dad is a violent drunk kind of thing. They wanted to add a layer onto just kind of the objective reasonability. And this could have been a very big deal had it come out the other way. Fortunately, it didn't. But the frustrating thing for us was this was a misdemeanor case, which means that our office didn't handle it right. This went through the local prosecutor. And the local prosecutor didn't even file a brief in the Court of Appeals. So it was just Sorbonne, who had a very experienced, very good defense attorney, arguing this. And the state was essentially without defense on what this meant. So one plea is, please, if you have one of these issues, if you're too busy, if you have a misdemeanor case, call us. Let's talk about it. Let's see if we can do something. Maybe it will be of statewide importance. We'll want to just do it for you, which is not unheard of. But by all means, we found out about this case. I think somebody in our office found out about it as it was being argued, and that's definitely not how we want to find out about questions of first impression that could impact things throughout the state, right? So if you have a case and you are very busy, you can call us for appeals help anytime. In a lot of ways, we're kind of your lawyers, right? Like you have questions on jury instructions, you have questions on how to approach things at trial. Local prosecutors contact us all the time, and we are just happy with that. We're happy to help any way that we can. We're not your law clerks. We can't just do all your research for you, but odds are, if you have an issue, it's probably not the first time it's come up, right? And we probably have some briefing that will be helpful to you. We're always happy to help, but we can't help if we don't know that there's an issue. But if you risk getting bad law that applies to everybody across the state if you don't reach out. So again, please, and the court might have defaulted us. That was actually a question, whether the court could default the state, in this case represented by the local prosecutor, because they didn't file a brief, they didn't appear at argument or anything. In fact, Orm wrote a dissent in which he advocated for just that. So had the panel been different, if another one of our Court of Appeals members had been on that panel and agreed with Judge Orm, then we enter into some pretty dangerous territory for us. So there's a small plea. Fortunately, though, both the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court didn't buy it. Justice Lee wrote this one. He said, look, reasonable belief has subjective and objective components. Reasonableness is objective. So the necessity or the decision to use force must be objectively reasonable. Belief is subjective. The person must actually hold that reasonable belief. But, said the court, that doesn't mean that the defense brought up entirely irrelevant things here. The non-exclusive factors listed in the self-defense statute, things like the nature of the danger, its immediacy, the probability of death or of serious bodily injury, all that kind of stuff, help assess whether and to the extent the individual defendant's belief is a reasonable one. So all that comes into reasonable, whether the belief was objectively reasonable, but you can consider that. That includes, again, history of violence and abuse, the battered wife, etc., that we've just already talked about. And reasonableness itself, the court says, is a hypothetical. Whether that person in the defendant's circumstances would have reasonably believed that a threat or use of force was necessary. So if you have questions about what does self-defense mean and what is that standard, Sorbonne's your case.
Okay, we've got 3 minutes left, so I'll do this last one and then take a break. This is another one that I couldn't find a good photo for, so I apologize. You know, I know we're trained to try to find interesting pictures, and I really thought about it, and sorry, nothing good here. The holding of State versus Jones is essentially that a photo of a naked child can be child pornography if it was produced for the subjective purpose of sexual arousal. And so let me sort of explain what that means. So the defendant in this case, Jordan, took some nude photos of his toddler son. The photos were really creepy, but they weren't explicitly sexual or explicitly obscene. And I was on the moot for this case, so I actually had to look at the photos, and I can tell you they are really creepy, despite not being overtly sexual. So the state argued that these photos were child pornography because Jordan had a demonstrated sexual interest in children, and he took the photos for the purposes of his subjective purposes of arousing himself. So I'm going to take these nude photos for the purposes of arousing myself. Jordan says, well, no, you can't do that with child pornography. Child pornography is purely objective. You have to look at the image on its face and see, is it pornographic or is it not? So the Court of Appeals agrees with the state. So the child pornography statute requires a depiction of sexually explicit conduct, which is generally defined as one of a variety of sex acts. So things, masturbation, fondling, various forms of intercourse and touching. But there's another form of sexually explicit conduct defined by statute, which is the visual depiction of nudity or partial nudity for the purpose of causing sexual arousal of any person. And so looking at that language, a visual depiction of child pornography, a visual depiction of child nudity qualifies as child pornography if it was produced for the purpose of sexual arousal, even if the image might not be pornographic on its face. So, that's the sort of narrow holding of the case, is that if you produce naked images of a child for purposes of your sexual arousal, that's child pornography as it is applied to you. There are a bunch of unanswered sort of lingering questions out there. So one is whether there's a potential First Amendment concern here, whether this sweeps in too much conduct. That's not addressed in the case. Another is third-party transfer. So what happens if, say, like Ann Geddes, who's famous for taking pictures of babies. What happens if we all find out that Ann Geddes was taking these pictures for the purpose of arousing herself? Does that mean we are now all possessing child pornography? The answer may very well be yes, if we know that's what Ann Geddes was doing and we still keep the photos, then maybe we are possessing child pornography, at least under the logic of our statute as it stands. But the court kind of expressly declines to address those issues for the narrow purposes of this case. If the person has created the images for purposes of arousing themselves, it is child pornography, at least as to that individual defendant. And I see it's time for a break. Bob, what time are we back?
3:30, or, excuse me,
2:45?
2:45. All right.
15-minute break. Back at 3:30.
Here, actually, I'll just do it. Hey, everybody, before we get started, Marilyn has asked that you come and physically check in with her. We didn't have internet connection this morning, so but by the end of the day, we have one more break. If you'll be sure and check in with Marilyn, she would appreciate that. Thanks.
All right. All right. Up next, they asked us to speak into our mics a little bit. We got it. Okay. A case about a chatty bailiff that we lost a few years ago in the Court of Appeals. We lost again in the Utah Supreme Court. This is one of those cases you really couldn't see coming or prepare for, and I thought the judge did an admirable job of dealing with what happened, but you know, sometimes there's only so much you can do to save a case. Question here, is prejudice presumed under the state constitution when personnel who work for the courts, even if they're not assigned to the court hearing the case, speak with the jury? The answer is yes. At least we have some guidance from the court on how to deal with it when it does happen. This is Mr. Soto. He was being tried for ag sex assault. During a lunch break on day 2 of trial, the court bailiff took the jury to the judge's elevator, and when they got on, a trooper, here he is, was already inside. He, parenthetically, this guy used to guard the Supreme Court, the appellate courts. He just kind of sit in the back of the Supreme Court during oral arguments. And he says to, he says to the bailiff, hey, this looks like a jury. Do you want me to tell you how this ends? And the record isn't clear on this, but I imagine they gave him the old humor him and frown smile, maybe kind of up and down on the calves a little bit, like, yeah, hey. A couple of floors later, an IT guy gets on and joined this awkward conversation. And the IT guy then says, can you say guilty? Ha ha ha, and they get off. That's it. Court bailiff goes to the trial court, says, what happened? So after lunch, trial court told counsel what happened. And said she planned to ask each juror what they heard and if they could still remain impartial after that. Which, just kind of setting aside everything, like, do you think any juror is actually going to listen to this? Some goofball is just like, hey, can you say guilty? And just like, would that really make a difference? Probably not. But here we are. He has a uniform on. And she said she would give a curative instruction. The trial court did. And defense counsel said, we're okay with that. So the jurors gave slightly differing accounts, but they agreed that the bailiff and the trooper had said something along the lines of, you can tell he's guilty, just find him guilty, or he looks guilty. But ringing through all of this is guilty, 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 right? That's a problem. They thought it was all joking talk, and they said they could remain impartial. So the jurors themselves, in fact, did not think this was a big deal. But defense counsel moved for a mistrial, saying that the jury was now tainted. And the trial court denied it, saying the jurors knew they were just joking, it was a bad joke, but they know that this person isn't involved in the trial. They said they could remain impartial. The court again gave a curative instruction saying that the trooper and the IT guy were not connected to the trial at all. They knew nothing about the case. They were just trying to be funny, and they failed. And the jury ended up convicting Soto. Here's the constitutional provisions, federal and state. This one's decided under the state constitution, but you have a right under both, almost identical, to be tried by an impartial jury. So here's the rule particular to cases like this. Where there's improper contact with a witness, attorney, or court personnel that is more than, quote, merely incidental, unintended, and brief, there's a rebuttable presumption of prejudice. That should be rebuttable, not rebuttal. Excuse the typo there. So the court had also used the term court participants before, so we were trying to argue, well, it's limited to people who are actually participating in that trial, not just like are in the courthouse or just in the courthouse. And under this very old line of cases, to find no prejudice, the verdict must be above suspicion. And some of these cases were pretty bad. I'm trying to remember if it was Pike or I think it was Anderson. It was a trial in a rural area, and one of the witnesses rode with the cop to trial every day, or one of the jurors rode to the courthouse with the cop every day because they lived in the same small town, and it was like a 2-hour drive to the court. So That's a problem. Right? So the argument was over, what does court personnel mean? You know, anyone who works at the court, the janitor, the IT guy, whoever else, or is it just those involved in the trial itself? We argued Allen meant they had to be involved in the trial itself. The Court of Appeals agreed with Soto. Orm plays the reverse card on this one. He said, look, the rebuttable presumption applies because this was a uniformed bailiff clearly working at the courts. This was the private elevator in back, right? This wasn't the public elevator. This is the one that just people inside the court could use for judges, witnesses, or not all witnesses even, right? Just the special secure elevator. And it was more than just incidental and brief. They weren't just passing the time of day or saying hi in the hall. They were actually, even if jokingly and in bad taste, talking about the very point of the trial, right? Like trying to decide guilt or innocence, encouraging them to find him guilty. So we sought cert, the review, and the Utah Supreme Court affirmed with Himonis writing. Applying these here, it was basically 3 strikes and we're out. Who made the improper contact? The more important or authoritative the speaker, the more likely the presumption applies. The hypothetical that Orm wrote about in his Court of Appeals opinion that the Utah Supreme Court picks up on here is, well, let's say it's the Chief Justice of the Utah Supreme Court, all the members of the Utah Supreme Court in their robes. They get on that private elevator with that jury, and they say something like that. You're telling me that just because they're not participating in that trial, that's not going to carry some weight? So the court was uncomfortable with that sort of situation. They didn't want to craft a rule that, as silly as that would be, because Chief Justice Durant, the members of the Utah Supreme Court, aren't going to get on there and make jokes about finding somebody guilty, right? It's not in their nature, their personality, and they're not dumb, right? But who made the improper contact? That's something to consider in all this balancing. If it's the janitor, that's going to be less of a concern than if it's a judge, than if it's a bailiff, than if it's a, you can figure that, you can kind of populate that spectrum as you think about more authoritative figures in court and less authoritative figures in the courthouse. What each person said, the more directly relevant it is to the trial, the more likely the presumption applies. So here they were talking about guilt or innocence. They weren't just talking about the Jazz game or talking about, things unrelated to trial or things only tangentially related to the trial. And then the circumstances under which it occurred. The closer it occurs to deliberations, the more that's the danger zone, right? If it happens during early voir dire, jury selection, maybe that's less of a concern than when it happens. You see where I'm going with this. So it's a balancing test. Consider all these facts. And that's just to figure out if the presumption applies. So if the presumption does apply, the state prosecutor has to rebut it beyond a reasonable doubt. But it is possible to do. So it's like an appellate affirmative defense. Once they provide some evidence, kind of like self-defense, they have some evidence of self-defense. Now you have to rebut it beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Asking jurors about the impact on them, that's good to do, but it's not enough alone because the court says people sometimes or often have difficulty measuring the impact of experiences on themselves and on measuring their own bias, that sort of thing. So that'll be important evidence, but it won't be enough on its own. But there are 2 different ways the court says you can potentially do it. You can call in the communicants, so whoever was involved in the conversation, have a mini hearing where you bring in everybody who rode in that elevator and have the judge make findings on exactly what was said and have them available so defense counsel can cross-examine them and really probe, get to the bottom of all of this. Or in an extreme case, an extremely good case for us, we can just say, look, who cares? We had video, we had 2 confessions, we had DNA. They were going to find this guy guilty anyway. It doesn't really matter. But it does have to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It has to be pretty strong evidence. So if you do run into this situation, I think the court should handle it about like Judge Johnson handled it here. But you're going to probably have to hold a little hearing, get people to come in and have them available to testify about exactly what happened, and then go on from there. So like I say, there's nothing that counsel could have really done to prevent this, and dealing with a new situation, they did the best that they could, but it still just was not enough. So maybe tell your bailiffs just to use empty elevators. And maybe this is an officer training issue, like to the extent you interact with your police departments, you're able to sit in patrol or detective meetings or go hang out with the judicial bunch, just let them know, the less you do, you should say less things. The less you say, the better, substantively about anything in the court process. And that trooper no longer works guarding the Utah Supreme Court. But yeah, make as complete a record as possible, make your best arguments, and let the chips fall.
All right, are people hearing me okay? All right.
Closer to your mouth.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. I'm kind of, is this, all right. I may have to use these podcast mics instead. Welcome to All Things Considered. I'll be performing my interpretive law dance about the rule against perpetuities. All right, so I'm going to try really hard to make myself easier to hear. Is that better? All right. As someone who I have surgical implants in both of my ears, I sympathize with the hard of hearing. I am one. All right, so State versus Maine. This is kind of an interesting case. So Maine shot his father to death, fatally shot his father. Then he went to his friend's house and demanded a change of clothes, stole a bunch of the friend's stuff, held the friend at gunpoint, kidnapped him for a while. Eventually the friend wrestles the gun away and Maine runs off. Maine is charged with murdering his father, as well as various other offenses against the friend, so burglary, robbery, etc. The district court initially severs the murder trial from the charges relating to the friend. And then at murder trial, though, Maine tries to pin the murder on the friend by saying, well, look, friend must have done it because all this stuff that's related to the murder is found at friend's house, right? So clearly he's the guy who did it. The district court and understandably the Court of Appeals goes, no, you don't get to do that, use this severance as a sword and shield. So the court ends up admitting evidence of the incidents regarding friend in the trial of the murder against the father. So the admission of evidence about crimes against friend did not violate Rule 404B. So the rationale here is that it's intrinsic evidence because it explained how the murder, evidence of the murder, the physical evidence of the murder, got to the friend's house. This is important because we actually don't have a ton of Utah case law on intrinsic evidence. So for those of you who are not familiar with the doctrine, right, 404B refers to other acts evidence, right? And there's a certain category of evidence that we say, well, it's so closely related to the crime that it's not really an other act. It's not an other charged act. It is integral to the act that's been charged itself. So here, when crimes are part of a single criminal episode, the evidence necessarily will be inextricably intertwined. So if you have something that would fall within our precedent of the single criminal episode statute, that's going to be intertwined and it's going to fall within the intrinsic evidence doctrine. But even if it's not part of the same criminal episode, it can still be closely related enough to be intrinsic. So this is really, really nice because, ideally, in terms of ease for you guys, in terms of admitting evidence, much easier to admit intrinsic evidence than it is to admit 404B, right? If it's 404B evidence, you have to provide notice. We have a Court of Appeals and a Supreme Court that are frankly a little bit hostile to a lot of 404B evidence. And so to the extent that we can argue that it's intrinsic or at least get alternative rulings that the evidence is intrinsic, then that sets us up better on appeal. The other alternative rationale here, and this is also kind of a good guide for how it may be helpful to argue your cases, is that, all right, well, even if it's not intrinsic evidence, then 404B does apply. It was still admissible and highly probative for a non-character purpose. So, right, if you're going to try to defend the case on the grounds that friend must have done it because all of the evidence is at friend's house, then we're allowed to introduce the real reasons why all of this evidence wound up at friend's house. The other interesting holding in State versus Maine, Mitch Hedberg is one of my favorite comedians. One time a guy handed me a photo and said, here's a picture of me when I was younger. Every picture is a picture of you when you were younger. So So John and I like to trade Mitch Hedberg quotes, and some of them are just dumb but fun. You know, I wish they made a fajita cologne because that stuff smells great. But anyhow, so bonus clarification here. Rule 404B applies to other acts, not merely prior acts, right? So we often refer to Rule 404 evidence as other acts evidence or prior bad acts evidence, or sometimes prior bad acts evidence. But by its terms, it just refers to other acts. It doesn't have to be, technically, it doesn't have to be bad, and technically it doesn't have to be prior. So here, here there are things that are happening after the murder takes place, right? There are things about disposing of the evidence. Those are not prior to the murder, but they can still come in because they are other acts under 404B. So in the same way that, I think I have this thing here that, they're all prior to the trial in some sense, so maybe they're all prior acts in that way, but they don't have to be other acts that are prior to the crime. All right.
One of my favorite Mitch Hedberg lines, an escalator can never break, it can only become stairs. All right, Provo v. Bishop Garcia. This is a case about forbidden credibility testimony. Question, can you ask a witness whether they believe another witness? No, please don't even try to do anything like that. Here's Mr. Bishop Garcia. He lived in a duplex in Provo, and his landlord also owned the restaurant next door. And in the duplex basement, there was an ice machine where restaurant employees, they'd basically go into their boss's duplex to get ice for the restaurant in the morning. So the victim worked at the restaurant, and she went to go get some ice from the duplex where Mr. Bishop Garcia lived. As she was walking across the yard with a couple of buckets of ice, the defendant offered to help her, and here's where the stories diverge. She said that she declined the help, but he insisted that his wife wanted to talk with her, so she walked back across the yard and waited, buckets in hand. And then the defendant grabbed her breasts and buttocks from behind and told her that she had lost some weight and looked pretty. So there's the account from her perspective. From his perspective, he said that she accepted his help and the two went inside to talk. And he said his wife wasn't home, and then she got weird and left, and then for some reason she fabricated this sex assault allegation against him. But he's like, hey, I was just trying to be a good guy, just trying to help somebody carrying some buckets of ice, right? So the victim later called the landlord, the manager of the restaurant, who in turn called the police. He was charged with unlawful detention and sexual battery. Okay, so at trial, the prosecutor asked two different witnesses whether they believed the victim, and the defense counsel never objected to this. So to landlord manager, do you believe her story? Landlord manager, I did. Prosecutor to officer, when you heard her story, did it make sense to you? It did. Did you find her story to be credible? Yes, because it was consistent each time she told it to me. And the prosecutor later referred to this testimony in closing argument. Can't do that. Rule 608A, reputation or opinion evidence. On appeal, Bishop Garcia argued that his counsel was ineffective for not objecting to that testimony under Rule 608A here. Evidence of truthful character is admissible only after the witness's character for truthfulness has been attacked. So this bars, there are myriad cases on this, but Adams is one, bars direct testimony regarding the truthfulness regarding the truthfulness of a witness on a particular occasion. This protects the jury's role as fact finder. So whether this person is telling the truth is up to the jury, and you're free to argue in closing argument why the jury should believe a particular witness, but you can't ask witnesses to opine on somebody else's credibility. Just can't do it. The Court of Appeals says, yeah, this testimony was obviously inadmissible. This is nowhere even near a close call. This isn't like those rape myths, those rape myth experts that you'll call in to say, I don't know this particular person, but I've interviewed a lot of victims, and this is how they act or react, that sort of thing. That's okay. You can't say this person was telling the truth at a particular time, because the jury is the lie detector. Other people are not the lie detector. Counsel had ample opportunity to object and prevent the error, but there's just basically, and even if the officer's testimony is a little iffy, the manager's testimony was just right out there. he said, she said case, so there's a reasonable likelihood of a different result to send it down for a new trial. So basically, short on this is don't elicit this testimony on purpose. Every now and again, a witness will kind of blurt it out in a way that you didn't ask for. If that does happen, by all means, don't use it in your closing argument, because if you do, there's going to be a new trial.
I'm genuinely wondering if this might be more effective. And this, if I also need to, file dispatches about the Korean War or anything, I can also use this.
Or maybe sing a Sinatra song.
There we go. That would be cruel and unusual punishment, I think. All right, so State versus Johnson. Oh, there we go. I can hear myself now. State versus Johnson, flash, bulletin. So the holding of State versus Johnson is that 911 calls made a few minutes after the event may still qualify as present sense impressions. So facts of Johnson. Johnson got into a confrontation with a hotel manager. The manager took Johnson's picture during this confrontation, so Johnson unsuccessfully tried to take the manager's phone away. When that didn't work, Johnson threatened the manager with a gun and said that he'd kill him if he called 911. This, of course, is one of the easiest ways to ensure that somebody will immediately call 911. So manager called 911 right away. The 911 call is then later admitted as a present sense impression under Rule 803(1). So Johnson argues that this is an abuse of discretion because State versus Smith said that only strictly contemporaneous statements qualify as present sense impressions. So the idea is you can say present sense impression would be, Bob is sitting in the back of the room, but not a minute or two from now when I'm getting more water and coffee, Bob was sitting in the back of the room. So majority of the Supreme Court, majority opinion written by Chief Justice Durant, says the district court did not abuse its discretion by admitting the 911 call, even though it took place a few minutes after the incident. So under Rule 803(1), the plain text of the rule says it's a statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant preceded it, right? So it doesn't have to be strictly contemporaneous. The rule says it could also be made immediately after. And there's nothing in the rule that requires it to be strictly contemporaneous. So the court says, we disapprove of that suggestion in Smith. It just has to be while or immediately after to qualify as a present sense impression. In determining whether the statement was made immediately after the event, court may consider the passage of time, the existence of intervening factors, and the spontaneity of the statements. Chief Justice Durant in particular likes to have a lot of these sorts of factors to consider to provide guidance to the bar. So this is, I think, typical of his opinions. The 911 call in this case, the court holds satisfies those requirements because the elapse of time is only about 4 minutes between the confrontation and the call. There are no intervening events, and the statements were sufficiently spontaneous to fall within the exception, so there's no abuse of discretion in admitting them. The court also relies pretty heavily on federal case law. So if you have a case where there's a fight about whether to admit something as a present sense impression, and you need to sort of mine cases for how long a wait is too long, what's spontaneous and what's not, what's present and what's not, take a look at this opinion. It gives lots of really good examples, sort of specific cases that you may be able to use as a comparison for whatever the facts are in your case. We do have a dissent here from two justices, Hamonis and Lee, and they kind of they agree that the federal courts would admit this as a present sense impression, but they also just think that that's kind of dumb, that the federal courts are wrong, and that the whole idea of present sense impressions is kind of a dumb idea. I admit I kind of understand where they're coming from. The idea that if you don't have time to think, you can't lie seems to me to just be like flat wrong. The Shaggy "it wasn't me" defense is all about people blurting out lies in the That's a cultural reference for a very narrow band of people, it occurs to me, like people who went to high school at the same time I went to high school. But you know, the idea that somebody speaking off the top of their mind can't lie seems questionable. But in a case like this, it may be important evidence for your prosecution, so just be aware that the present sense impression doesn't actually have to be happening strictly spontaneously. It can also happen a short while afterwards. There'll also be, I think, some overlap with excited utterances as well. The benefit of the present sense impression, it probably needs to be closer in time than the excited utterance, but you don't necessarily need to still be excited, right? So there may be still some circumstances that would qualify for one. You know, the cases where you have someone who is still under the stress of the event 2 hours later may not qualify as a present sense impression anymore, although some of the federal cases are pretty extreme. But on the flip side, if your witness is calm and collected when they're making their report, maybe it's a present sense impression, even if it's not an excited utterance. State versus Smith is also, as mine, so I'll keep this one. A question in this court, the question for the court in this case is, can the police look into this? And the answer is maybe not. So facts of this case, there's McDonald's employees find Smith passed out in a running car in the parking lot after midnight. They say, "Excuse me, sir, can you please leave?" Smith responds by turning on his car, driving around the parking lot a couple of times, parking again, and then going back to sleep. McDonald's calls 911 at this point, and 3 officers arrive for a welfare check. So one officer parks behind Smith's car so that he can't escape, he can't drive away. 2 other officers are parked nearby. I mentioned the sort of where things are parked because the court seems to think this is a really important factor. The officers then put a spotlight on the car because it's after midnight and knock on the window. Smith unrolls the window, and as soon as he does, they smell alcohol. Now they have a basis for continuing investigation in DUI, and he ends up getting arrested on various DUI offenses. All right, so the question is, was all of this a reasonable search? And the answer our Supreme Court gives is no. They say the officers displayed too much force and authority, and the community caretaking need was too attenuated. So they say, you know, once he rolls down the window and the officers smell alcohol, that's enough for probable cause for DUI. What the court is concerned about is everything leading up to that point. They think the officers did too much for this to be a community caretaking welfare check sort of situation, and so they hold that the overall encounter, the overall seizure, it was unreasonable. So the state, when we argued this case in the Supreme Court, we asked the court to apply the same sort of 2-part test that we normally see in criminal seizures. So was the seizure lawful at its inception, and then was it reasonable in its manner and its scope? The Supreme Court instead applies a different 3-part test under the sort of welfare check, community caretaking rationale, which is looking at the degree to which an officer intrudes into freedom of movement or privacy. So looking at things like the degree of force and the length of the seizure, and then whether the degree of public interest in the exigency of the situation. So then looking at the facts of this case, the court says, well, blocking in the car and using a spotlight were shows of overt authority. Police were also in full uniform, wearing guns and badges. The police called for backup and used 3 officers in 2 different squad cars. And the seizure was, according to the court, inconsistent with the amount of time that should have been taken to conduct a welfare check, because the first officer decided to call for backup. So, you know, sort of, you know, the idea is that, well, if you really wanted to do a welfare check, just the first officer would have gone in and knocked on the window rather than calling for backup, blocking the guy in and putting a spotlight on him. You know, they also, I mean, the sort of query, by the way, to what extent this is persuasive. So the idea is that by calling for backup, the officer extended the length of the seizure, but the evidence also suggests that Smith was asleep during the time where he was purportedly seized. He wasn't going anywhere anyway. So, you know, sort of query whether that makes sense as a seizure. You know, if you're seized in the middle of the night during your sleep and you never know about it, is it really a seizure? You know, by the same token, right, if officers are staked out outside of a house waiting to go in and whoever's inside doesn't know about it, why would that be a seizure? Just one of sort of several kind of troubling questions raised in this case. As far as the community caretaking rationale, so what's the need for officers to check on this guy who's passed out in this car around midnight? Well, they say it's December, but there's no testimony it's particularly cold and the car is running, so it's not like he's going to freeze to death. That gives the officers more time and makes it less urgent for them to intervene. Smith was in a parking lot, not on the side of the road, so he posed little danger to himself or others. Again, sort of query, if the engine is still on, does that mean he's planning to leave soon? And the officers had at best only a secondary purpose, the court tells us, in community caretaking, and at worst they were just trying to justify a warrantless criminal seizure under the community caretaking doctrine. Now you may wonder, well, wait a minute, isn't the officer's subjective purpose irrelevant under clear Supreme Court case law? And it is, and our Supreme Court repeatedly acknowledges, oh yeah, no, we're not supposed to consider subjective purpose, but they mention it a whole bunch of times in the opinion anyway, and they keep returning to it. This may be a sort of a lady doth protest too much, methinks, that they're sort of backdooring in subjective purpose. So, you know, in terms of guidance for you and for your officers, you know, to some degree this may be a somewhat unique case, but I think there are sort of troubling implications from it and sort of lingering questions in how our Supreme Court's treating it. So one is a sort of problem of mixed motivations. So I think you could say, reasonably argue in a case like this that, well, you know, the officers are primarily there for a welfare check, but given the facts of the case, they could also reasonably consider that maybe this guy is also drunk or high, and that's why it may be important to take more measures to secure the search or to secure the seizure than might otherwise be taken. The court also seems to exercise or to mention as sort of shows of overt force, things that are present in almost every case. So the presence of guns, badges, and uniforms. I mean, almost every police encounter involves something like that. So the idea that those factors should have significant weight, I think, is troubling and arguably in significant tension with U.S. Supreme Court precedent. Things like spotlights and freedom to leave, well, every seizure is you're not free to leave, but that doesn't necessarily, that's the definition of a seizure. That doesn't necessarily mean it's unreasonable. And again, you know, the idea that an officer should be expected to approach a running car in the middle of the night without lighting seems to me to be really kind of disturbing. You know, if you're worried about this case, I would commend it to your reading and see if you're worried too. The only thing I would add is you know, there may be some possibility of cleaning this up. There is currently a motion for rehearing pending on a handful of issues in the Utah Supreme Court, and then my understanding as of the last time I talked to Jeff Gray, who's our search and seizure director, within the last week or two that the office is considering whether it's worth trying to take this case up to the U.S. Supreme Court. On the one hand, it's pretty fact intensive, but on the other hand, I think the way that the court is treating some of the issues could be really, really troubling for community caretaking, welfare check sorts of searches, and so there may be some reason for us to try to take it up.
The next time I'm trying to reach a Zen meditative state, I'm going to think, if somebody is seized in their sleep, are they really seized? It's a good one. All right, State v. Thompson-Jacobson. This is a speedy trial case that turns into a cautionary tale. So, question in this case, if you charge someone who's incarcerated in another jurisdiction, you know where they are, but you don't try to extradite them, are you going to lose a speedy trial motion years later? Yes, you are. All right, Jacobson lived with his mom, probably in the basement. Sometimes his sister would bring her kids over for grandma to watch. She was married and she and her husband both worked. One day, grandma had to run an errand. She was a taxi driver and went out on a call and left the kids with Jacobson, which was a super awesome idea. The kids, who were 4 and 5 at the time, were watching a show while Jacobson went to the bathroom. And being kids, you know, kindergartners essentially, you know, they'd knock on the door while he's in the bathroom, run away. I haven't had, since having young children, I haven't had a moment's peace every time I'm trying to use the bathroom. Like little fingers under the door, like, this is what kids do, right? Jacobson took this, to say the least, the wrong way. He came out and said, what, are you kids trying to see me naked? No, they were not. but then he pulled down his pants and had them touch him. Grandma came home a short time later, and Jacobson told them not to tell anyone about their little, what he called, game. All right, so Jacobson told his mom about this soon after, at least his version of the story. And in his version, he said the kids kept trying to pull his pants down, which, left at that, is not entirely unbelievable that kids might tug at your pants. Like, okay, fine. But he then told his sister and possibly his brother-in-law, who was dead by the time all of this came to trial, the same story, but with each retelling, it kept getting worse. I liken it to a Hieronymus Bosch painting. If you don't know who Hieronymus Bosch is, he's a Renaissance painter. And just Google the Garden of Earthly Delights and look at it for a little while. With every detail, you'll be more and more horrified. That's what Jacobson's story was like. Yikes. Anyway, his story reached peak ridiculousness years later when he was interviewed in Las Vegas on another case. The detective there asked him about what happened here in Provo because he'd been trying to find Jacobson for a while to talk to him about a case in Vegas. And when he talked to his mom just happened to mention, oh yeah, this happened with my grandkids. Or, something happened with my grandkids years ago. And by Jacobson's telling, this 4- and 5-year-old coordinated, planned, and carried out a sexual attack on him. And they were just too strong. This 4- and 5-year-old overpowered him and subjected him to, basically saying they sexually abused him. Yeah, we don't buy it. Okay, and after that interview in Vegas in 2006, he was charged in Nevada and in Utah for the crimes in each respective jurisdiction. This was, again, in 2006. The Vegas prosecution took about 5 months, after which he was sent to prison in Nevada for 7 years. 3 years in to his Nevada sentence, because he knew about the charges in Utah, he had been told about them or served with information or something. He got word of them while he was being charged there in Vegas. And 3 years into his Vegas sentence, he wrote a letter to the district court here in Utah and asked for dismissal forms. He wanted to dismiss his case. The Utah prosecutors didn't try to extradite him until he served his full Nevada sentence. And essentially, they forgot about him. When he finally got back to Utah, he moved to dismiss on speedy trial grounds. And here's the test. It comes from the Sixth Amendment gives you a right to a speedy and public trial. Under Barker v. Wingo, it's a balancing test. We have a lot of those today. That you need to consider 4 different things. The length of the delay, so how long did it last? If it's been more than a year between charging and trial, that's presumptively a violation. So that starts the rest of the inquiry. If it's less than a year, then the defendant's going to have a really hard time proving speedy trial. Now, don't get confused. Sometimes there are federal cases that deal with the Speedy Trial Act, an act of federal law where you can demand a trial much sooner than a year. But this is just under the Sixth Amendment. So then, if it's been longer than a year, the court starts to look at the other factors, things like the reasons for the delay. And the more intentional the delay, the worse it is. So it can be anywhere on a spectrum of, we delayed this so that his case would get worse and he would just rot in prison and screw him, to all the way over to, oh gosh, our courts are really crowded and we just could not get a trial sooner than, imagine you're a prosecutor in the Cook County Attorney's Office in Illinois. That prosecutor's office, the last time I talked to somebody from that office, I think they have 1,000 prosecutors in the Cook County, Illinois Attorney's Office. It can take a while for something to get in line and get to trial. So crowded courts, that sort of thing, that's going to weigh much less heavily than basically somebody intentionally putting this off for whatever reason. Negligence or something less weighs a lot less heavily. Then you look at whether and how the defendant asserted his right, because if he doesn't assert the speedy trial right until right before his trial, it's like, well, did you really want a speedy trial, or are you just trying to play a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? So the courts look at whether the defendant really wanted this and what evidence might show that he really wanted to get on with it. Finally, the last of these factors is the prejudice from the delay. So there's kind of 3 categories of prejudice. Impairment of the defense, loss of witnesses. Here, well, we'll talk about what played out here, but Has the delay resulted in somebody not being available anymore? Has a cop died? Has a witness died who was who could have supported the defendant's alibi or something like that? You can see how that would be pretty prejudicial. Or is the evidence essentially as it was? I think any prosecutor knows that as a rule, our cases get worse and not better with time. We tend to want to move more quickly. Not always, but often. But nevertheless, delay can impair a defense in that way. The second part of prejudice from a delay can be just the anxiety of having something hang over your head for that long. Like just the sword of Damocles, the value of it is that it hangs, right? If those charges are just sitting there unresolved. I don't know how many of you have ever been involved in a lawsuit individually. Like it's incredibly stressful, and having it unresolved, I can understand why that would be a factor. Yeah, I see a hand up.
About the fees, prosecuted misdemeanors, fees that has class A misdemeanors charges and then domestic violence charges, and case was on warrant for almost 2.5 years, and now Mr. is claiming that his client is in prison in Washington State. I do understand that county attorney's offices have the possibility of extraditing people from out of state,
But you can't extradite on a misdemeanor.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what are my options?
I suppose when it's a misdemeanor, your options are quite limited, and that will be a factor that the courts will take into effect, because if there's no way to get them, then you can't be faulted for not getting them sooner. And I imagine they'd have less concern on a misdemeanor too, just because the penalties are nowhere near as dire. You know, this guy's facing a first-degree felony. I think in the background that kind of plays to it. But yeah, if there's no way to get him, I suppose he could agree to. I don't know if he could agree to extradition or agree to transportation or whatever else.
Yeah, his attorney doesn't seem like he wants to do that.
Yeah, well, and then he's not really asserting the right? So I would imagine it would play out differently for misdemeanor. That's a good point.
Do we have to do anything more than file a detainer?
Filing a detainer is just saying we want him next, right? So sometimes you might need to get a governor's warrant or a writ of prosecution ad prosequendum, right? You might have to actually get them here. And because there are ways to do that, other than you don't just file a detainer. Of course, once you file a detainer, then they're going to have a hearing in the sending state, right? That triggers the process. And if they refuse, then you can get the warrant to actually bring them here, I suppose. But yeah, you got to file that detainer, I think.
What kind of writ did you just say?
Writ in aid of, I think it's called a writ in aid of prosecution, or habeas corpus ad prosequendum. I've only seen a couple in my career, but we did use one or two. Yeah, and if you have any questions about how that's done, I'm positive that your colleagues here, if you just send it out on the listserv, you'll get 5 or 6 examples in short order of people who have done that. But anyway, so those are the factors. Oh yeah, the different kinds of prejudice. One final part is oppressive pretrial incarceration. So this would be a concern if somebody's arrested and then they're just kind of rotting in jail there waiting for their trial to start, and courts are way backed up for whatever reason or things keep getting delayed. If that goes on long enough, then that might be enough to show prejudice in a given case. But the court's going to consider all of those things and balance them together and say, okay, do we have a violation or not? And you can see why the court didn't want to draw any bright lines, just because cases are so different. Things unroll or unfold so differently in so many cases, and in some cases the defendant might not even know that charges are filed against him, so you can just take that prejudice from having something hang over you right out, right? Because that's not even going to be a factor in that case. But in another case where they do know about it and they're not incarcerated somewhere else, maybe that's going to play into it. All right, so here's Jacobson. He says, let's balance those. 7 years is a really long time. And we agree, yeah, 7 years is a really long time. There's no way around it. On the second point, the state was negligent in not bringing him sooner, and they actually argued intentional in reply, but the court's not going to consider an argument raised for the first time in a reply brief because the appellee, or us, will not have the chance to really respond to that in writing. So the court didn't really consider that, but there was a real danger. Had they raised this, frankly, at a sooner point, there was some indication in the record. One of the prosecutors argued when he raised this at the trial court that the delay was actually his fault because he's the one who committed a crime in Las Vegas and got jailed for it. And that has some intuitive appeal. I could see somebody who hadn't read the cases thinking, yeah, this isn't our fault, like it's on him, he's the one who keeps committing more crimes, let him rot kind of thing, right? Like I get the intuitive appeal of that, but legally it's just wrong. That delay is not his fault. It's always on the state to bring the person to trial. And one little caveat to that, the time during which charges were filed in Las Vegas and when that process concluded, that does not count against the state because the state is, we had a case, State v. Young a few years ago, Young with an E on the end of it, that if the state is just waiting its turn at the prosecutorial turnstile, you get them now and then once you're done, I get them. Once they're done means after their sentencing is done, then you can start prosecuting them. So that time between charging and conviction in another state did not count against the state. But it was still, that brought it slightly under 7 years. It was like 6 years, 11 months, but still a super duper long time. And we agreed, yeah, the state was negligent, and we were fortunate to get, they essentially conceded negligence. There was, I could see this unfolding in a different way where we get something worse than, or worse isn't the right way, something less favorable to us than negligence. And he said, well, I asserted my right, as far as assertion of the right, like I asserted it by sending that letter to the court saying, hey, give me a motion to dismiss, I want to get rid of this case. And we responded, well, yeah, that's not exactly, he didn't invoke his speedy trial right, and the way that I pitched it was, it's not like he has to stand up and cite the Sixth Amendment and say, I'm hereby invoking my Sixth Amendment right. What he has to show is that he wants to get on with it. And he wasn't, the tone of his letter, like a lot of pro se defendants, was he was claiming he was being railroaded, right? Like, I'm an innocent man. Let's just get rid of these charges. Can't you dismiss on the grounds of innocence? How many of us get those letters in our cases? They write straight to the judge. Judge, you're my only hope. Please dismiss this unjust case. And finally, the prejudice. He said, look, I had charges hanging over me for years, and I would have been able to, one, so prejudice from that sort of Damocles, and two, in the time between all of this happened and trial, when Utah brought me here, Father has since died. And there was some evidence in the record that Father had actually called police and reported this, and police hadn't investigated for whatever reason. So under the statute of limitations at the time, a report would trigger the running of the statute of limitations. And he's saying it prejudiced my defense because had Father still been alive, he really could have helped me make my statute of limitations defense. I disagreed with that for several reasons. One, Dad was like this delusional druggie who he died about 6 months before the defendant was brought here from Las Vegas, and he would have been a terrible witness. The court ended up agreeing with me on that, but there was just too much, too long here. So the Court of Appeals sides with Jacobson, though not on everything. Again, 7 years is a really long time. It's presumptively prejudicial, no question. We agreed with that. The state was negligent in not bringing him here sooner. The trial court actually bought the state's argument and said, well, yeah, this is Thompson Jacobson's fault, right? Like, he's the one who committed a crime somewhere else and was incarcerated. That's on him, that's not on the state. It's like, well, we conceded on appeal. Actually, that's not what the cases say. And the state was at least negligent, and that's what they say, and we agree the state was negligent. They agreed with us that the letter didn't invoke his right to a speedy trial, but again, it's hard to fault him for it because he didn't have an attorney in Utah. And lingering in the back of all this is, as you could probably tell from the ridiculous story that he gave, he's got some mental issues. He's in the kind of crazy but competent category that we see all too often. And finally, the court said, well, we're skeptical about prejudice from Father's death, but the sort of Damocles stuff, the anxiety, along with the inability to preserve evidence and investigate, it was just too darn long, and he knew about it, so it was kind of hanging over him. So that's dismissed with prejudice, and that's gone. Don't leave defendants hanging is the bottom line here. If you can get them here, even if they're incarcerated somewhere else, it's your duty to bring them here, as long as whatever process that put them there is over.
All right, I'm going to use this mic again, this time to record my own personal version of Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy from Company B. And actually, it's fitting to illustrate the next case we're going to talk about, which is In Re DAT. The holding of this case is, speak up. So this is something that I think we'll see a lot of, and these cases work their way through the courts of appeals in following the pandemic and the era of Zoom hearings. So this is a case where the defendant lodged an objection during a bench trial, but the attorneys talked at the bench with the judge instead of at their microphones, and so the entire exchange between the attorneys and the judge is transcribed as unintelligible in the transcript. And so the Court of Appeals specifically laments the high frequency of unintelligible notations in the record of bench conferences and suggests the advisability of making a better record of the discussion during the next break in the trial or upgrading the recording equipment at the bench. So either make sure we're getting this when we're having bench conferences, or make sure that the next time you have a recess and the jury's outside of the room that you're making a clear record about what you're discussing. The Court of Appeals also reiterated that all parties have a duty to ensure an adequate record. From the standpoint of the state, we're more frequently the appellee, and so the burden does fall more heavily on the defendants in our cases, because if the record's inadequate, we can usually just say, well, it was your job to put together an inadequate record, but I think that's true to some degree, but in the first instance, it's our job as ministers of justice to try to make sure that we're getting a clear record on everything. So make sure we're getting a clear record on everything. Next case is also mine. This is State versus Paul. This is another one that I discussed a little bit when we were talking about unanimity, but there's some other interesting stuff here I'd like to discuss. So Paul, just for those who don't remember, he was the gentleman who shot his friend with the shotgun and was acquitted on self-defense, but convicted of obstructing justice for throwing the gun away, disposing of the cell phone, and fleeing to California. Hold on, this is the IAC stuff. Yeah, so we have our IAC stuff. No, here we go. This got duplicated. Yeah, so that's Paul again. We have our general facts. So he shot his friends in the face, threw the shotgun away. The jury acquits him of the underlying murder, but convicts him of obstructing justice. And so the question here, as a matter of substantive law, setting aside all of that stuff about unanimity, is can you be convicted of obstructing justice even if you're acquitted of the underlying crime? And the short answer is yes. In 2001, the legislature amended the obstructing justice statute to include situation where the defendant obstructs an investigation into conduct that would be punishable as a crime. And so what this does is this shows a clear legislative intent that obstructing justice can be present even if the underlying conduct is never ultimately found to constitute a crime. So, the sort of the cover-up is worse than the crime, even if the crime isn't charged, or even if the crime results, the underlying more serious crime results in an acquittal, the state can still obtain a conviction for obstructing justice.
We had a question. Just grab my phone here. Had a question on the speedy trial here. Is that 2 minutes or 7 minutes? I can't see behind
7,
me. Okay,
I think.
7. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Question on the speedy trial stuff, going back for just a moment. If they're being held by the feds and not on the state case, how does this case come into play? The interstate compact on detainers places the burden on the defendant to ask. How does it work with the fed hold? I know that there are a number of federal statutes that come into play when you are trying to deal with that. They have the anti-shuttling provision, right? Like you can't keep bringing somebody back and forth. Once you bring them, the clock starts ticking under that federal statute. You have to deal with it before you send it back to the feds so they don't get bussed around all over the place. And it's been a while since I've done a detainer, but I remember the state lodges a detainer, then the defendant requests to be brought, and then there's a hearing, and then they get sent, right? And if they refuse to agree to extradition, then you have the hearing where all you have to prove is that this is the person that the other state is seeking, the receiving state is seeking. So there may be other issues that you have to deal with under different federal statutes. Thompson-Jacobson is just talking about the Sixth Amendment issue. I suppose to the extent that the defendant has to request resolution under a federal statute. That could go also to whether he's invoking his right to a speedy trial under the Sixth Amendment. That might be good evidence that he is or is not invoking his right to a speedy trial, depending on the circumstances of the case. So it's something to consider, but I understand that you also have to comply with various federal statutes under some of these circumstances. So keep that in mind too. I know it can be tricky, but again, your best resource on this is going to be your colleagues, who many of whom have dealt with these exact situations before. They will have memos for you, they will have argument, they will have forms to help walk you through this process. Okay, one more case about life in the virtual court era, in the era of Zoom court, right? It's not so much a question here as a list of things courts and counsel should do to help facilitate appellate review in the remote hearing era, which, as I understand it at the district court level, has largely come to a close. I don't know how many of you are still doing remote hearings as a rule rather than an exception. In the appellate courts, we're still doing remote arguments for reasons that are entirely unclear to me, especially since there's just like, you know, in the Court of Appeals, there's just 4 of you in a room, and you're all separated. You know, the podium is far, like, there's plenty of room for everybody, and hardly anybody ever comes to watch our arguments. So hopefully we'll be getting back to in-person soon.
5, right? There's usually a defense attorney there too, right?
Oh, yeah, sometimes, I guess, too.
I mean, I know we don't look at, you may not look at them as people, but.
Defense attorneys are people too, that's true. And a court clerk, okay, fine, there's a few more. But either way, I suppose this is a bit of a, this might come too late. Maybe this would have been a great thing to talk about 1 or 2 years ago, but at any rate, these cases are finally reaching the Court of Appeals radar, and they're being bugged by it. So if you do have remote hearings, I know some courts like to retain that flexibility so they can still hold remote hearings even in the usual in-person course, to save everybody some time and maybe some money, some travel. Basically, make sure that everybody's speaking up and that the record is clear. So this is an actual picture of Hurwitz. No, it's not. He and a buddy broke into and stole from several businesses. He was charged with a bunch of crimes and pled to some of them. He was set for sentencing. The sentencing was on WebEx, and everything was going swimmingly until it was Hurwitz's turn to allocute. You know what it's like when somebody's appearing from the jail, right? It sounds like they're speaking through a children's microphone that's being fed through a McDonald's drive-through speaker that's set about 20 feet away, right? Like, you really cannot hear anything super well. And no wonder, right? The jails don't have the funding usually, I imagine, to get the most cutting-edge recording and audio equipment. And those rooms aren't exactly built to be acoustically friendly. It's a concrete box, for crying out loud, right? Anyway, it was really echoey and a little bit hard to hear, and the transcriptionist later put tons of inaudibles in the official transcript. The court acknowledged Hurwitz's concerns on the record. You can see the court saying, yes, Mr. Hurwitz, I understand that, but I'm sending you to prison anyway. So it was clear that the court at least could understand the gist of what he was saying. Hurwitz appealed, arguing he was denied his right to allocution based on all of these inaudibles in the transcript, and that his counsel was ineffective for not ensuring that his statements were intelligible. And because he didn't object in the trial court, he tried to argue that a lack of allocution rendered his sentence illegal under Criminal Procedure Rule 22. So here's Rule 22. The court must correct a sentence when the sentence imposed meets any of these particular criteria. Defendants try to do this fairly regularly. They try to get around jurisdictional problems by arguing that their sentence is illegal for one reason or another that isn't actually jurisdictional or doesn't fit under these under this very narrow list of things. If it doesn't fit within these discrete categories, it's really not going to fly, and basically allocution isn't listed there, so there's no 22E problem. Now for the ineffective assistance issue. This had been based solely on the transcript. We really might have had a problem, but fortunately, if it was in fact true that the court hadn't heard a word that Hurwitz said, that might be a good reason for a do-over, might be ineffective assistance. But a couple of things showed that the court actually did understand what Hurwitz was saying. First, the court's comments to Hurwitz of, yes, Mr. Hurwitz, I understand your concerns, but here's why I'm going against them, show that the court really was hearing and understanding, because No court's gonna hear some garbled message and then say, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't hear what you're saying, yeah. Because the comments reflected the substance of Hurwitz's comments. You said this, I disagree with that. You asked for this, I'm giving you this instead, kind of thing. And second, the appellate court had an audio recording of the hearing itself, so they could just listen and be like, well, I don't know what's with this transcriptionist, but it ain't all that inaudible. Like, we can hear what's going on just fine. I wonder that sometimes too. I've had a few cases where something has been put in as inaudible and then we get the audio because that omission was important to something that we're litigating on appeal and we want to complete the record. And I'll get the audio and be like, what was this person listening to? I can hear exactly what they're saying, but I don't know. They're struggling in the transcriptionist offices. But they had this audio, and it was a sentencing, right? You can listen to an audio of most sentencings. It's just going to last a few minutes. So that it didn't bother the court in this case, but the court thought, okay, fine, this was a sentencing case, but what happens when we get a trial and the transcript is just littered with inaudibles? We're not going to sit down and listen to like a 4-day jury trial, right? So understanding that perhaps the problem was with the transcriptionist here, the court did say, look, please, everybody involved, do the best you can to make sure that everybody can be heard. And to the extent that any of you work with your jails, if you can, I know there are probably some safety concerns. I don't know if they can move their recording equipment or if it's just hanging from the ceiling or whatever else. But to the extent that you can work with them or encourage them to get better reception when somebody's appearing remotely, that's going to make everybody's job easier and will make it less likely that you have to have a do-over, which is something we're always trying to avoid, right? We've got a 15-minute break, so we'll take the last one.
Okay. I have been given a more powerful microphone just in time for the last 2 cases that we are going to be discussing today. So here's my Sinatra reference. You have 2 cases left, 1 for my baby and 1 more for the road. Woohoo! And you've had all of John.
All of me.
Yes, there we go. All right, so before I finish the last 2 cases, though, we had, I think, 3 or 4 people independently come up and ask during the break about State versus Smith. The guy passed out in the McDonald's parking lot and asked why wasn't it argued that the police were investigating a trespass. The short answer is, from reading the opinion, we don't know. Good question. That does seem like another way of kind of avoiding this issue. I will say that it is frequently the case that when you get really interesting Fourth Amendment issues, it's because all of the uninteresting, easier ways to resolve the case have been waived or haven't been argued, and so you're only left with the really interesting, harder ways to try to win. Actually, Cornelia, which we started with at the top, the case about community caretaking is a good example. I think if that had been argued as an exigent circumstances case, it probably never would have gone to the U.S. Supreme Court. It would have either been, you would have come out one way or another, but it wouldn't have been interesting. It was only interesting because there was an express waiver of exigent circumstances and emergency aid, and they were only talking about community caretaking. All right, so last 2 cases to touch on. One is State versus Salazar. This is kind of more important for sexual assault prosecutors than anything else, but the holding in this case is that defense counsel was ineffective for not introducing allegedly friendly text messages between the victim and her alleged rapist. So, facts of State versus Salazar. The victim accuses Salazar of rape, and the way I read the facts of the case, there's actually pretty substantial corroboration here. So the victim is seen hysterical and sobbing by several witnesses immediately after this occurs. She immediately very quickly tells 2 friends about what happens, and then there's a sexual assault nurse examiner who examines her and determines that the genital injuries that this victim has suffered are some of the very worst actually the worst she had ever seen in her career. So this is, we sometimes hear about he said, she said cases in the sexual assault context. I don't think this is one of them. I think this is a case that has pretty substantial corroboration, which makes the outcome here even more disturbing in a lot of ways. However, here's where I think the court is a little bit concerned. There are gaps in the victim's memory about certain details of what happened. For those of us who deal with these sorts of cases a lot, that's not particularly surprising that you would have gaps in a victim's memory. And here there may be an explanation for some of these gaps in that there's a delay of several years in which the case isn't prosecuted. In part, it seems like the victim's father was dying of cancer and she didn't want the additional stress of having to deal with this prosecution at the same time. But so those are the facts we have here. So on appeal, Salazar argues that his defense counsel was ineffective for not impeaching the victim's credibility with allegedly friendly text messages between the victim and the defendant after the sexual assault was alleged to take place. And these are messages that are sort of casual back and forth, talking about things like about whether they're going to go to a party at some point. The Court of Appeals agrees with Salazar. Court of Appeals agrees and says counsel performed efficiently and there was prejudice under the facts of this case. So regarding the performance prong of ineffective assistance under Strickland versus Washington, they say all reasonable counsel would have used these messages to attack the victim's already shaky credibility. There's no reason not to go ahead and impeach her with these allegedly friendly messages. Regarding prejudice, the court says the case turned primarily on the victim's credibility. Although the injuries and emotional reactions corroborated her account, they did not categorically establish that a non-consensual encounter occurred. This is, by the way, is not at all what the Strickland standard is. The standard for prejudice is not that the state has to categorically establish that the defendant was guilty. So there's, I think, at least some chance that the a significant chance that our office may be trying to take this case up to the Utah Supreme Court. So, kind of stay tuned, keep an eye out on what happens to this case, because it's not at all clear that it'll still be in place and given a year or two. There are some kind of technical issues dealing with appellate standards of review that also mean that this case may be worth either reconsidering or re-examining based on some stuff that's already pending in the Utah Supreme Court. I won't bore you with that. It's more stuff that's relevant to our work rather than yours. Yeah, question?
Did the prosecution know about these friendly messages?
No. The question there was, did the prosecution know about these friendly messages? And the answer is no. So actually, unfortunately, there's very little the prosecutors could have done in a circumstance like this. So yeah, what happened was the messages were, I think it was the defendant's sister or something extracted them from her phone. So it was the claim was that defense counsel was ineffective for not investigating the messages and finding them from the defendant and his family. But no, as far as I read the case, the prosecution was not aware of these messages. So in terms of takeaways, it's not clear the prosecution could have done something terribly different here, but this is not the first time where we've seen the Utah appellate courts reverse a rape conviction for ineffective assistance of counsel grounds because defense counsel didn't introduce post-rape communications between the defendant and the victim. So this happened in the Utah Supreme Court a couple of years ago in a case called Gregg versus State that did the same thing involving messages between the rape victim and various other people after the incident occurred. I think Gregg is a really disturbing case, and I think if you look at Gregg, I would commend to you Justice Lee's dissent in that case. I think he has the better of the two arguments, but that's not the one that we're stuck with. So yeah, as I pointed out in response to that question, this problem is probably not preventable in the facts of Salazar, but it may be preventable depending on the facts of your case. If you have a rape case and you're aware of post-rape messages, particularly between the victim and the defendant, even if the defense doesn't want them in, it may be worth admitting those anyway. And I know, those sorts of, the idea that you have friendly messages between a victim and a rapist after an event like this sort of plays into rape myths. There's the sort of popular perception, why would you continue possibly talking to a rapist? And I know if you're familiar with these cases, there's often good reason. Yeah, do I have a?
No, keep going. I was just going to say, this is where you contact Marlies and you get an expert who comes in and talks about this and we found all of that yes.
Exactly. And so that's, the safer way to deal with this sort of issue is to bring in an expert to talk about why that this is not uncommon that victims would do something like this, and to try to face it head on and explain it. Because again, if this is not an issue that is that's preserved and flagged and served up on a silver platter for the prosecutor to sit and think about. These are ineffective assistance cases, so this is something that even when the defense counsel is not insisting upon it, you may need to, and you may need to think about introducing those sorts of messages yourself to draw the sting, and then have your rape myth expert explain why that shouldn't be weighed too heavily in assessing the victim's credibility. And then as I flagged here, there's a possibility of further review in this case. I know the appellate prosecutor on this within our office is hopping mad about this decision, and I think justifiably so, particularly the way the court treats the prejudice analysis. And so I think there's a good chance that our office will try to do something more with this, so kind of watch this space as things move forward. Last case here is a case for domestic violence prosecutors. So the holding here is that domestic violence offenses can be enhanced when a defendant either commits or is convicted of a new domestic violence offense within 10 years of a prior domestic violence offense. And so sorting this out can be a little confusing, so I tried to color code it here. So you have sort of two sets of, or two domestic violence cases against the same defendant that are kind of running in tandem. So one is in blue and the other is in that kind of beigeish yellow. So October 4th, 2019, the defendant stalks his girlfriend and violates a protective order. So that's the first incident. October 9th, a couple days later, he stalks the victim again. October 4th, he pleads guilty to the first incident. December 4th, he pleads guilty to the first incident. December 30th, charges are filed regarding the second incident. January of 2020, judgment's entered for incident number 1, and then in incident number 2, that's later, the information is amended to allege the incidents as felonies and based on aggravation from incident 1. So basically you have, in incident 2, you have a charge, a domestic violence charge that's being aggravated based on a crime that, based on a conviction that has already happened but that did not happen before the crime was committed. So the, Redden basically on appeal claims that these convictions are unlawful because incident 2 occurred before his conviction was entered on incident 1. The district court agreed and refused to permit the state to amend the charging document. So they say, yeah, no, if you're not, it's not enough that you've been convicted of this prior offense before your sentence. You must have been convicted of the prior offense before you committed the second offense. Court of Appeals takes this up and reverses. So looking at the plain language of the domestic violence enhancement statute, so this provides for an enhancement if the individual is convicted within 10 years of another domestic violence offense. So as we read the plain language, the Court of Appeals tells us for the state to enhance a Class A misdemeanor into a third-degree felony when the defendant either commits or is convicted of the current crime within 10 years after the defendant is convicted of a qualifying domestic violence offense. Any other reading would render the two sections superfluous. So it convicts commits or is convicted of. So here, Redden was convicted of incident 1 on January 22nd. So as long as he was subsequently convicted of incident 2 within the following 10 years, so by January 22nd, 2030, then his convictions could still be enhanced to a felony. So if you have serial domestic violence incidents, you're able to enhance those into a felony, even if there's this sort of weird staggering of the way that the incidents and the convictions are entered. With that, we had, you guys were remarkably patient. We had almost 300 slides, and we never get to the end of them, and we happened to get to the end of them this time. So thank you all for your patience and letting us harangue you for all day long about all of this stuff. Please feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions or thoughts. We'll stick around for a while. Otherwise, I think at least the two of us are done a little bit early. Bob, did you have?
Hey, sure, if anybody wants to stay, they'll keep talking. Okay. All right, so we will start up again tomorrow morning at 8:30. So we'll see you back tomorrow morning.